What is up, BTMC gang? We are back with another installment. Today, we have the final chapter. Sauron's on the move. Frodo's a prisoner in Cirith Ungol. Hope seems to be fading fast for the heroes of Middle-earth, so why go more into detail on an intro when we can just dive into the story? You're listening to Becoming the Main Character. This is the final installment of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings trilogy, The Return of the King. Let's get started. So here we are at the end, and yet we've a long way to go. I hope you're ready, because Papa Tolkien is bringing us home. Okay, just like we did with the Two Towers, let's do a quick recap before we dive into the story. At the end of Two Towers, across our different timelines, Gandalf and Pippin are racing to Minas Tirith on Shadowfax, aka the Wind Made Flesh. The others from the group, Aragorn, Gimli, Legolas, Merry, and the Rohirrim, are headed to Edoras to regroup before taking their next steps in battle against the Dark Lord. Frodo has been mildly poisoned by Shelob and taken prisoner by the orcs of the Tower of Cirith Ungol, who intend to send him to the Dark Lord in Barad-dûr, should he want him. Sam, having defeated both Shelob and Gollum, and who is in possession of the Ring, Sting, and the Vial of Galadriel, aka the Light of Ariandil, he's just basically knocked himself out trying to open the gate that stands between him and his master. But you know the format by now. We won't get to them for quite a few chapters. And just a quick reminder that if you want the extended versions of the episode and all other Lord of the Rings books, as well as access to all of the character analysis episodes that will be coming in following weeks, follow the link in the episode description to sign up for the Protagonist edition of BTMC. This time we've got some great context from deep in Middle-earth lore about why Denethor is so mean and suspect of Gandalf and Aragorn, as well as deeper introspectives to the changes our characters have gone through, and of course my wrap-up of the famous Tolkien essay on fairy stories, where he explains his take on why fantasy is an important genre of story, even and especially for adults. But with that, let's return to the road between Rohan and Gondor, where Shadowfax is tirelessly sprinting, with Gandalf the White and Pippin Took as his burdens, racing against the clock of the end of the world. Pippin was groggy and could barely think straight. They were still riding, and it was dark again. This was the third night since he had looked into the Palantir, which had kicked off this series of events. Just the thought of that evil presence mocking him sent shivers down his spine again. The moon cast dull shadows on the trees and rocks around them, and the only sounds were the steady beating of the hooves of the Mearas. Pippin asked Gandalf where they were, and he tells him they have reached the realm of Gondor. Gandalf looked up to the mountain ridgeline and gasped. There were the smallest glints of flame atop the peaks at long intervals from each other. Signal fires. "On Shadowfax," he called. "The beacons of Gondor are lit. They call for aid. War is kindled." The horse seemed to intensify its efforts, and the wizard began to tell Pippin of the customs of Gondor, and how the beacons had been erected long ago through the borders of the land as a way of quickly communicating to their allies. But Pippin became drowsy at the gentle rocking of the horse and the low melody of the wizard's voice. When Gandalf noticed, he whispered, "Sleep again, and do not be afraid." When Pippin woke, he heard the sound of voices, and faint glowing of dawn was beginning to hint at the new day. There were a number of men in cloaks and armor that were foreign to Pippin. They were far more noble-looking than the rough appearances of the riders of Rohan. A few of them were speaking to Gandalf. "Yes, we know you, Mithrandir, but what of your companion? He is not known to us, and these are perilous times, and we cannot allow strangers unless they be mighty men of arms." The wizard said he will personally vouch for his fellow rider at the seat of Denethor, steward of Gondor. He then grins a wry smile and says that these soldiers should not estimate this little one's valor based on his size, that he has seen more battles or peril than any of them, and he has just come from storming Isengard. His name is Peregrine, and he is a very valiant man. "Man," the soldiers say as they laughed. But Pippin, who had been pretending to be asleep until now, bolted up, saying, "Man, indeed not. I am a hobbit, and no more valiant than any man, save perhaps now and again by necessity." Gandalf said that this little one had been in the company of Boromir, son of Denethor, and that they had news. The soldiers said it had been guessed that the son of Denethor was dead, but if the little one had word of the steward's son, Denethor would want to speak to him, and they let them pass. The White City was a marvel that left Pippin slack-jawed as they galloped towards it. The city was tiered with 7 different layers of walls, almost like a cake. Since the city was protruding from the mountain, an eagle-eye view would make it look little more than a half circle, or maybe a 3/4 moon. But from the eye level of the fields of Pelennor, it was a fortress greater than any dwarves had ever built, a stronghold from a different age. Some described it as if it were not built, but had simply been carved by giants out of the bones of the earth. But most striking of all in the visual of this guarded city, the last bastion of Gondor, was the citadel at the very top, whose causeway jutted out like the bow of a ship from the layers below it. It's almost like a pride rock from Lion King jutting out of the very structure of the city itself, from the point of which a king or steward could look out over the fields and see any battle happening in any direction from his viewpoint. The only other feature I should mention about the conscious design of Minas Tirith as an impenetrable fortress city is that the gates between the 7 layers of walls leading to the citadel alternate which end of the fortress they are on. So an enemy would have to zigzag through every level fully, giving the defense as much opportunity as possible to slow or beat back a foe. Gandalf and Pippin were led through those zigzagging paths until they reached the topmost gate that led them to the citadel. As they passed through, Pippin noticed that the guards were dressed in a fine black cloth. Their helms were large and covered most of their faces, and there were white wings like those of seabirds mounted on either side of them. Their coats bore the mark of the White Tree of Gondor as well as the 7 stars. This combination is known as the Mark of Elendil. And actually, let's dive into the symbolism here because it's going to be important in this book more than the other 2. This is another history lesson. The first age of the world of Arda, yeah, that's actually another layer for you. Middle-earth is not the name of the planet, in case you weren't aware. Middle-earth is basically the continent that this story takes place on. We'll get more into that specifically later, but the planet that all this takes place on is called Arda, which in the Legendarium is Quenya, or High Elvish, meaning the realm. But of course, Tolkien, the linguist, chose the name because both Old High German and Old English used variations of Erda for the word to mean earth. But anyway, back to the symbolism. The first age in Arda was known as the Years of the Trees, because of 2 trees that were created by the Valar god in charge of nature, known as Telperion and Laurelin. These trees were not the sun and moon, but functioned very much like the sun and moon. One glowed a brilliant gold, while the other a more gentle silver, and they did not radiate light at the same time, but rather alternated, allowing for the ability to mark the passage of time on Arda. But there was this whole thing where Melkor, remember he's the baddie before Sauron was the baddie, and Ungoliant, the primordial evil spider who is the mother to Shelob, managed to destroy Telperion and Laurelin. And even though the trees were killed, their light was preserved in a few different forms. First, the 3 Silmaril gems, which are the namesake for the Silmarillion, the sun and the moon. Yes, they were created from the light of Telperion and Laurelin. And finally, there were seedlings salvaged from Telperion, the silver tree, which has had its line now descended through the ages of elves and men. And in the courtyard of the citadel at the top of Minas Tirith sits one of these trees, the 5th generation from Telperion, which is just known as the White Tree of Gondor, coming through the line of Numenor. These trees have long served as symbols of power and spiritual lineage, but unfortunately, the Tree of Gondor has been dead for 100 years at this point in time. It's just a husk sitting in the courtyard, a lightning bolt away from being nothing but ash. But the symbol of the White Tree was still a strong reminder to the Gondorians of their lineage as the descendants of the men of Westerness. The 7 stars also were a reminder of their Númenórean heritage because they symbolized the 7 ships of the faithful Númenóreans led by Elendil, who fled their island nation before it was destroyed by the wrathful Valinor. On each of the 7 ships was carried one of the Palantir Seeing Stones, so this combo of tree and stars was about as rich of a symbol to Gondor as you could ask for. And they used it proudly on their flags, their coats, and pretty much anywhere you could embroider or sew. And like I said, these symbols will play into this book quite a bit, so try to remember that. But as they approached the entry to the throne room, Gandalf bent over and whispered to Pippin, warning him that he shouldn't expect any kind interactions with Denethor like the Hobbit had experienced with King Theoden. He's a prideful and powerful man, and Denethor will most likely focus his attention on Pippin once he finds out that the Hobbit had been in the presence of his beloved son Boromir at the time of his death. So the White Wizard warns him to keep the story to Boromir as much as possible, and to not mention Frodo or the ring, and actually don't bring up Aragorn either if you can avoid it. Why not mention Strider? Pippin asked. Isn't he meant to come here anyway? Gandalf replied, maybe. Though if he comes, it likely be in some way that no one expects, not even Denethor. But at the least, he should come unheralded by us. It would be a double blow to Denethor if the same hobbit who told him of his son's death told him that he was soon to lose his seat as a steward to the new king, the heir to Isildur. Kingship? Pippin asked, not sure what Gandalf meant. The wizard scoffed, asking if the hobbit had been traveling all this time with his ears closed and his mind asleep. Because obviously Pippin didn't realize that Aragorn was supposed to be taking over the throne of Gondor. As the doors opened to the great hall, at first Pippin saw no one. There was no court full of men and women like there had been at Edoras. He peered down the empty space of polished stone, and at the far end he saw a dais of many steps, and then set upon it was a high throne. But it was empty. At the bottom of the steps there was a broad stone chair, black and unadorned, and in it sat an old man staring at his own lap. He didn't look up as they approached. When they were close enough, Gandalf said, "Hail, Lord and Steward of Minas Tirith, Denethor, son of Ecthelion. I am come with counsel and tidings in this dark hour." The old man looked up slowly. Pippin noted that his face was carved with hard lines and proud bones, his skin white like ivory. He had a curved nose and dark eyes. The hobbit was amazed at how he looked less like Boromir and more like Aragorn. "Dark indeed is the hour," the steward said. Similarly to Theoden's welcome in the last book, the steward notes how this wizard seems most likely to come when trouble is at hand. And he wastes no time, saying that he has already been told that Mithrandir brings with him one who saw his son die. Gandalf says yes, but is quick to point out that it is not the halfling that was mentioned in the Dream of Faramir, which first sent Boromir to Rivendell. The steward dryly says that it doesn't matter. He has little liking for the word halfling at all, since it was part of the dream that sent his son away from him, never to return. He laments openly, "My Boromir, now we have need of you. Faramir should have gone in his stead." Gandalf chastises the statement, saying Faramir would have happily gone, but Boromir claimed the quest as his own, being the older brother, and Denethor gave his blessing. Denethor didn't pay Gandalf any mind, but rather lifted up something that had been sitting in his lap, the reason he'd been staring down when they entered. It was the broken pieces of the Horn of Gondor. Denethor says he heard it blow 13 days ago, because remember in the last book, Faramir told us the lore of the horn is that it can be blown anywhere in the realm of Gondor, and it will not go unheard. But that the broken pieces had washed up from the river since that time. Pippin reacts saying that it does sound about right, that it's been 13 days since that orc attack, and with that, Denethor zeroed in on the hobbit. "Tell me more," he said. "You were there. Why did no help come? How did you escape, and such a mighty man as my son did not?" Pippin was flushed by the onslaught of questions, but responded saying, "The mightiest man may be slain by one arrow, and Boromir was pierced by many. When last I saw him, he sank beside a tree and plucked a black-feathered shaft from his side." But then he goes on to say that it was at this point that he and his kinsman Meriadoc had been taken captive and hauled out of sight. He honors Boromir, saying that he died to save them, and Pippin noted how the old man's pride seemed to stir a little at the mention of knowing his son had died valiantly, and feeling a sense of obligation suddenly to this old man whose son had died protecting his own life. Pippin knelt and said that he doesn't know how much of service he can be to a great lord, but he offers in payment of his son's death his own life in service to the steward. He draws his sword and laid it at Denethor's feet. The old man smiled ever so slightly, but he was still none the warmer when he held out his hand and said, "Give me the weapon." Upon inspection, he recognizes it as a Númenórean make, Pippin tells him it came from the barrows down where the evil wights dwell, and that he will not willingly recall more about that day. Denethor smirked as he looked curiously at the hobbit and said, "I see that strange tales are woven about you." He accepts Pippin's service and holds the sword out hilt first. Gandalf instructs Pippin to take hold of the hilt and swear fealty to Denethor. And then the steward has Pippin repeat an oath that binds him to the highest authority in Gondor. His first command to the hobbit is to tell him everything about his time with Boromir. The steward ordered servants to provide food and drink and chairs for his guests. He hints to Gandalf that there are pressing things to discuss, but they will have to wait until he hears about his son. Gandalf politely suggests that the earlier they talk about these pressing matters, the better, saying, quote, "For I have not ridden hither from Isengard 150 leagues with the speed of the wind only to bring you one small warrior, however courteous." He then goes on to ask if it means nothing to Denethor that Theoden has won a great battle in the west, and that he himself has broken the staff of Saruman. The steward kind of waves it off, saying he's already heard these reports. He leered at the wizard with his dark eyes, and Pippin was most struck by how similar they were, not in looks as much, but as in stubbornness and confidence in their own opinions. So they sat, and Pippin was given the floor to tell all. Quote, "For the words of one whom my son so befriended will be welcome indeed." And so Pippin launched into his story, and after a long time had passed and the story was brought back to the same conclusion of Pippin being carried off as Boromir pulled an arrow from his side, the wizard and the hobbit were released to go to the lodgings being provided to them, and Denethor says he will call for them later to discuss those other matters. But as they leave, there is this incredible moment of verbal sparring between Denethor and Gandalf. I'll share the actual lines first and then break them down. Denethor starts by saying, "Let your wrath at an old man's folly run off, and then return to my comfort." "Folly," Gandalf said. "Nay, my lord, when you are a dotard, you will die. You can even use your grief as a cloak. Do you think I do not understand your purpose in questioning for an hour one who knows the least, while I sit by?" With his brow tilted down aggressively, Denethor said, "If you understand it, then be contented. Pride would be folly that disdained help and counsel it need, but you deal out such gifts according to your own designs. Yet the Lord of Gondor is not to be made the tool of other men's purposes, however worthy. The rule of Gondor, my lord, is mine, and no other man's, unless the king should come again." Okay, let's break that down, because what isn't explicitly said is way more interesting than the actual words. Denethor is almost playful as he asks forgiveness for the indulgence of the hobbit speaking of Boromir even during such perilous times, saying, "Let your wrath and an old man's folly run off." Or in other words, if you're steamed about my choice to indulge a personal need to grieve, just let that steam blow off and then come back. And Gandalf's reply of, "Nay, my lord, when you are a dotard, you will die. You can even use your grief as a cloak," is actually him calling out the steward, saying, "I know you're far too smart to be a dotard. Look at you. You're even using your grief in a performative way to assert your dominance. I'm not dull enough to not recognize that." And then Denethor's response is basically openly admitting that, saying, "Well, if you understand that, then be contented." He goes on saying that it would be foolish of him to ignore helpful counsel in such times, except for the fact that he doesn't trust Gandalf to deal out such gifts, except for according to his own designs. Meaning, in his own mind, he knows that whatever counsel the wizard has for him, in his opinion, is not what's best for Gondor, but instead it's what's best for whatever scheme the wizard is plotting at. And that unless the king returns, Gondor is his alone to command. And as you can imagine, Pippin would just be looking up at these two men in utter confusion as they jousted with their words. Gandalf chuckles softly and reminds Denethor that it is the responsibility of the steward to see that there is still a kingdom for the king to return to. But then he responds, saying that no realm is his own to rule. As a wizard, he is never to be in a position of power. And that is real, by the way. If you remember that the Maiar, like Gandalf, are essentially archangels, and that there were 5 Maiar who were sent to Middle-earth, Something we haven't discussed before is that the Maiar were given strict charge from the Valar that they were never to use great power to force the hand of men or elves, but they were to only serve as advisors and aides, which is why when Saruman gave way to the temptation of power, the Valinor replaced him with Gandalf the White. And yet Gandalf is constantly being accused of seeking power himself. But anyway, Gandalf ends the interaction saying that he will not fail in his task even if Gondor will perish. Quote, "For I am also a steward, did you not know?" That's a clever little line hinting at his role on Middle-earth. When Pippin and Gandalf get back to the room they had been provided, Pippin asked Gandalf if he was angry with him because, like we just mentioned, Pippin had no idea what had been going on except that it seemed like there was a lot of tension between the two men. Gandalf laughs and says that the Hobbit did a fine job, telling Pippin that he had done the best he could have hoped for, and said that it will be a long time before the Hobbit found himself in such a tight spot again. But he does admit that the sharp mind of the steward surely picked up on a few details that the Hobbit had been trying to hide. Namely, that it was clear that Boromir was not leading the company from his story, and that there was one with higher honor coming to Minas Tirith, one with a famous sword. And then Gandalf says something that really stood out to me. I feel like it's a big deal in understanding the family of Denethor, but this is literally all we get through the 3 books on this matter. Quote, "He is not as other men of his time, Pippin, and whatever be his descent from father to son, by some chance the blood of Westernesse runs nearly true in him, as it does with his other son, Faramir, and yet did not in Boromir, whom he loved best. He," meaning Denethor, "has long sight. He can perceive, if he bends his will thither, much of what is passing in the minds of men, even of those that dwell far off. It is difficult to deceive him and dangerous to try." So on the surface, he's just emphasizing how purely the lineage of Númenor flows through Denethor's veins, more powerfully than it had in any steward for recent generations. But did you catch that one line? As it does in his other son Faramir, and yet did not in Boromir, whom he loved best. Gandalf's saying that Faramir shares the purity of the lineage of Westernesse that Denethor has, which is what makes him wise. Because remember how he was wise enough to resist the ring even when he could have easily taken it? But the wizard says point blank that Boromir did not have these qualities. Now, if you've listened to my episode on Boromir, you know I love the guy and think that he gets reduced too easily to, oh, he's just the guy who wasn't strong enough to resist the greed of the ring. But despite my love for him, it's very interesting to hear that he doesn't quite have the touch of his father or his brother, as if he had to become this glorious fighter because he didn't have the gifts of foresight like his other family members had. I don't know, it doesn't explain any more in the book, like I said, and we could spend a lot of time discussing the implications of this, but I just found it fascinating that Tolkien chose to make it an actual point that the man literally isn't as Númenorian as his father and brother. Gandalf reminds Pippin that he will need to be careful not only of what he says, but what he doesn't say now that he is in the service of the steward. And then he comments that he doesn't know what put the idea of pledging his service into the Hobbit's head, but that it was well done, and quote, "I did not hinder it, for generous deed should not be checked by cold counsel." Their room had a window that looked out over the fields of Pelennor, and Gandalf stood at it as the sun blazed brightly over the fields. The shadow of Mordor seemed closer than it ever had been, creeping from off in the distance. "Well, no need to brood on what tomorrow may bring. For one thing, tomorrow will be certain to be worse than today, for many days to come, and there is nothing more that I can do to help it. The board is set, and the pieces are moving." With that, Gandalf told the Hobbit that he needed to see to some things, and he would come find him later. In short, the rest of the chapter involves Pippin meeting Beregond, a soldier/servant to Denethor, who had been sent to train the new guy on the customs, passwords, and expectations of a servant of Denethor. They spend some time together, which, for Pippin's sake in the story, shows him how desperate things are in Minas Tirith. Rations are tight since no one knows how long they will be under siege. Most of the women and children have either already evacuated or are on their way out. But as Beregond learns more of the tale of Pippin, he, like many others have through these 3 books, expresses his surprise and asks forgiveness for his assumption that hobbits were not good for much. Quote, I will not hide from you, Master Peregrine, that to us you look almost as one of our children, a lad of 9 summers or so, and yet you have endured perils and seen marvels that few of our graybeards could boast." Pippin, of course, is quick to forgive him with a smile and points out that even among his own people, he is fairly young, stating that he is 4 years before his coming of age. And if you remember the math from the Fellowship of the Ring, that means Pippin is 29 years old compared to Frodo's 50. Pippin, looking out over the lands below him, looked to the east and saw the remains of a large city. Baragon tells him of Osgiliath and how it had once been the chief city of Gondor, and that for many years the occupation of Osgiliath had been a primary conflict between the forces of Mordor and Minas Tirith. Pippin's instructor then said that it was Boromir who had last led the forces of Gondor to reclaim at least the western half of Osgiliath, because the city is actually divided by the river Anduin itself. And with the bridges being destroyed, each army now occupied the half of the city that fell closest to their own point of origin. Pippin brings up the beacons that he and Gandalf had seen, and Baragon says he believes those had been lit once news came of Corsair ships downriver about to make their way north. And the attacks of the Corsairs on the port cities will rob the Gondorians of many of their expected and hopeful reinforcements. As they spoke, the sound of a fell beast screeching in the sky sent a cold chill through them. Baragon admits that he believes Minas Tirith will fall. Quote, "The very warmth of my blood seems stolen away." Pippin shook himself and thought, "No, my heart will not yet despair. Gandalf fell and has returned and is with us. We may stand, if only on one leg, or at least be left still upon our knees." Isn't that quite the contrast of Pippin from just a book ago? Baragon expresses that his only real hope is to see Faramir return, that he has been out fighting a force in Ithilien, but that the men will all take more courage if their captain returns, saying he is less reckless than Boromir, but no less resolute. Baragon has to return to some duties, and he actually sends Pippin off to find his own son, Beargil, who will give the Hobbit a tour of the city. This is mainly a device to put Pippin out in the open so that he could be present for when the reinforcements arrive from the surrounding areas of Gondor. The men from the Ringlow Vale marched under their lord Dervorin, and from the uplands of Morthond, Tal Duinhir came with his sons and their 500 bowmen. Langstrand brought his hunters and herdsmen from Anfalas. A few grim hillmen arrived from Lamadon, and the fisherfolk from Ethir also. Last and proudest of them all was Imrahil, Prince of Dol Amroth, who was a relation to the steward of Gondor, and he came with gilded banners marked by his sign of the Silver Swan. He was the only one to bring cavalry, and with the horsemen came 700 footmen as well. All in all, it was less than 3,000 reinforcements, hardly enough to bring new hope to the Gondorians. And when Pippin got back to his quarters that evening, Gandalf still hadn't returned. But the Hobbit did wake up during the night to find the wizard pacing the room. The table was full of candles and scrolls and maps. He heard Gandalf sigh. "When will Faramir return?" Pippin greets his wizard friend, but Gandalf tells him he best go back to sleep and get what rest he can. "The darkness has begun. There will be no dawn." We now jump back with the Rohirrim and Aragorn, who rides with Merry, Gimli, and Legolas. The elf asks where they are going, and Strider says he's sure once King Theoden gets back to Edoras, he will muster the Rohirrim to go to war with Gondor. And then he hints that he will likely be taking a different path. Quote, "But as for myself and any who will go with me, ... Before he says any more, the dwarf and the elf say that they will go with him no matter what. But then Aragorn says he will also be making his way to Minas Tirith, but he does not quite see his road yet. Quote, "An hour long prepared approaches." In fact, I don't think I've really done a good job of calling this out, but as I mentioned that Denethor and Faramir have wisdom in a way that even gives them a bit of foresight because of their lineage, Aragorn has legitimate foresight. Not that he can see the future in its entirety, but he can see events. He saw that something bad would happen to Gandalf if they entered Moria, which is why he wanted to avoid the mines at all costs. And now he sees that there is some path set for him that will lead him away from the men of Rohan, but he does not quite know what yet. As they rode with Theoden and his men, a scout came reporting that there were unknown horsemen coming from behind, gaining on them. The king and his men turn and prepare to greet their visitors, with spears, potentially. It was just now the dawn of the same night where Pippin had looked into the Palantir, and soon the sounds of approaching hooves sent vibrations through the ground. When the riders were in earshot, Eomer cried out, "Who rides in Rohan, and what is your haste?" The leader of the riders expressed his relief that they were in fact in Rohan, and then revealed himself to be Halbarad Dunedain, Ranger of the North. And he and his company are seeking Aragorn, their chief. Aragorn cried out in joy, handing his reins to Merry before running to embrace his old friend. After greeting his chieftain, Halbarad says he has brought 30 rangers with him, as well as Elrond's sons, Elladan and Elrohir, saying they have ridden swiftly ever since his summons came. Aragorn looked confused. Summons? I sent no summons, except in my wishful thoughts. Okay, I gotta pause real quick and just say that these guys, both the Rangers and the Sons of Elrond, are possibly my biggest disappointment in regards to characters that Peter Jackson left out of the movies. They are so hardcore. This is like the A-team showing up, and the movies don't even acknowledge them. And although going into the history of the Rangers might be interesting, if we just take what we know about Aragorn and then imagine there were 30 of them, you gotta get the picture of how dope this group is. But I do have to hone in a little on Elladan and Elrohir, the sons of Elrond. And again, if you recall our genealogy lesson from the first episode, they are first cousins 60-ish times removed from Aragorn. But they are such fascinating characters, and it hurts me a little that they were completely left out. So Elladan and Elrohir are twins, the eldest children of Elrond and Celebrian, his wife, who is also the daughter of Galadriel. Yeah, Elrond is Galadriel's son-in-law, which, if you didn't already know that, makes their interactions in Rings of Power feel a little weird. But anyway, in the year 2509, so hundreds of years before the events of these books, Celebrian was traveling through the pass of Caradhras to visit her mother Galadriel in Lothlorien, the same path the Fellowship tried to take. But she was unexpectedly captured by orcs, and she was tortured and poisoned. Her sons Elladan and Elrohir rescued her and brought her safely back to Rivendell, where their father was able to cure her from the poison. But the trauma never fully healed, and it was the next year when Celebrian went the way of the elves, sailing west to the Undying Lands, leaving her family in Middle-earth. And this is a line from the volume called Unfinished Tales. Quote, "From that day, the brothers took up a tireless war against the orcs, riding often with the Rangers of the North." So for over 500 years, these two elves have essentially been living that John Wick lifestyle, forsaking the peace and tranquility of elven nobility in favor of becoming vigilante justice like the Punisher. They not only team up with the Dunedain on many occasions, but they even dress like them. If it weren't for their much fairer features, you would think they were Rangers. The two brothers pledged to each other to never stop bringing death to the monsters who captured and tortured their mother until either the orcs were finished or their own lives were taken from them. So these princes turned Avengers, are some of the most insanely cool characters, and yet they're basically a footnote in the main story. Forget Rings of Power. Just give me 6 seasons of Elladan and Elrohir acting like bounty hunters of the Wild West, brothers not only in blood, but in purpose. I get too excited just thinking of how cool they are. But anyway, enough of my wishful thinking. It's enough to know that despite being small in number, this is about the most battle-hardened group you could ask to show up in the late hours before the end of the world. Elrohir came up to Aragorn and said that he brings word from his father. Quote, "The days are short. If thou art in haste, remember the paths of the dead." Aragorn jokes that he never feels like he has enough time, but he will have to truly be pressed if he ever takes that path. Elrohir gives him a knowing look like, well, it may be that time now. Strider noticed that Halbarad was carrying a bundle of sorts attached to a long staff, maybe a standard or banner. Halbarad says it is a gift from Galadriel. Just imagine Gimli's ears perking up at that point. But the ranger continues on, saying that he had been told to say she had made it in secret a long time ago, and that she also sends word, quote, the days now are short. Either our hope cometh, or all hopes end. Therefore I send thee what I have made for thee. Farewell, Elfstone. Aragorn now knows exactly what the bundle is and says to keep it hidden for now. As they continue on their journey to Rohan, Gimli notes how odd these newcomers are. They make the burly men of Rohan look like boys, and their faces are all grim and weather-worn. And they don't talk much. The group rested briefly back at Helm's Deep, where Gimli was eager to show Merry the signs of battle, but King Theoden approached the hobbit and reminded him of the promise he had made in Isengard of them sitting and feasting while Merry told him of all there was to know about pipeweed. He says that Helm's Deep is no substitute for the Golden Hall of Meduseld, but that for now it will have to make for food and drink. And he insists that moving forward, the hobbit ride on a pony next to himself on their path from Helm's Deep to Edoras. Merry is not only excited at the offer, but is honored to be given some attention. Ever since Pippin had been dragged off with Gandalf, he had become increasingly aware of how in the way and useless he felt among these armies of men. And in a similar way that Pippin did with Denethor, Merry felt this overpowering sense of love for this old man, and he ends up offering his sword in service. Unlike Denethor, Theoden's response was boisterous and warm. "Gladly I will take it," he said, naming the hobbit an esquire of Rohan, bidding him to take his sword and bear it unto good fortune. "As a father you shall be to me," Merry said with love. "For a little while," the king said with a grim smile. The preparations had been made to move on to Edoras, but Aragorn approached Theoden with a worried look on his face, saying that his mind is troubled. He has heard strange words and seen new perils far off, and he asks how long it will be until the king and his people can ride to Gondor. Guys, I just realized I've been talking about them going to Edoras, but that is wrong. They're going to a place called Dunharrow, and I don't feel like going back and correcting the places where I've mentioned they were headed to Edoras, so just bear with me. When Aragorn asks them how long it will take to get to Dunharrow, the king says it will take 2 days to get there because they have to go by a mountain pass so they can collect as many people with them along as they go, but they will not be able to leave until the 3rd day, which is what day the messengers had been told to warn people they needed to be gathered by. Aragorn looks like he's having an internal debate when he says that that's not soon enough, but he can see there is no way to make it faster, and that if that's the case, he and his men will have to go a different path. With the king's permission, of course, they will take the road to the eastern side of the mountains, saying he can no longer exist in secret and that his time for stealth has passed. He must ride east, and his men will take the paths of the dead. Theoden is shocked. He even speaks the name because in Rohan, you didn't whisper that term. Éomer and all the others of the Rohirrim seemed to lose the color in their faces at these words. Éomer speaks, "Alas, Aragorn, my friend, I had hoped that we should ride to war together, but if you seek the paths of the dead, then our parting is come, and it is little likely we shall ever meet again under the sun." Aragorn smiles in a way that acknowledges this statement from Éomer, while also knowing a secret that he cannot tell. The king also feels like this is a mistake, but he knows better than to challenge the heir to Isildur, and simply says that this parting grieves him, but he wishes him well, and that they need to be off. Aragorn says a quick goodbye to Merry, saying he will not forget him. Merry couldn't speak anything more than the words, "goodbye." Suddenly, he was without any of his fellowship that he had set out with months ago, and instead, he is the lone outsider among the riders of Rohan. But he is pledged to the service of the king. As the Rohirrim left, speaking of Theoden, Éomer, and Merry, Aragorn told his captain Halbarad, quote, "There go 3 that I love, and the smallest, not the least." But now that he is left with only his rangers, the sons of Elrond, Legolas, and Gimli, Aragorn reveals his secret. He has gazed into the stone of Orthanc. Yes, the very same Palantir that Pippin had been possessed by, Aragorn had willingly stared into and met the evil eye of Sauron. Gimli is shocked and said something about, "How do you not remember that even Gandalf was afraid of looking into that stone?" And Aragorn, slowly starting to show more and more of his nobility, counters saying, "You forget to whom you speak." But there was a smile in his eyes rather than chastisement. He reminds them that he is the rightful owner of the stones and has the power to use them, even if it turned out to be just barely enough power. He recounts his experience of coming eye to eye with the Dark Lord. He tells them how his purpose had been to show off the broken blade now reforged, an item that Sauron would undoubtedly remember even thousands of years later. "But he wields great dominion," Gimli shouted, "and now he will strike more swiftly." But Aragorn coolly replied, "The hasty stroke goes oft astray." He then revealed the intention, saying, "It is time to now press the enemy rather than leave him to make moves on his own time." Seeing that the heir of Isildur was not only alive, but was on the move with the sword reforged, would force Sauron's hand to strike faster, which might be the only advantage they could get over him, making him act hastily. But then he reveals the reason that they must go through the paths of the dead is that he has had visions revealing that on the south side of the realm, so just on the other side of the mountains from them, he has seen a great force of ships that would not only reinforce Sauron, but would wipe out the reinforcements of Gondor along the way. The only way they can get there in time to help is to take the paths of the dead. Gimli reacts almost like a child being told to eat vegetables. "But it is a fell name to the men of Rohan. Can the living use such a road and not perish?" Aragorn says that the road has not been used successfully since before the Rohirrim even were a people, but that the legends say that in a dark hour, the heir of Isildur may use them, and that it took that reminder from Elrond, through his sons, that this was an option to him. Aragorn then quotes the prophecy of Malbeth the Seer. We don't know who he is. It's just the name of someone from the past. Quote, "Over the land there lies a long shadow, westward reaching wings of darkness. The tower trembles, to the tomb of kings doom approaches. The dead awaken, for the hour is come for the Oathbreakers. At the stone of Erech they shall stand again and hear there a horn in the hills ringing. Whose shall the horn be? Who shall call them from the grey twilight, the forgotten people? The heir of him to whom the oath they swore. From the north shall he come, need shall drive him, he shall pass the door to the paths of the dead." Gimli and Legolas still seem unsure about this, and at the sight of concern on their faces, he reassures his friends that he does not go there gladly, but only because his need requires it, and that he will only have them join him by their free will, because he does not know what great evils they may face. "I will go with you, even on the paths of the dead, and to whatever end they may lead," the dwarf said, regaining his courage. "I also will come," said Legolas, "for I do not fear the dead." So the backstory of the Kingdom of the Dead is a little different from the movie portrayal, not in terms of deed, but in the books they're not actually heading into the mountains to find the King of the Dead, but to pass through to Erech on the south side, where there is a stone that was erected by Isildur. The quick version of the story is that before the Great War of the Second Age, where Isildur defeated Sauron, he had had the king of these men of the mountains swear an oath to fight for him. But these men had also a history of worshipping Sauron, and so when the call came, they did not answer. Oathbreakers is what they were, and so Isildur cursed them, saying that this king would be their last king, and they would be cursed to not rest peacefully until they fulfilled their oath to a king of Gondor. The curse did not make them immortal, but simply made their spirits not able to rest. After telling the story, Aragorn stood and yelled, "Come to the stone of Erech!" But Gimli and Legolas were silent. They cautiously rose to follow their leader, but were no better off from having heard the story. The Path of the Dead was accessed through a trail that led through Dunharrow, so the same place Theoden was headed. But since Aragorn had no large army and no stops to make along the way, they got to Dunharrow a day before the king, and Lady Éowyn greeted them, as she was still in charge until Theoden got back. When they get there, there is an extended interaction between Éowyn and Aragorn where she learns that they're not staying for more than a night and that he intends to take the paths of the dead. She also feels like this is a suicidal choice and is not comforted when Aragorn tells her that it is not madness, lady, for I go on a path appointed. At this point, Éowyn knows she won't change his mind, and rather she asks to go with him. He tells her her duty is with her people, but she has had about enough of men telling her what her duty is or is not. Quote, "But am I not of the house of Eorl, a shield maiden and not a dry nurse? My feet falter no longer. May I not now spend my life as I will?" Then Aragorn hits her with a line that really stood out to me. Quote, "Few may do so with honor. Now let's break that down real quick, because he's not saying that she can't do whatever she wants, but she can't expect it to do so with honor. And that's what got me thinking. Honor is a tribal attribute, meaning honor is not something you can claim by yourself. It has to be bestowed to you by others. The etymology of the word honor shows that it means to show respect to, implying that it is something that has to involve more than one person. Whereas glory can be claimed by yourself. You can kill the dragon, but if you let your village starve just for the chance at glory, you shouldn't be expected to be honored when you get back. And so as we talk about tribes and heroes and needing to leave the tribe throughout episodes, keep this in mind. Think about the choices that you consider that would have you leaving the paths that your tribe is pushing you towards. Because as Aragorn says, you can absolutely do what you want, which is a very common sentiment in the 21st century. But you just can't count on being respected by the tribe for doing so. It's your choice. Just don't be fooled into thinking that you can have your cake and eat it too. It's a delicate balance between living like a hero or a protagonist if you care about maintaining a connection to the tribe. Éowyn continues to express her resentment for always being left behind, because as she put it, she is a descendant of Eorl as well, and yet her brother and uncle go off fighting battles and saving lives while she is asked to just watch the shop while they're gone. Aragorn is a patient and caring man, and if he wasn't about to embark on such a potentially suicidal mission, he would have likely entertained the topic of conversation more. But just imagine the stress and anxiety he is feeling at this moment. And here's Éowyn trying to get him to validate her. I think this is a great example of how two people can be involved in an argument and both can be valid at the same time. But because of the inability for either of them to fully see outside of their own world, they just feel like the other isn't listening or doesn't understand. And that famous line from the movie is in here where he asks her what she fears most. And she says, "A cage. To stay behind bars until use and old age accept them, and all chance of doing great deeds is gone beyond recall or desire." Honestly, I would love to dive deeper into Éowyn, but since she is a pretty fringe character in terms of page time, I feel compelled to just summarize it by saying, I get where she's coming from, and that when we know how she feels, it won't surprise us when she makes the choices she makes later on. When Aragorn and his troop leave the next day, Éowyn is there to see them off, but she stands as still and emotionless as a stone figure, resenting being left behind and distressed to see this man that she feels so much for most likely throwing his life away, especially when he is needed to bring hope to the Rohirrim and Gondor. The Grey Company, which is what the group of rangers is known as because of their grey cloaks, rode up into the mountains further until they could come to the Dimmelt Door, the point of access to the paths of the dead. The trees grew dark and gloomy as they got closer. Gimli commented that his blood runs chilled, and no one else dared say a word. As they found the hole in the wall of stone that was their entrance, the horses refused to enter until their riders dismounted and led them in. Aragorn rallies the men, saying that every hour lost increases Sauron's odds of victory, and he leads them in, quote, "Such was the strength of his will in that hour that all the Dunedain and their horses followed him." Gimli was the last to enter. His knees shook a little as he was sweating. "Here is a thing unheard of," he said. "An elf will go underground and a dwarf dare not?" And with that, he tore after his elven friend into the darkness. And boy, was it dark. Dwarves living underground have eyes that are better suited for caves, but even Gimli couldn't see a thing until he got close enough that the torches of the others gave a dim light to the oppressive darkness around them. So they marched in darkness. The cavern was like a road, wide enough for several men to stand side by side, and they traveled for an amount of time that could not be easily tracked. At one point, the walls opened up into more of a wide cavern, and in the distance there was a dull glint of something reflecting the torchlight back to them. Aragorn immediately went off into the dark to see what it was. "Does he not feel fear?" Gimli whispered to no one in particular. In any other cave, Gimli, son of Glóin, would have been the first to run at the gleam of gold. But not here. "Let it lie," he said. It turned out to be nothing but a corpse of a mighty man clad with armor and weapons. His body showed that he had died clawing at the gaps of a great door. Aragorn seemed to know what was behind the door and called out to it, saying, "Keep your hoards and your secrets hidden in the accursed years. Speed only we ask. Let us pass and then come. I summon you to the stone of Erech." No sound responded to him, but a chill gust blew out the torches, and they could not be lit again. And so they continued marching, because, in case it's confusing, the door was not blocking the road, it was off to the side. And Gimli became more and more frightened the longer they went with no sound or light, until finally he heard the trickle of water, and eventually hues of light began to emerge into the darkness. They passed through the other side of the Paths of the Dead onto a road among the cliffs of the mountains. It had been less than a day since they'd left Dunharrow, but if you told any of the men that it had taken them a year to pass through, they might have believed you. Now, outside, they mounted their horses again and continued on to the stone of Erech. But at one point, Legolas looked backwards, smiled, and motioned for Gimli to look. The dwarf turned and he saw Elladan, son of Elrond, at the back of their company, but he was not the last figure marching down the road. Legolas called out to Aragorn, "The dead are following! I see shapes of men and of horses and pale banners like shreds of cloud and spears like winter thickets on a misty night. The dead are following." "They have been summoned," said Elladan with a smile of disbelief on his face. But Aragorn was eager to move faster because, I don't know if I missed a detail somewhere, but apparently they need to get to the stone of Erech before the end of this very day. And so they pick up their pace and ride through the creeping darkness. And they finally reached the stone of Erech, a black globe as tall as a man, but half buried in the ground. Lore masters say that this stone had been brought over from Númenor, and that Isildur had placed it here to commemorate their landing in Middle-earth. And when the company reached the stone, Elrahir gave Aragorn a silver horn, which he blew. The ears of the men began to fill with the reply of horns, but not loud and clear ones. They were faded and distant sound. But they knew they were coming from the army of the dead, who stood silently behind the Grey Company with haunting looks on their hopeless faces. "Oathbreakers!" Aragorn yelled as he dismounted and marched towards them. "Why have you come?" A voice came as if on the wind. "To fulfill our oath and have peace." Aragorn continued, "The hour is come at last. I go to Pelargir upon Anduin, and ye shall come after me. When this land is clean of the servants of Sauron, I will hold your oath fulfilled, and you shall have peace and depart forever. For I am Elisar, Isildur's heir of Gondor." He nodded to Halbarad, who finally unfurled the banner he'd been carrying this whole time. It was a black banner. The narrator notes that if there was any design on it, it was too dark to see that late in the night. So they camped there until morning, but little sleep was had by any, because even if these dead were sworn to be their allies, just having these spirits among them cast a dread over the Rangers. But when the dawn came and the Grey Company entered their first of many battles in this final struggle for Middle-earth, the dead followed them. We jump back temporarily to the Rohirrim as they are gathering for war. Many of the riders had smiled to see the shaggy pony that bore Merry trotting alongside King Theoden on his great white steed, Snowmane. The two swapped tales about the Shire and the Rittermark. As they approach Dunharrow, the same location where Éowyn is waiting and that Aragorn had already departed from, Éomer asks his uncle to consider staying behind in Edoras instead of going to war himself. Let he, Éomer, lead the men to this most certain doom. King Theoden, knowing his nephew asked this out of love and respect for the king, smiles and tells him, quote, "Nay, my son, for so I will call you, speak not the soft words of Wormtongue in my old ears. Long years in the space of days it seems since I rode west, but never will I lean on a staff again. If the war is lost, what good will be my hiding in the hills? If it is won, what grief will it be even if I fall, spending my last strength?" And this is a beautiful statement from King Theoden, acknowledging that there's no hiding from this war. And as they arrive at the camp, Merry was astounded at the number of Rohirrim present. He couldn't count them for certain, but there had to be thousands for sure. And yet he had no way of knowing if this was even close to the number they would need to take on Sauron's forces. When Theoden and Éomer catch up with Éowyn, she confirms that Aragorn has indeed been there and has gone to the dim door, crossing over the paths of the dead. And Éomer despairs, saying that he is now lost, and with him gone, their hope dwindles. At this news, Merry finds himself feeling very alone. Every other member of the Fellowship was dead, presumed dead, or on some vastly important mission. And here he was, little more than a king's jester. Not that Theoden treated him this way, but his greatest purpose so far had been to entertain the king with stories of the Shire. Their conversation is interrupted by a captain of the guard announcing that a messenger has arrived from Gondor. The man is brought in, and he bears with him a black-feathered arrow barbed with steel, and the point is painted red. He repeats a message of urgency and pleading that the Rohirrim come at once and in great strength to the aid of Gondor. Theoden recognizes the arrow, and as he held it, he said, "The red arrow has not been seen in the mark in all my years. Has it indeed come to that?" This arrow has clearly been used as a token between Gondor and Rohan for a long time, but as Theoden says, he has not personally seen it in his lifetime. The messenger makes it clear that Denethor is issuing no command, but only begs for Rohan to remember their old friendship and oaths. That there are rumors of not only Mordor having a mighty force, but that the men of the east and south have allied with the Dark Lord. He again repeats the plea to make it to the fortress of Gondor with great haste. Quote, "For it is before the walls of Minas Tirith that the doom of our time will be decided, and if the tide be not stemmed there, then it will flow over all the fair fields of Rohan." Theoden pauses, lost in thought, and then slowly mutters, "Dark tidings, yet not all unguessed." Theoden assures him the Rohirrim will set out in the morning with maybe 6,000 spears to the aid of Gondor, but that it will likely take them a week to travel the distance. The messenger, whose name is Hirgon, in case you care to know, is dismayed at the amount of time, and he says he trusts Theoden will do what he can to get there as quickly as possible, but says they are likely to only find ruined walls and smoke in Minas Tirith if it truly takes them a week to reach them. The messenger is taken to eat and rest, and Theoden dismisses his men to also bed down before they begin their long ride. He personally dismisses his esquire, Meriadoc, saying he will not need him again until the morning. Merry eagerly tells the king that he will be ready bright and early, quote, "even if you bid me ride with you on the paths of the dead." He is feeling like he may finally get his chance to be an active participant in the bigger picture like all of his friends have done. Theoden tells him that he has said nothing of taking the Hobbit to war with him. Merry protests that he will not be left behind and mutters that over and over to himself as he went off to his tent. The next morning, Merry found the king already up and with a few of his lieutenants as they listened to a new Gondorian messenger who stood next to Hirgon. This man had just arrived with more tidings that the shadow of Mordor had begun to creep towards Gondor already. War was already begun. I can't remember if it was mentioned already and I missed it or if it's still coming, but now is as good of a time to clarify this as any, that if you recall we discussed how orcs are very sensitive to the sun. So a key part of Sauron going on the offensive was to fill the sky with so much smoke and darkness that the orcs were not impaired by the sun. So the looming, bleak darkness that always hung over Mordor has begun to spread westward towards Minas Tirith, a precursor of an attack. At this news, Theoden says they will ride light and fast using the open roads to make their arrival as swift as possible. Horns began to herald the sign to move out and everyone began to hustle into formation. Theoden turned to Merry and told him that he will soon be taking the road to war and that he releases the Hobbit from his service, but not from his friendship. And that if Merry be willing, he would have him serve the Lady Éowyn, who he leaves in charge of the Rohirrim. Merry is flustered, and the sense of purposelessness begins to creep in again. He stammers, But Lord, I offered you my sword. I do not want to be parted from you like this. All my friends have gone to battle. I should be ashamed to be left behind." The king smiles lovingly at the little one's courage, but tells him they ride on large, swift horses that will outrun Merry's pony, and that as big as Merry's heart is, he is not large enough to ride a horse himself. "Then tie me to the back of one, or let me hang on a stirrup, or something," the hobbit protested. "It is a long way to run, but run I shall if I cannot ride, even if I wear my feet off and arrive weeks too late. Theoden's emotions swelled to see such courage in one so small, but he said nothing more. And Éowyn, who had witnessed this, stepped in at this point and walked Merry away, saying she had been given one request by Aragorn before he had left, and that was to make sure that the hobbit was armed for battle. She had procured just such pieces for the halfling, and she says her heart tells her he will need such gear before the end. She outfitted him with leather armor, a belt for his sword, and a knife, as well as a shield, much like the one Theoden had gifted Gimli, meaning that it was likely a shield intended for children in Rohan to use for play or training. Éowyn then departs, saying that she wishes the hobbit farewell for now, but that they may meet again. By this time, Theoden was mounted and riding among his troops as they made final preparations for war. The Rohirrim were a stern people by nature, but the mood was even more sullen than usual due to the impending doom that hung over them. And shortly after saying a solemn goodbye to Éowyn, the king rode out with Éomer and 5,500 heavy cavalry, as well as hundreds more spare horses with gear. Merry was looking out as the riders began to take off, and he was stuck, looking at one in particular, a smaller man than most of the Rohirrim. But what stood out were the eyes. They were the eyes of someone without hope, who went searching for death. And before the ride actually began, the king made a point of finding Merry to give him a final goodbye. Merry begged again to not be left behind. The king says again that the pony could not keep up, and even if he could, he poses the question to Merry, asking what he thinks he could do on a field of battle, when you are greater of heart than of stature, which is actually a great backhanded compliment, since he's telling him he knows the courage is greater than most, but that his body just can't match it. Merry desperately searches for words, stumbling for them, but finally just asks why the king received him as a sword thane, if not to stay by his side. I would not have it said of me in song only that I was always left behind. And for listeners of the protagonist edition of the show, you'll remember in Two Towers, we talked about the significance of songs and their modern equivalents of how we seek immortality through the arts. Merry is becoming more and more afraid that any tales of this war will only say that he was constantly left behind, implying his uselessness. Theoden kindly tells the hobbit that he received him into his service for the hobbit's safekeeping, but that none of his riders can bear the burden of an extra being on their horse, and that if the battle were in Rohan, then Merry could be of service. But they are over 300 miles from Minas Tirith, and there is no practical way of the hobbit going with them that wouldn't delay them in some way. Merry, overcome with despair, bowed hastily and walked away so he could cry without being seen by the very men he wanted to convince to take him into battle. While most of the riders were making their final preparations to saddles or armor adjustments, one rider came up silently to Merry and spoke softly in the hobbit's ear. Where will wants not, a way opens, so we say. Merry looked up and saw it was the same smaller, hopeless-looking rider he had clocked earlier. The rider asked if Merry was not determined to also go wherever the Lord of the Mark goes, and when Merry says he is, the rider says the hobbit can ride with them under their cloak. Merry, grinning, asked the rider for their name. The response was a laugh followed by, "You don't know it? Then call me Durnhelm." And so the king set out with his thousands of riders. Among them was Meriadoc Brandybuck, hidden under the cloak of Durnhelm. As they rode, messengers and scouts brought news of fighting all over the land, even in the north, far from Minas Tirith, as well as tales of orcs marching on the borders of Rohan. Éomer cried out, ride on, too late now to turn aside." And so they rode, leaving their home behind them with very few to guard it. Quote, "All the lands were gray and still, and ever the shadow deepened before them, and hope waned in every heart." Now, I do have a takeaway/lesson from Merry here, because it's a key understanding for any up-and-coming protagonist to be aware of. I love his courage here. I love his willingness to sacrifice himself in defense of the people he cares about, despite being one so small. It's noble, it's admirable, it's inspiring, it's also kind of self-centered. Now, I know some of you may want to come for me, talking critically about one who only has the best of intentions, but this is a real-world check right here that causes a lot of people to play the victim card, because they are more focused on their personal narrative than the bigger picture. Merry did want to fight evil, even at the cost of his own life, and that's great. But his primary motivation, which he spoke aloud, was not one that gets listed as a heroic trait on this show. He's feeling left behind, and he doesn't want to be known in the songs as the one who's always left behind. He has seen all of his friends go on to do daring or even suicidal things, and while he has always been a passive player, he's desperate to not be the only one unable to help. And that's a great instinct, and I don't fault him for it. It's very human, or hobbitish in this case, that you want to follow in the footsteps of those you admire. But where this deviates from a heroic path to a victim mindset is the idea that since I am willing to do such a brave thing, I should be given the opportunity to do it. I'm brave, so I deserve to be at the front lines. Where if we zoom outside of this one character's self-narrative, we see that Theoden is right. The pony would not be able to keep up, and to have him on some other soldier's horse, or at least anyone bigger than Durnhelm, if you haven't guessed who that is already, I won't spoil it for you, but to have him on any other soldier's horse would slow down that soldier, and Theoden can't practically sacrifice speed of the entire group for the pony to keep up, or for even one of his fully armed, fully sized spearmen to be slowed by the weight of the hobbit. It isn't a practical choice in a battle where every man may make the difference. Theoden is so clear that if these logistical issues weren't a problem, and that if the war were coming to Rohan, the king would feel differently about allowing Merry to do his part. It's easy to get caught up in the emotions of this chapter because you feel for Merry, and it feels like the big men are being rude to him by shutting him down when he's so willing. And in the book, he does end up getting his wish because of Durnhelm, but I call out this point because in your life, you cannot count on having a Durnhelm who helps you skirt around the system that is in place. And you feeling like you deserve a shot just because you are willing isn't going to get you anywhere. You need to provide actual value in whatever way you can. And in this case, if it wasn't for Durnhelm betraying the king's orders, the best thing Merry could have done was probably to stay behind and serve Éowyn. And if he proved his worth there, in the future, more opportunities would have opened up to him. But this is like an intern going up to the CEO saying that he wants nothing more than to sit on the executive board and that he deserves the chance to simply because he wants to have the chance to be great. It's a very self-serving desire. Again, it's very natural and I don't blame him for it, but we're talking real-world application here. If you want to be given opportunities that are unavailable to you at this stage in your life, career, relationship, what have you, you don't get those opportunities by appealing to authority that you want it really, really bad. You get them by over-delivering in the opportunities you currently have available to you, and then having your value noticed for future opportunities. Our desire to see Merry get his wish makes it feel like he's being snubbed unfairly here. But if we take an objective view at the facts, Theoden and Éomer made the right choice for Rohan, and Merry, despite his best intentions, was more concerned with his personal narrative than he was the big picture. And for those who know about the redemption he gets later on, and my favorite Merry redemption isn't even in the movies, you may be tempted to throw that in my face as proof that he was justified. But that redemption would never have come if it wasn't for the deus ex machina of Durnhelm, offering to whisk him off to war secretly. And my real point here is you cannot rely on having your own Durnhelm defy the orders of the king for your sake. If you want better opportunities than you currently have, the best thing you can do is prove that your value exceeds your current opportunities. And then you will be given the opportunity for more. I love Merry as a character, but that won't stop me from pointing out when choices he makes are detrimental to the path of a hero. With the Rohirrim now on the road, the story jumps back to Pippin in Minas Tirith, who is being woken up by Gandalf. The lord of the city is summoning his new squire to his duties, and when Pippin arrives at Denethor's chamber, he learns that he has been called up to be the steward's personal attendant, since the other ones had begged to join the men on the wall. One of Denethor's first questions is to ask the hobbit if he can sing. Yes, Pippin replied. Well, yes, well enough for my own people. But we have no songs fit for great halls and evil times, Lord. We seldom sing of anything more terrible than wind or rain. Denethor's response is maybe my favorite line from this very disturbed character. Quote, "And why should such songs be unfit for my halls, or for such hours as these? We who have lived long under the shadow may surely listen to the echoes from a land untroubled by it. Then we may feel that our vigil was not fruitless, though it may have been thankless. Basically saying that it would do him good to hear songs from lands that they have bled to protect, allowing him to know that their sacrifices have allowed people like the hobbits to live in total peace. But before asking the hobbit to actually sing, Denethor turns his attention to Gandalf with many questions about the Rohirrim. He asks about Éomer specifically and the policies of the people. Pippin was amazed at how much the old steward seemed to know of a people who lived so far off and had not treated much with him during his lifetime. But then Pippin was whisked away to be given his own outfit suited for a squire of the steward. Unlike Merry, they did have a chainmail suit his size. It was jet black. He was given his own helm with the raven wings on the sides, and on top he wore one of the coats of black with the tree and stars symbol. Pippin served his lord until sunset, when he was released to find some food and drink. The narrator pauses to point out that as these events are happening, this is when Sam and Frodo are nearing the foothills of the Ethel Duath Mountains where Minas Morgul lay, right before the army came outside. And since the books are divided into these split narrative timelines, I really appreciate when we get a brief check-in of what is happening in the other timelines at this moment. The Gondorian soldier Beregond, who had befriended Pippin the day before, found him and asked how things were going, and Pippin gives a very hobbit answer. Quote, "Very tired out with idleness and waiting, I have kicked my heels at the door of my master's chamber for many slow hours while he has debated with Gandalf and the prince and other great persons, and I'm not used, Master Beregond, to waiting hungry on others while they eat. It is a sore trial for a hobbit, that." In such a depressing time where things of war and doom are happening, Pippin is focused on how it's such a trial to have to watch other people eat while you stand there going hungry. But then they talk about this foul air that is creeping towards them. It is dark and feels thick to the breath. Beregond confirms that it is not usual and it definitely is some trick of Sauron. Yet again, their talk was cut short by the ear-splitting cries of fell beasts on the air. Pippin covered his ears. Beregond rushed to the window to see what was happening. The soldier called the hobbit over to see that there were a total of 5 fell beasts swooping in the air around the city. Horrible as carrion fowl, yet greater than eagles, cruel as death is how they are described. They stayed out of bowshot from the city, but they kept circling menacingly, as if their purpose was to simply make the men despair. But as they watched longer, they realized the beasts were not circling the city, but they were swooping in on a small group of riders who were bolting towards the gate of Minas Tirith. The sound of a horn blasted through the air, and Beregond immediately recognized it as Faramir's horn. It was the captain trying to make it safely back to the walls. But these Nazgul were intent on depriving Denethor of yet another son. And side note, I got chills as I wrote that paragraph because I often listen to Lord of the Rings ambient music on YouTube as I script, and I had one playing that was based on the Gondor themes from the film soundtracks, and literally as I wrote that a horn blasted through the air, a horn blew in the ambient music. Eerie, but like in a good way. The man and the hobbit watched helplessly as the Nazgul closed in on the riders, who were completely outnumbered to deal with such a force. Beregond ran off as if to try to do something, but Pippin sat frozen, watching, and just as the fell beasts were about to drop in and tear the riders to shreds, there was a light. Pippin thought it looked like a small star on the fields, but it moved with great speed and became even brighter. The shadows seemed to recede from around the light, and Merry heard the deep voice that he knew so well echoing off the mountains as it warded off the Nazgul. "Gandalf!" Pippin cried out. "He always turns up when things are darkest." Like a fan watching the game on TV at home, the hobbit cheered on his wizard. He marveled as he saw the light pulse so fiercely that the fell beasts peeled off from their attack, being blinded by the light. The cries of the creatures grew even harsher as they were thwarted from their killings, but Gandalf continued to ride towards Faramir and his men, who were still making a mad dash for the city walls. The Nazgul were forced to retreat, their beasts uncontrollable against the bright light. The wizard allowed the soldiers to ride past him, and then, cautiously, he brought up the rear, allowing them to enter safely into the walls of Minas Tirith. People were gathering in the streets that wound from the outer wall to the citadel to see the return of their captain, and Pippin made his way to the street as well, eager to catch a glimpse of Boromir's brother. Eventually, the clatter of hooves on cobblestone drew closer, and Pippin saw two riders, Gandalf and a man clad in all green. His face was pale, but his eyes burned with fire. Pippin saw many similarities in the faces of the two brothers, but there was something different about Faramir, something more noble. He now understood why Baragon spoke so fondly of the captain. The people were chanting the name of Denethor's son as he rode through the streets, and Pippin joined in. As they rode past, the sound of an unusual voice caught Faramir's attention. He glanced down to see another halfling. He had not left Sam and Frodo more than a couple days ago, and here he was seeing another hobbit? Whence came you? A halfling and in the livery of the tower? Faramir was stunned, but Gandalf calmly told him the hobbit had come with him, and they can't stick around here, but that Pippin will join them in the hall to meet with Denethor, since he is a squire to the steward anyway. Once in the presence of the steward, Faramir reported on their mission to take out the army of the Harad in Ithilien. But when he was done, he turned again to Pippin, saying, "But now we come to strange matters, for this is not the first halfling I have seen walking out of the northern legends into the Southlands." Both Gandalf and Pippin jumped at that statement, and then Faramir told of his encounter with the Shirelings. Pippin noted that Gandalf's hands were trembling. This was the first time Pippin had ever seen Gandalf the Wise actually looking afraid. He became especially grave when Faramir mentioned that they had intended to go by the pass of Cirith Ungol. Faramir, being the perceptive son of Númenor that he was, anticipates the worry he sees on the wizard's face, assuring him that the darkness spreading from Mordor had begun before the hobbits left him, so Gandalf should not associate the spreading of doom as a sign of Frodo's failure. Gandalf may have been 5% relieved by this, but he still had many questions about the hobbits. With all his dealings now explained, Faramir turned to his father, saying he hopes he has not done wrong. Denethor scoffs at the question, saying that he noticed how Faramir had looked to the wizard for approval rather than his own father, the steward of this land. Faramir expresses his desire that if he had chosen poorly in letting the hobbits go, he only wishes he could have known his father's judgment before he had been forced to make such a weighty choice. Denethor then lays into his son, saying he knows Faramir desires to be seen as gentle and gracious like the kings of old, but that in desperate hours like these, gentleness may be repaid with the death of all the people of Gondor. Denethor laments again that Boromir is now gone, who he wishes was still here to lead the people. "Do you wish, then, that our places had been exchanged?" Faramir asked, solemnly. With a coldness that was empty of any fatherly affection, the answer from Denethor came, "Yes, I wish that indeed. Boromir was loyal to me and no wizard's pupil. He would have remembered his father's need and would not have squandered such a mighty gift." Swallowing the pain in his voice, Faramir politely asked his father to remember that it was because of his command that Boromir had gone to Rivendell in the first place, and that he would have gladly gone. Denethor, still beside himself in a very victim-based mindset, said, "Stir not the bitterness in the cup that I have mixed for myself," admitting that he does understand that it was his choice that led to the situation where his sons were in the positions they were, but he doesn't want to be reminded of it. Gandalf has had enough and tells Denethor that he should be glad Boromir died as well as he did, because if he had come across the ring, he would have kept it for himself, and when the son had returned to Gondor, the steward would not have recognized him. Denethor looked steelly at Gandalf, saying the wizard only resents that Boromir was not as easily manipulated by his magic as Faramir clearly was. The two men then argued about the ring, Denethor saying he knows that the ring can't be used against Sauron, but to send it into Mordor in the hands of a halfling is equally stupid, and that if he had been given the ring, he would have kept it hidden far out of reach of Mordor. Gandalf laughed at the claim, saying that if he doesn't trust himself with the ring, he has even less confidence that if Denethor came into possession of it, that he would be able to resist its powers. After a heated face-off between the wizard and the steward, Denethor laughed, saying it doesn't matter what Gandalf thinks he would have done because the ring has already been gift-wrapped and delivered to the doorstep of the Dark Lord, and that while they have strength left to fight, all who oppose Sauron should be united. He then turns back to Faramir and asks about the defense at Osgiliath. He gives a report about how it's weak, and then he asks to be given the chance to rest from his travels and his fighting. While Faramir rests, Pippin asks Gandalf if there is any hope for Frodo. Gandalf sighs as he looks out over the fields of Pelennor that are growing darker by the hour. And he puts his hand on Pippin's head, saying there never was much hope. Just a fool's hope, as I have been told. He then began to pace as he thought over the things Faramir had said. Cirith Ungol made him more afraid, but seeing that the Dark Lord had begun his attack before Frodo could have possibly been captured, meant that if Frodo could make it to Mordor, he might be able to move unseen. After thinking for a time, Gandalf smiles suddenly, as he reasons that this rush from Sauron must be due to Aragorn. Likely he had revealed himself to Sauron, who now for the first time felt pressure to wipe out all who oppose him. Pippin begins a question by saying, "But," and Gandalf cuts him off in a way that made me laugh as I read it. "But what? Only one but will I allow tonight," implying that he knows what paths Hobbit inquisitiveness can go down if not contained. Pippin finishes his question, "What about Gollum? How on earth could they be going with him?" Adding on that he could see from their faces that neither Faramir or Gandalf had liked hearing that Gollum was leading them to Cirith Ungol. Gandalf says he does not know the answer to that except that his heart had told him that Frodo and Gollum would meet before the end, pondering that sometimes a traitor may betray himself and do some good that he does not intend. The next day came and Faramir was off early after a troubled rest, not because he wanted to be going, but because in an early morning council of leaders, Denethor had said that they must reinforce the defense at Osgiliath, because certainly this is where Sauron would be sending his greatest force to cross the Anduin River. Faramir tries to explain that they could kill 10 orcs to every man lost and it still wouldn't put a dent in the dark forces, and that Osgiliath was not defensible. Any fatherly connection Denethor had was now gone, and he used a line that all present knew was targeted at Faramir. "Is there a captain here who has still the courage to do his lord's will?" In the silence, only Faramir stirred. Not only as a captain tasked with the impossible, but as a son realizing his father doesn't care about him. He bowed, saying that since the lord of the city has been robbed of Boromir, he will go in his stead if Denethor commands it. "I do so," Denethor said coldly. "Then farewell," Faramir said, his emotions hidden behind his eyes. "But if I should return, think better of me." Denethor's uncaring reply was, "That depends on the manner of your return." And with that, Faramir was off, with a certain number of riders to reinforce the underwhelming numbers at Osgiliath. By nightfall, there was no sign of the Rohirrim, but news out of the east had come that an army had been issued from Minas Morgul, led by the Black Captain, aka the Witch King, Lord of the Nazgul, and that the force was growing even larger with additions from the Haladrim in the south. From within the city, the next day started quietly, but soon it became clear that the forces of Osgiliath had been overrun. The messenger that brought this news said they had made the enemy pay dearly for their crossing of the Anduin, but not as dearly as they had hoped. The enemy had come prepared with barges and boats to cross in so great of numbers that they could not be contained. Gandalf immediately went to find Shadowfax at this news, saying, "I am needed there more than here." Pippin spent the entire night in his room, unable to sleep. By the next morning, there were fires that had sprung up all around the outer perimeter of the Pelennor. Early that day, Gandalf returned with a few survivors and wounded, and he stormed up to find Denethor, who was sitting silently in his high chamber, stooped over. Denethor asked if Faramir was back, but Gandalf reported that Faramir would not retreat until the last of the rear guard did so, saying he was determined to prevent the retreat from becoming a rout, even though he was greatly outmatched. But Gandalf says he is more concerned not by the number of orcs, but by those who leads them, the Witch King of Angmar. Denethor laughs the laugh of a man with no hope remaining, saying he's known for a long time who the captain of Mordor's forces was, and then challenges Gandalf, asking if that's why he has returned, because he has been outmatched. Pippin's eyes darted to Gandalf, knowing this was the exact type of statement that might trigger the wizard. But instead, Gandalf calmly says that may be so. And if the prophecy of old is true, the Witch King cannot be killed by the hand of man, but that the main reason he has returned is to make sure that the defenses of the city are being made ready. Denethor, again, acting with the calm of a man who doesn't care anymore, smiles grimly and says, "Some have accused you, Mithrandir, of delighting to bear ill news." But then, without revealing how, he just says that He has known about this since the previous night, and he has already given thought to their army's defenses. He then beckons the wizard to follow him to check on preparations. Hours passed that day until finally there was a small group of soldiers marching in retreat back to the city. Behind them, the rear guard on horseback was doing what they could to keep the enemy's advance from picking up enough speed to catch the retreating footmen. But the number behind them was enough to strike fear into the hearts of any who looked out onto the fields. Orcs and men of the Sauron marched with torches, crying out in their dark languages. Nazgul flew overhead, adding to the menace. Eventually, the rear guard was not large enough to slow anything down, and the remaining survivors had to make a mad dash for any hope at survival. It seemed like they wouldn't make it until a trumpet rang from inside the citadel. The gate to the city opened, and a force of horsemen came riding out. Cavalry were the one advantage Gondor had over Mordor. The Dark Lord had very few horses. Leading the charge was the Prince of Dol Amroth, Imrahil, and his Swan Knights. Now, you'll see how Imrahil isn't a huge character, but he's big enough that it feels like he should have been included in the movies. And actually, he is, but just barely. He is described as being very fair and having elven features because somewhere in his bloodline there is elven heritage. So the next time you're watching this general part of The Return of the King, you'll see there's a character with blonde hair and shiny armor who has just a couple of lines, and that is Imrahil. But anyway, Imrahil leads his knights in a charge to break off the enemy from catching the survivors. "Amroth for Gondor!" he cried out. "Amroth to Faramir!" Like thunder, they broke upon the enemy because while the numbers were truly overwhelming, the group that were actively pursuing the survivors was a very small number, so the knights trampled and struck down the pursuers without much resistance. But Gandalf rode out even faster on Shadowfax, once again using his staff to create a bright light to ward off the Nazgul that had been intending to swoop in on the retreating men. The pursuing orcs fled back to their larger host, having become the hunted very quickly. The Swan Knights did not further engage, but simply guarded the retreat, allowing the survivors and the rear guard to enter the city gates. The people in the streets cheered, but their tones quieted quickly as they saw the Prince of Dol Amroth come riding in, the limp body of Faramir in his arms. The people cried out their captain's name, but he did not acknowledge or respond in any way that gave signs of life. Imrahil bore the body up to the citadel, laying it before Denethor, saying, "Your son has returned, Lord, after great deeds." Denethor looked horror-stricken, but he spoke nothing, except to order a bed to be brought to the chamber so he could watch over his son. But while the bed was being sent for, Denethor retreated into the tower of the citadel alone, where those who looked up saw faint glimmers of light emanating from the windows. The final reports that had come in before the city was completely surrounded brought no hope. There were no signs of Rohan, and there were even more forces of orcs and men coming in from the river. Even if Rohan did come, they would be cut off from the Pelennor. The gate shut for possibly the final time, and the watchmen spent the night peering over as the forces of Sauron began siege preparations on the fields of Pelennor. By morning, the fields were dark, with the marching companies that spread out around the city. Quote, "As far as eyes could strain in the murk there sprouted, like a foul fungus growth, all about the beleaguered city, great camps of tents, black or somber red. The orcs had been busy all night digging trenches in a ring around the city, just out of bowshot." And as the preparations continued, the men of Gondor watched helplessly as the orcs improved their advantages. Giant engines of war were rolling towards the wall. The city had plenty of siege engines itself, but none large enough to reach as far as the Dark Army's constructions. Some of the braver Gondorians laughed, saying the walls of the city were so well crafted and so thick that no catapult or trebuchet could penetrate them. But what these siege weapons did do was even more wicked. The first actions of assault comprised of the orc engines launching missiles high into the air, so they cleared the first wall of the city. Missiles that, through some dark devilry, burst into flame on impact, sending the soldiers into chaos inside the wall. These volleys were followed by another shot of some type. No stone or explosion marked their landing, but as the soldiers investigated, their hearts failed them to realize these were the heads of their fallen comrades. Some had been crushed from the impact, all were misshapen and cruelly cut from the shoulders of the men who had fallen defending Osgiliath and their retreat as survivors. Some men even saw heads of friends that they had known their whole lives, their decapitated faces frozen in pain or horror. The braver soldiers began shaking their fists and throwing out curses to the forces of Mordor, but overall, the Dark Lord's first weapon, dread and despair, had worked with great effect. The Nazgul were also back on their fell beasts doing flyovers and screeching like vultures. The sights and sounds of this overwhelming force slowly chipped away at any remaining courage held by any men of Gondor. During that whole day, Faramir had laid in bed in his father's chambers in a desperate fever, still unconscious. Denethor sat by him, wordlessly. He cared nothing about how the defense of the city was going outside. Pippin thought about how even his time as a captive of the Uruk-hai had not felt as dark as these hours did. Pippin tried to console the steward, but Denethor was beside himself. "I sent my son forth unthanked, unblessed, out into needless peril, and here he lies with poison in his veins. My line is ending. The house of stewards has failed. Mean folk shall rule the last remnant of the kings of men." Soldiers came to the door begging the lord of the city to take command, but Denethor told them off, saying he would not leave his son's side. So Gandalf took command without asking permission, and wherever he went, the hearts of those soldiers would be boosted from the shadow that dwelt over them. The siege had begun. Inside the first wall, fires blazed uncontrollably from the siege engines, but enough men stayed on the wall as long as the gate was intact that their arrows cut down the assaulting orcs in large numbers. Piles of bodies began to form outside the wall, but that did not keep line after line of orc from his position behind numberless soldiers. The Witch King decided that the valor of the city was finally broken, and with that, the siege towers, filled with orcs ready to climb over the wall, began to roll forward towards the city. More soldiers pleaded with Denethor to take command, saying, "Some men will not follow the wizard, but without the lord of the city, many are fleeing from the walls in terror." Denethor was fully consumed by the madness that had been creeping in, and for a while he just scoffed and said, "Why do the fools fly? Better to burn sooner than later. Go back to your bonfire, and now I go to my pyre. No tomb for Denethor and Faramir. We will burn like heathen kings before ever a ship sailed hither from the west. The west has failed. Go back and burn." Denethor's hand felt the fever on his son's forehead, and then he looked at Pippin, saying, "His service has been short, but he is released, and to go and die in whatever way he sees fit." Pippin knelt down and said he will not say farewell, but he will go find Gandalf because he wants to see that he's okay. But in his own mind, he has not left the service of the steward, and that if the dark forces made it to the citadel, he will be there with his sword. "Do as you will, Master Halfling," Denethor said, motionless. But Pippin did not leave just yet. He watched as Denethor ordered servants to pick up Faramir's bed, with him still on it, and they carried it out of the citadel and to a vaulted door in the mountain. This was known as the Hall of Stewards, where all former stewards had been buried. Once inside, Denethor ordered the servants to bring wood, and that there they would burn himself and Faramir in a pyre. And finally he said to not speak to him about the matter, but to just do as he says. Pippin ran from the hall after the servants, where he begged them to not do their master's bidding, as he has gone crazy. But loyal as they were, they simply asked, "Who is the master of Minas Tirith?" implying that no matter how insane the order, they would fulfill it. Pippin runs off to find Gandalf, but he bumps into Beregond on the way and tells him of the strange evil that has overcome Denethor. Beregond is distraught between his love for Faramir and the idea of disobeying the steward of the city. But Pippin's response is very powerful. Quote, "Well, you must consider between orders and the life of Faramir. And as for orders, I think you have a madman to deal with, not a lord. I must run. I will return if I can." Pippin tore down the streets of the city, looking for the White Wizard. The sounds of battle were but a din to the pounding in his head. He finally rounded the last corner that gave him sight of the main gate, but what he saw made him freeze in terror. Then we jump back just a little bit to explain how we got to the point of this picture that froze Pippin in place. The assault had been going on through the night. The drums of the orcs never stopped beating. The great Mumakil, or Oliphants, had been dragging the siege towers towards the wall. The defenses did a decent job of shutting down the siege towers, but the captain of the Nazgul didn't care about how many of his forces were lost. The whole point of the towers had been to keep the Gondorians spread out so thin across the entire wall that they would not be able to defend what he saw as the real prize, the main gate. And to open that impenetrable gate, he had a special toy. Quote, in the midst was a huge ram, great as a forest tree, 100 feet in length. Swinging on mighty chains, long had it been forging in the dark smithies of Mordor, and its hideous head, founded of black steel, was shaped in the likeness of a ravening wolf. On it, spells of ruin lay. Grond, they named it, in memory of the hammer of the underworld of old. Great beasts drew it, orcs surrounded it, and behind walked mountain trolls to wield it. Now, in the movie, Grond is kind of a big deal. Orcs chanted its name as it rolled forward, and its metallic wolf head had fire emanating from its mouth. It's pretty rad, I'm not gonna lie. But that line about it being named after the hammer of the underworld of old got me curious, so I looked it up, and Grond was indeed the name of the weapon that Morgoth used in his fight against Fingolfin, which is a story outlined in the Silmarillion. But just once again, the world building is so rich in Middle-earth that something that is almost a throwaway line in this book actually has a pretty deep history. It's so rad, in my opinion. But anyway, the massive battering ram rolled up to the gate. Archers tried to bring down the carriers, but nothing could completely stop the progression of the mighty weapon. The mountain trolls swung it against the gate, and for the first few swings, there was almost no sign of impact other than the boom from the contact. The gate stood firm. But as the ram continued to swing and the drums continued to beat, over the nearest hill, a new sight sent chills down the spines of men. The outline of a horseman sitting tall in his saddle, dressed all in black, his steed rode towards the gate, trampling bodies of the fallen beneath it. He drew his sword, which reflected the light menacingly. Grond continued to beat at the gate. It was starting to give way. The rider kept coming closer. The gate began to shudder and splinter, and just as the black captain reached the assault party, his horrible voice called out in the black speech in a way that seemed to strike fear in his own army. The ram began to swing heavier and faster. Boom, boom, boom. Grond beat on the gate until finally it gave way. And as the gate caved into fragments on the ground, a great black shape entered. In rode the Lord of the Nazgul, under the archway that no enemy ever yet had passed, and all fled before his face, all save one. There, waiting, silent and still in the space before the gate, sat Gandalf upon Shadowfax. So now we're caught up to what Pippin saw as he rounded the corner. Gandalf sat firmly and called out to the Witch King, "You cannot enter here. Go back to the abyss prepared for you. Go back. Fall into the nothingness that awaits you and your master. Go." The black captain pulled back his hood, and shockingly, there was no head to be seen. And yet his crown did sit high above the shoulders of the cloak, as if on an invisible head. "Old fool," a sickening voice called out. "Old fool, this is my hour. Do you not know death when you see it? Die now and curse in vain." With that, he raised his sword high up, and it burst into flame. The wizard did not move or flinch. And in the next instant, a rooster crowed, signaling the coming of the dawn. The poor little creature knew nothing of the war going on. All it knew was that the sun was about to break. And as if in answer to the crow's call, there came from far away another note. Horns. Horns that echoed in the dark crevices of the mountains behind Minas Tirith. Great horns of the north wildly blowing. Rohan had come at last. Okay, I went really into detail in that last chapter, so I'm going to really skim over this one, because we're not even jumping into the POV of the Rohirrim at this moment. We're jumping back in time to events that are interesting, but I think you'll see there's a reason Peter Jackson felt like they could be cut. Essentially, the Rohirrim had ridden for 4 days straight and had been disheartened to learn that there are large armies of orcs and men basically on every road and path to Minas Tirith, meaning that they would have to waste large numbers of their force just to get to the battle. Merry has gone unseen by the king so far. It seems that this Durnhelm has an unspoken agreement with Elfhelm, the leader of the unit they were riding in, to keep things on the DL. Elfhelm says that the king is currently in conversations with some of the wild men of the Druidan forest about how they could avoid these forces. Now, yes, the wild men of the Druidan forest are not even hinted at in the movies. This is a completely unmentioned group, except for in this chapter of the book, basically. And based on the descriptions and also the way the dialogue is written for them, these wild men really are basically cavemen. The leader is described like this, quote, "A strange squat shape of a man, gnarled as an old stone, and the hairs of his scanty beard straggled on his lumpy chin like dry moss. He was short-legged and fat-armed, thick and slumpy, and clad only with grass about his waist." This leader's name is Gan Buri Gan, and his only desire is that his wild men can live free. He has not had the best relations with Gondor in the past, but he knows that Mordor taking over will not improve the situation. So he offers to help King Theoden, who he calls Father of Horsemen, to travel by a path in the woods that is unwatched by the forces of Mordor. The wild men will not fight, but they will help by guiding them and giving them reports from their own scouts and spies. Theoden promises that if they survive, the wild men will be richly rewarded, but Gan Buri Gan is not optimistic. "Dead men are not friends to living men, and give them no gifts," said the wild man. "But if you live after the darkness, then leave wild men alone in the woods, and do not hunt them like beasts any more. Gan Buri Gan will not lead you into trap. He will go himself with Father of Horsemen, and if he leads you wrong, you will kill him." And so that's what happens. The wild men, led by Gan Buri Gan himself, show the Rohirrim a hidden way through the forest that eventually leads them to the outer wall of the Pelennor, the Ramas Ekor, if you need a reminder of the name. And along the way, scouts are reporting finding 2 dead riders. They are revealed to be the Gondorian messengers who had come to Rohan, which means Gondor has no knowledge of if the Rohirrim is even coming at all. Under cover of night, the Rohirrim makes their way to the edges of the Ramas Ekor wall, which is torn down in many places. Merry notes that Durnhelm has stopped riding with Elfhelm's forces and is now hanging out in the back of the King's Guard. But he doesn't mind being closer to the man he is pledged to protect anyway, so he says nothing. They can see the city on fire, and they can hear great sounds of war, the beating of drums not the least of them. Theoden turned to his riders before leading them into battle as dawn was about to break beyond the broken wall. "Now is the hour come, riders of the mark, sons of Eorl. Foes and fire are before you, and your homes far behind. Yet though you fight upon an alien field, the glory that you reap there shall be your own forever. Oaths you have taken, now fulfill them, all to lord and land and league of friendship." He issues orders to his battalion leaders, Eomer, Elfhelm, and others, saying, "Strike wherever the enemy gathers. Other plans we cannot make, for we know not yet how things stand upon the field. Forth now, and fear no darkness." Now, as the time of battle felt imminent, Merry, much like Pippin did back in the Two Towers, begins to feel a fear that he realizes the warnings he's been given about maybe not being up for such a task might have been right. The best he can hope to do is not fall from this horse where he would likely be trampled. The formations drew out in a line, creating a widespread force of war horses that could trample numberless groups of orcs if they were lucky. They started riding forward, not charging yet. They needed to see the enemy first. But through the sloping hills of the Pelennor, they rode silently, hearts racing, not knowing what impossible odds they were about to face. None of the dark forces noticed them because they were focused on Grond breaking down the gate and the Black Captain entering the city for what was supposed to be a victory march. The Rohirrim crept forward. The smells of burning were the first real sense of battle that reached them. Merry clung desperately to Durnhelm, not daring to look forward. They were too late, he thought. But just as his thoughts were about to consume him, there was a change on the wind. From the south, a fresher air cut through the smoke that laid over all of Gondor. A single sharp flash, as if a bolt of lightning, seemed to erupt from within the city, and a delayed boom rolled over the fields until it reached King Theoden. And with that, he stood up erect in his saddle, tall, proud, and he began to cry out again loudly in a voice more clear than a mortal man had ever achieved before. "Arise, arise, riders of Theoden! Fell deeds awake! Fire and slaughter! Spear shall be shaken, shield be splintered! A sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises! Ride now! Ride now! Ride to Gondor!" The horns began to blow, and Theoden himself led the charge on his white steed Snowmane. Behind him, the great line of horses with their green-clad riders followed their lord into the fray. The horsetail on top of Eomer's helm floated behind him as he tore to the enemy, but none were faster than the king himself. He seemed possessed by a spirit of battle, as if his fathers of old were calling him to great glory. The first rays of morning glinted off the shields and helms of the riders as they screamed battle cries at the hosts of Mordor, who were so unprepared for this assault that many of them fled before the horses. Those that didn't were trampled. Yells from the battlefield were loud, but not so loud that they couldn't hear the cheers coming from those inside the walls of the city. The Witch King felt victory momentarily slipping from his grasp at the arrival of the Rohirrim, but he had not played all his pieces yet. Theoden's men had successfully driven off or killed the first battalions of orcs they'd found. Many orcs were fleeing to the river, but there were still a large number of armies between the horsemen and the gate. Plus, there were still the large numbers of the men of the Haradrim, who were not as easily frightened by horses. They had Oliphants, after all. A large number of these Southrons, which, if you haven't pieced this together, Southrons and Haradrim are the same thing. It's just another example of Tolkien using Elvish and Common Tongue names for the same people interchangeably. Anyway, a large number of Southrons saw King Theoden with his bannermen and moved in on him with their own horses. Theoden noticed this, but his battle frenzy still raged inside him, and he did not wait for them to come to him. But charging on Snowmane, he met them head-on, and the fury of the Northmen proved the greater. More skilled as well with their long spears, they cut through the lines of the Haradrim like a blade through a sheet. Theoden skewered the chieftain of the Southerners, but splintered his spear in doing so. So he drew his sword, and his men rallied together as the remaining Haradrim fled back to their Oliphants. But the glory was short-lived as darkness fell upon them. Theoden cried for his men, "Up, Eorlingas! Fear no darkness!" But all the horses, even Snowmane, began to stamp in terror. Some riders were thrown from steeds as the piercing shriek of a fell beast sliced their ears. Snowmane, a noble horse, even he reared up high in fear and came crashing down on his side, a black dart piercing him. The king was crushed beneath him. A fell beast landed near the fallen king. No feathers or visible scales, it appeared naked. Its foul odor was enough to unnerve any nearby, and then we get perhaps the most poetic description we'll get of such a disgusting creature. Quote, "A creature of an older world maybe it was, whose kind lingered in forgotten mountains cold beneath the moon, outstayed their day and in hideous eyrie bred. This last untimely brood apt to evil, and the Dark Lord took in and nursed it with fell meats, until it grew beyond the measure of all other things that fly, and he gave it to his servant to be his steed. Down it came, and then, folding its fingered webs, it gave a croaking cry and settled upon the body of Snowmane, digging its claws, stooping its long, naked neck. Upon the monster sat the Black Captain, his steel crown upon his brow, with his hood back up again, the place where his face should be nothing but a dark pit. Theoden had not been forsaken, though most of his knights lay either dead or driven off by maddened horses. There was one who remained, Durnhelm, the one that had up until now been described as small and with hopeless eyes that sought death. But now he is described as faithful beyond fear. He wept, for he loved his lord as a father. Both Durnhelm and Merry had been thrown from their horse by the panic driven by the screechings of the fell beast, and the hobbit found himself crawling on all fours like a dazed rabbit. He felt sick and blinded, but his heart cried out, King's man, you said as a father you shall be to me. But Merry's body refused to obey what his heart said. The only thing that broke him from the chaos of his own mind was the voice of Durnhelm, which was suddenly similar to another voice he knew. Begone, foul Dwimmerlake, lord of Carrion, leave the dead in peace, the voice said. The eerie voice of the Witch King replied, saying, Come not between the Nazgul and his prey, or he will not slay thee in thy turn. He goes on to describe in pretty frightening terms why not killing him would be the crueler of the two options. It ends with saying his flesh will be devoured and his shriveled mind will be left naked to the lidless eye. That's as far as we need to go into it. The sound of a sword ringing from its scabbard met the end of the Nazgul's threat. As Durnhold said, Do what you will, but I will hinder it if I may. Thou fool, no living man may hinder me. Now, for those of you know that's coming, or think you know, I'm just going to prep you. The line isn't quite the feminist battle cry that the movies make it, but if you can wade through the more proper English of what is said, I think it's actually a harder line when all is said and done. Because Merry, still somewhat dazed, was confused when Durnhold removed the helm as he laughed, or, well, as she laughed, saying, But no living man am I. You look upon a woman. Éowyn I am. You stand between me and my lord and kin. And here's the best part. Be gone if you be not deathless, for living or dark undead, I will smite you if you touch him. Did you catch that? Like I said, it's not as quite as hard hitting because it's kind of buried in more older traditional English, but basically it's saying unless you are truly and absolutely immortal, you should get out of here, because if there's a way to kill you, I'll find it. The fell beast screeched loudly, but the wraith sat there, unmoving, as if impressed, or maybe even possibly in doubt. Merry was still frozen, but now he was less frozen in fear and just curious what would happen next. He stared at Éowyn, whose golden hair fluttered in the breeze as she stood, sword in hand, defiantly standing in front of the giant creature and the second most terrifying being in all of Middle-earth, unflinching. Her gray eyes were as hard as stone, and even as tears fell onto her cheeks, she raised her shield up against her enemy. Seeing such courage finally broke Merry from his trance, and, quote, suddenly the slow-kindled courage of his race awoke. That's a callback to the Fellowship, where we heard about how hobbits are slow to be courageous, but they all have an ember of it inside of them. Merry cautiously began to crawl from his profile view of this scene towards the rear of the beast, which suddenly raised its hideous wings as its neck craned back before striking down at the shield maiden. She did not falter, however, and Éowyn, child of kings, both fair and terrible, sidestepped the striking monstrosity, and with one swift stroke, she cleaved its head off. She jumped back as the writhing corpse of the beast began to jolt and buck before crumpling to the ground in a heap. From the wreckage, the Black Rider stood, crying out with a sound of evil, in one hand his sword, in the other a long black mace. He swung the mace at Éowyn, who blocked with her shield, but the single blow shattered it and broke her arm. Éowyn fell to her knees. The Witch King stood over her, no face visible, but it felt like he was leering over his prey. Slowly, he raised his mace arm again to bring down the shield maiden, but suddenly, he too stumbled forward, crying out in pain, his swinging arm completely missing its target. Merry had snuck up behind and stabbed the Nazgul in the back of his knee. The hobbit was knocked down by the force that emanated from the being when he was stabbed, but he called out to Éowyn, who, seeing the best chance she'd get, struggled to her feet. The Nazgul was so large that even on his knees, his head was shoulder level with Éowyn, and she thrust her sword directly into his face. The blade shattered into pieces, the crown fell from his head, and he disappeared, the cloak collapsing as if it had been empty, and Éowyn, overcome by the same force of evil that afflicted Merry, fell back to the ground, motionless. Only Merry had witnessed this event, and tears began to blind his eyes as he sobbed, looking between the lifeless bodies of both Éowyn and King Theoden. Merry went over to the fallen king and lifted his hand to kiss it. But the son of Thengel's eyes opened, and he spoke softly as if laboring greatly. "Farewell, Master Holedweller. My body is broken. I go to my fathers. And even in their mighty company, I shall not now be ashamed. A grim morn, and a glad day, and a golden sunset." Merry cried through his words. "Forgive me, Lord," he said, "if I broke your command and yet have done no more in your service than to weep at your parting." Theoden smiled, saying, "Grieve not, it is forgiven. Great heart will not be denied. Live now in blessedness, and when you sit in peace with your pipe, think of me. For never now shall I sit with you in Meadowseld as I promised, or listen to your herb lore." The king's eyes closed once more, but with his eyes closed he asked for Eomer, saying he would see him before he passes, and having been unconscious for the last several minutes, he asks to send word to Eowyn, not knowing that she lay only feet from him, claiming that she was dearer to him than a daughter. As Merry tried to respond, the sound of horns reminded Merry he was in the middle of a battlefield. New reinforcements to the Dark Armies were advancing on the field, including the war Mumakil, or Olifants, but from the other side Merry saw the white-plumed helm of Eomer leading the Rohirrim charge, and out of the broken gate, new riders from Dol Amroth came out of the city to help. Eomer had spotted the symbols of the fallen king's guard and rushed over, finding the hobbit kneeling over his fallen uncle. As one of Eomer's men took the king's banner from the dead standard-bearer's hands, Theoden's eyes opened to see the signal of the Rittermark in the sunlight one last time. He signaled that the standard should be given to Eomer, struggling to get his final words out. "Hail, King of the Mark! Ride now to victory, bid Eowyn farewell." And with that, Theoden, son of Thengel, passed from this life to rejoin his fathers of old. Eomer was choking back his emotions, but a skilled soldier with a trained mind, he knew that grief would have to wait. He turned to his men and said, "Mourn not overmuch. Mighty was the fallen. Meet was his ending. When his mound is raised, women then shall weep. War now calls us." He sounded brave, but he could not hide the tears that flowed down his cheeks. He began issuing orders to leave the king's knights for now, but to make sure the Lord's body was carried to safety so it could be buried later. He began looking around at the fallen men, calling them by name, until he stopped at the sight of his sister laying motionless. He began to shudder like a man who had been pierced in the heart by an arrow, and the color left his face. "Eowyn," he cried, "Eowyn, how come you here? What madness or devilry is this? Death, death, death will take us all." Then, as if the same battle frenzy that had possessed Theoden had now passed on to the new king of Rohan, Eomer mounted his horse, followed by his riders, as he charged into the reinforcements, not even waiting for the knights of Dol Amroth to catch up. Merry could hear his voice calling out over the battlefield as he charged, "Death! Ride! Ride to ruin and to the world's ending!" The soldiers all around him cried out, "Death!" as they charged straight into the enemy. Their fallen king now as their motivation, once again Merry was left in relative silence, blinking through his tears. He eventually stood up. Brushing his cheeks with his hands, he picked up the shield Eowyn had given him and found the sword close to where he had left it. But the blade was smoking like a burned branch of a tree, and even as he watched it, it withered and was completely consumed. The narrator points out that whoever had forged the blade centuries ago, a man of Westerness, would be pleased to know that the blade he'd made would have helped to bring down the witch king of Angmar, who had been the chief foe of his people back then. Merry watched as the servants of the king carried off his body. As the men worked, Imrahil and the knights of Dol Amroth reached them, asking for news. Prince Imrahil knelt by the king's body and wept before noticing Eowyn, and marveling that even the women of Rohan had answered the call of Gondor, he examined her and told the men that she was not dead yet. Hurt, maybe mortally so, but she still lived, and they should get her to the healing house in the city as soon as possible. With that, he remounted and led his men to King Eomer's aid on the fields of Pelennor. Horns blew, horses cried out, and the riders of Rohan engaged in mortal combat against the men of the south and their deadly Olifants, with their sweeping tusks and giant feet that could trample a horse in a single step. The foot soldiers of the city were now marching to deal with the remaining Morgul orcs who had lost courage at the knowledge of their fallen captain. Imrahil reached Eomer just in time because, as the narrator says, Eomer's wrath led him to drive into the enemy too successfully, like a wedge between the front lines, leaving him surrounded by a much larger force. Even with the prince's knights, they were still vastly outnumbered, and the remaining orcs who had been waiting in Osgiliath were now taking the field to team up with their Southron allies. It was now mid-morning, and the wind had blown rain up from the south, but it also cleared out the air around the city. But even this brought a new sight that at first made them feel more hopeless. Corsair ships with black sails were coming up the river, yet another enemy from another direction. "The Corsairs of Umbar!" men shouted. "It is the last stroke of doom!" Trumpets sounded a return to the city. The Dol Amroth Knights and the Rohirrim's new hopelessness was met with increased enthusiasm from the Haradrim and the orcs. Eomer blew his horn to rally his remaining riders, assuming they would make a shield wall for one final stand worthy of song, although he knew there would be no man left in the west to even remember him as the king of the Mark. He made one more battle cry as he laughed madly. His hope was gone, but his courage had not failed him. "Out of doubt, out of dark, to the day's rising, I came singing in the sun, sword unsheathing, to hope's end I rode, and to heart's breaking, now for wrath, now for ruin, and a red nightfall." He raised his sword to the black ships in defiance, and then wonder took him. Everyone looked towards the river, and all parties were shocked to see what emerged from the ship were not corsairs, but the black banner of Gondor unfurling with its white tree and 7 stars. And this sounds like the steward's mark, but there is one key difference on this banner that had not been seen for generations. Above the tree sat a crown, marking the return of the king. Quote, "Thus came Aragorn, son of Arathorn, Elisar, Isildur's heir, out of the paths of the dead, borne upon a wind from the sea to the kingdom of Gondor, and the mirth of the Rohirrim was a torment of laughter, and a flashing of swords, and the joy and wonder of the city was a music of trumpets, and a ringing of bells. But the hosts of Mordor were seized in bewilderment, and a great wizardry it seemed to them that their own ships could be filled with their foes, and a black dread fell on them, knowing that the tides of fate had turned against them, and their doom was at hand." The knights of Dol Amroth and the riders of the Rohirrim now turned on their enemy, who had gone from confident to terrified in a matter of moments. They began to flee as out of the ships came men from the southern cities who had joined up with the rangers on their journey up the river. Men from Lebanon and Lamedon, but even more impressive, out came Legolas and Gimli and the rangers of the Dunedain, and of course, my favorite elven bounty hunters, Elladan and Elrohir. But leading the charge of all of them was Aragorn, holding Andúril, the flame of the west, which gleamed in the sunlight. And so at length, Éomer and Aragorn were reunited in the midst of the battle, and they leaned on their swords and looked on one another and were glad. "Thus we meet again, though all the hosts of Mordor lay between us," said Aragorn. "Did I not say so at the Hornburg?" "So you spoke," said Éomer. "But hope oft deceives, and I knew not that you were a man foresighted. Yet twice blessed is help unlooked for, and never was a meeting of friends more joyful." And they clasped hand in hand, "Nor indeed more timely," said Éomer. "You come none too soon, my friend. Much loss and sorrow has befallen us." "Then let us avenge it, ere we speak of it," said Aragorn, and they rode back to battle together. Now, one aspect I like in the books that the movies don't lean into as much is this bromance between Éomer and Aragorn. Two men who were basically just soldiers when they met, but now are on their way to becoming two kings of men. When the line said they clasped hand in hand, I couldn't help but envision it like that moment from Predator that has become a meme, where Arnold and Carl Weathers dap each other up. You know what I'm talking about. But let's just say I was amped up as I read this section. The joint forces of men of Gondor and Rohan cleaned up and drove off all remaining enemies, saying that few made it back to Mordor, and in the Haradrim, there was only ever a rumor that reached them about the wrath and terror of Gondor. When all was said and done, Aragorn, Éomer, and Imrahil, along with their men, rode back to the gates of Minas Tirith. Weary both with joy and sorrow, even in their victory, many of their own had died, including Aragorn's lieutenant Halbarad, along with other rangers from the Grey Company who would never see the northern wilderness again. It was a victory, but there was much cause for sorrow. While all had been going on in the battlefield, the inside events of the city had been equally adventurous. After the Witch King had left the city at the sound of the Rohirrim approaching, Pippin found Gandalf and told him about what was going on with Denethor wanting to burn himself and Faramir, who is not dead, and they hopped on Shadowfax and rushed into the Hall of Stewards. When they got to the Citadel, there was no guard outside, meaning that Baragond had hopefully gone to keep the fire from being lit. And when they found him, Baragond was standing at the door of the Hall of Tomb Stewards, his sword drawn, fending off the servants of Denethor, who bore the very torches they intended to set their master ablaze with. There were 2 bodies on the ground that showed Baragond had already been busy choosing between Faramir's life and following orders. They heard the voice of Denethor calling from inside, ordering them to do as he has bidden. Gandalf sprang up the steps. The servants cowered away from him, and as Denethor emerged from the door with his sword in hand, fire in his eyes, Gandalf struck the sword down with a clatter, ordering to know what is this that the Lord intends to do. The houses of the dead are no place for the living, Denethor spat out his words to Gandalf. Since when has the Lord of Gondor been answerable to thee? When Gandalf demanded to know where Faramir was, Denethor said he was inside, already burning in his flesh, meaning his fever, not that he's actually on fire. But Denethor callously said, what does any of it matter? The West has failed. Gandalf could tell that Denethor was completely beyond reason now, and pushed past him to find Faramir laying still on the table, bundles of wood surrounding him. He had been drenched in oil in preparation for the flame. Gandalf leapt to the pyre, picking up Faramir's body, and even as he came back down to ground level, Faramir stirred slightly and was heard calling his father's name. Denethor, acting as if he'd just woken from a trance, began to weep. "Do not take my son from me," he cried out. "He calls for me." Gandalf saying, "Yes, he calls, but you cannot come to him yet, because Faramir needs to be taken to the Houses of Healing, and that the steward's job is to go out and oversee the battle of his city." Denethor continues spiraling, however, saying that the battle is vain and his son still will not wake again. Why will the wizard not let them go to death side by side as father and son? So I kind of read this next interaction not as Gandalf being heartless, but him just being like, look here, man, I'm not allowed to just take over and lead these people. I really need you to step up and do your job. Because he tells the steward that only the heathen kings under the influence of the dark power killed themselves in this way, murdering their kin along with them as a way to ease their own death. Gandalf once more pleads with Denethor to do his duty as a steward, but the man instead walked over to the pyre he had intended to burn on, and next to it there was a pillow covering an object. As he revealed what was inside, Gandalf spotted immediately a palantir in his hands. He held it up, and the orb began to glow with the same flame as it did when Pippin looked into the palantir of Orthanc. Denethor's face was lit by the fiery light, and a madness took over the steward. "Pride and despair," he cried. "Didst thou think that the eyes of the White Tower were blind? Nay, I have seen more than thou knowest, grey fool, for thy hope is but ignorance. Go then and labor in healing. Go forth and fight. Vanity. For a little space you may triumph in the field for a day, but against the power that now arises, there is no victory. To this city only the first finger of its hand has been stretched. All the east is moving, and even now the wind of thy hope cheats thee and wafts up Anduin a fleet with black sails. The west has failed. It is time for all to depart who would not be slaves." "Do I not know thee, Mithrandir?" Denethor leered. "Thy hope is to rule in my stead. With the left hand thou wouldst use me as a shield against Mordor, and with the right you would bring this ranger from the north to supplant me. I am no fool, Gandalf. I will not bow to one, last of a ragged house long bereft of lordship and dignity." Gandalf asks what the steward would have. He responds that he would have things as they were in the days of all his life before this, but if he cannot have that, he will have naught. He grabbed a torch from one of his servants' hands, who had been standing there speechless at the scene, and he ran back to the doused wood, and before anyone could move, he had leapt on the table, standing among the wreath of fire. He clutched the palantir even as he was engulfed by the flame, and it was said that from that day forward, anyone who looked into that stone only saw 2 hands withering in fire. Gandalf left the room with a horrified look on his face, and he took in what he had just learned. "So passes Denethor, son of Icthelion," he said. They hurried to bear Faramir to the House of Healing, and then Gandalf shares his new knowledge with Pippin and Baragon, saying he had long suspected one of the 7 Seeing Stones was held here in the White Tower, and that in the days of his wisdom, Denethor would have known to never use the stone, but that clearly his wisdom had passed. And over time, he had become subdued by the power of the Dark Lord, not so much as to openly do evil deeds in his name, but to become so hopeless and subdued that he would not make a stand against Sauron when he moved. Through the stone, the Dark Lord had overwhelmed Denethor with visions of despair and hopelessness, and the valor of the steward had failed him. Pippin recalled how he had seen Denethor go to the tower and come back seeming more frail and defeated, and Baragon recalled seeing the light that had emanated out of the tower when Denethor had been up there alone. "Then I have guessed correctly," Gandalf said with a sigh. "Thus the will of Sauron entered into Minas Tirith, and thus I have been delayed here." And with that, he says he must go back down and rejoin the battle, and that Baragon is now the chief guard of the citadel, and his duty is to stay with his master, meaning Faramir. Pippin went with Gandalf to the lower parts of the city, even as the rain over the fields put out the fires of the orcs, filling the plain with a great smoke. Now, I really want to call out one fact about Denethor that the movies ignored completely, which doesn't save him necessarily as a character, but it does give more understanding to him. The dude had been a targeted recipient of Mordor propaganda, because there's been a Palantir at play here that the movies don't even mention. And Sauron wasn't using it to try to get Denethor to be evil and join him, but he uses it instead to dismay him, to give him visions of how great the forces of Mordor were in order to make him feel hopeless, so he didn't even try to resist. Knowing this explains a lot about Denethor's actions from the moment that Gandalf and Pippin arrived. Does it justify his actions? Not really, but at least we understand he was being acted upon by a will stronger than his own. And that brings up a very interesting lesson about the power of propaganda. Propaganda has been used through all of history as a sneaky and effective tool to demoralize. In World War I, for example, as the tides were turning against Germany, Allied forces leaned in heavily to using propaganda to accelerate the speed of despair among German forces. By the final year of the war, the British were launching as many as 400 hydrogen balloons every single day that would drop pamphlets with messages saying that Germany's allies had abandoned them and they were alone. Others were postcards from POWs talking about how humane British prison camps were. Others were instructions for how to surrender. There were others even that were targeted messages undermining the Kaiser and other German leadership. Desertion and the shirking of duty climbed among German armies to much higher rates, which debilitated the already overwhelmed forces. But even older than that, I found an example from the early 13th century when King Richard the Lionhearted was facing siege from the French King Philip II at Chateau Gaillard, a fortress that was believed to be impregnable. Despite Philip's forces completely surrounding the fortress, Richard's army was well positioned and well outfitted to last a long time. But using techniques like parading English prisoners in front of the castle to spreading rumors that King John of England had abandoned them and would not be sending reinforcements, which was not true, and even more stories about the civilians who lived outside of the walls being starved and suffering because of the siege. Eventually, the army of King Richard was so demoralized that they surrendered, despite Philip's men never really having a chance at winning an outright attack. And this marked the end of English control in Normandy. In Two Towers, we went into great detail about the dark persuasion of mouths like Sauron, but propaganda is like large-scale Sauron. And even though we are not in the same situation as these historical examples, do you really think we're not being besieged with propaganda at every turn in this day of globalization? Whether it's one country creating tons of fake social media accounts to mess with another country's election, or to make people distrust the very institutions they're a part of, driving wedges between groups further and further, the internet age has made propaganda more dangerous than it has ever been. And we would probably be massively discouraged if we could see clearly just how pervasive it is in our own lives. But I think all I'm trying to say here is that Propaganda may be true. It may be massively false. But either way, if we give our eyes and ears to people who wish us harm, we can't be surprised when they are effective at convincing us to give up, just like Denethor did. You have to be more careful than ever with what sources of information you let into your mind. When the battle finally ended, the efforts to reclaim the wounded, the dead took effect. Merry was following those who had been charged with getting Éowyn to the House of Healing, but the smoke in the air irritated his eyes as he looked out over the destruction of the fields of Pelennor. The rain had stopped and the sun was now out, but the smoke on the field masked much of the sun's grace. Theoden was also brought into the city. The citizens of Gondor that saw his regal body bared their heads and bowed in respect of one of their saviors who had fallen. As they marched, the only thing that brought any hope or joy to Merry was a familiar voice saying, "Merry, thank goodness I found you." He jerked his head in the direction of the voice and grinned to see his old friend Pippin smiling back at him. But he was dressed in the fancy garb of a Gondorian soldier, which took him by surprise, but then realized he must also look quite different wearing the livery of Rohan. It turns out Merry, in his fatigue or dismay, had gotten separated from the group, and when they got to the House of Healing but Merry was not with them, Pippin had been sent to find him. Now, in case I didn't emphasize this enough, even though Merry is for the most part okay, his arm is all sorts of messed up. Like, it was broken, but even something worse. He couldn't use it at all. Pippin looked worried and led his friend back to the House of Healing where Gandalf was waiting. And pretty soon, Faramir, Éowyn, and Merry were all patients in the House of Healing. As Gandalf caressed Merry's brow, he said that the Hobbit should have been born into the city with honor like the others, and that he has repaid his trust, saying that if Elrond hadn't consented to him bringing the hobbits in the Fellowship those months back, that the world would be dealing with far more evils that have been stopped because of these little hobbits. The wounds of Faramir were more straightforward, battle wounds and poison, but Éowyn and Merry were a different matter. They were dealing with what the healers called the Black Shadow, a wound that came from Nazgul which had no known antidote. Even Gandalf seemed perplexed until one of the healers, a woman named Ioreth, exclaimed, "If only there were still kings in Gondor, for it is said the hands of the king are the hands of a healer." Gandalf stopped in his tracks, telling the woman that long may her words be remembered, because maybe a king has returned to Gondor. Even as they spoke, back down on the battlefield, the sun was beginning to set. Aragorn, Éomer, and Imrahil drew near the city with their forces, but when they got to the gate, Aragorn stated that he fears if he enters the city claiming to be king, a debate may arise, and that he will pitch his tents outside the walls until he is welcomed by the lord of the city. Éomer is confused. You already have flown the king's banner. Why do you actually think anyone will challenge you? But Aragorn says, "No, I feel the time is not yet ready, and I do not wish for strife except with our enemy and his servants." Prince Imrahil commends Aragorn's wisdom, but doesn't know if it's wise to stay outside of the gates like a beggar. "Not a beggar," Aragorn added defiantly. "Say a captain of the Rangers, who are unused to cities and houses of stone." The others entered the gate and quickly discovered that the new steward and Éowyn were both in the House of Healing. And this was the first that Éomer had heard that his sister was not actually dead. His emotions swelled in him once more, but with hope this time, and they rushed off to find Faramir and Éowyn. As they watched over their fallen loved ones, Gandalf came in and stood there with a man cloaked in gray behind him. He explained all that had passed inside the city walls to the two leaders, and when Imrahil learned of Denethor's passing and Faramir's uncertainty, he asked if now was not the time for Aragorn to enter the city. With that, the man in gray stepped forward and said, "He has come." Gandalf had sent for him, and Aragorn agreed to do so secretly, to weave the mystical power of the king's healing without making a formal entrance into the city. Aragorn clarifies that technically Prince Imrahil is the ruler of the city until Faramir wakes, but he advises that all of them listen to the counsel of Gandalf in these coming days. At the sight of Aragorn, the two hobbits cried out with joy. "Strider," Pippin called out, "do you know? I guessed it was you in the black ships. No one believed me. How did you do it?" Aragorn laughs and says they will have time for travelers' tales later. But Strider gets to healing, focusing on Faramir first, who was the closest to death. He asks the healers if they have any Athalas. When they don't recognize the name, he calls it by its common title, Kingsfoil. The healers almost laugh at the request because to them, it's but a weed and has no medicinal purpose. But he is adamant that this is what he needs, and he sends them to search the city for any they can find. And you might remember that this is the same plant he asked for when healing Frodo from the Witch King's blade. Another lore master of the city is brought in to discuss the need for Athelas, and this man is also shocked that it's considered useful in this situation, unless, of course, he adds, you give heed to the rhymes of olden days. And then he speaks this poem that's kind of a prophecy in itself about how Athelas can bring life to the dying in the king's hand. But then even when he finishes it, he's not really giving heed to it. But as the reader, we're like, duh, guy, obviously this is exactly what's going on right now. And Aragorn just tells him to stop wasting time and go find some. But just then, Baragon's son, the one who gave Pippin a tour of the city, came rushing in with 6 stems of Athelas, saying he hopes it's okay if it's dried. Strider smiles peacefully, saying it will serve, and that the worst is now over. He took a couple leaves, crushed them in his hands, and blew it into the air. Immediately, the room seemed to awake with new life. Even Aragorn himself seemed refreshed. He cast more leaves into the bowls of water that had been brought to him, and he held one to Faramir's face. The new steward stirred and opened his eyes. His eyes looked as if he already knew who Aragorn was and that he was glad he was there. "My lord," he asked, "you called me and I have come. What does the king command?" "Walk no more in the shadows," Aragorn told him, "but wake. You are weary. Rest for a while and be ready when I return." Faramir responds, "I will, Lord, for who would lie idle when the king has returned?" He leaves Faramir to rest and goes on to attend to the others in his care. Ioreth was busy chattering excitedly about how the prophecy had been true. The hands of the king were the hands of a healer. And while Aragorn worked on Éowyn, her brother expressed his shock that she had been there in the first place. Gandalf smiled with a low laugh, saying that though she was born in the body of a maid, her spirit and courage had always rivaled even Éomer's, and that she had been burdened to care for this old man whom she loved as a father, rather than being able to roam the fields on horseback like her brother. And he goes on to say that the whisperings of Wormtongue had led not only King Theoden into darkness, but apparently even Éowyn, making her restless and, in a way, suicidal. Aragorn cuts in that he can do what he can to heal her body, but he cannot say what state her mind will be in, and that if she awakes still feeling despair and darkness, he does not know how long she will go on for afterwards. But he asserts that the deeds she has performed this day have already set her on the tier of the queens of greatest renown. As he said these words, Éowyn slowly woke from her sleep, and her brother rushed to her side. Éomer delivers the news that their uncle, who they each saw as a father, had passed, but that his final words were to bid Éowyn farewell. Aragorn left the siblings to console each other, and he moved on to Merry, who had been weakening more and more since he had arrived in the House of Healing. Pippin was agitated, but Aragorn assured him that they had plenty of time to bring him back from the darkness. "His grief he will not forget," he said, "but it will not darken his heart. It will teach him wisdom." And faster than the others, Merry awoke under the hands of Aragorn, and he sat up asking what was the time because he was hungry. Those that knew hobbits in the room laughed, knowing that this was a great sign indeed. When he learns it's supper time, he says that he will take some food and then have a smoke, but immediately his face clouds over, and he says on a second thought, he doesn't know if he'll ever be able to smoke again. Pippin is perplexed and asks why. Merry tells him how he doesn't think he will ever be able to smoke again because it will remind him of the pain that he never got to speak to King Theoden about the herb lore, which they had spoke of doing often. That he wouldn't be able to even think of pipeweed without it reminding him of King Theoden, how great he was and how tragic his death had been. Gandalf interjects, saying, "Smoke then, and think of him, for he was a gentle heart and a great king who kept his oaths. He rose from the shadows to a last fair morning. Though your service to him was brief, it should be a memory glad and honorable to the end of your days." Merry smiled and agreed. And with those in most need of healing cared for, Aragorn departed, but not until he gave the warden of the House of Healing orders that Faramir and Éowyn would require many days of rest, but that Merry would probably be fit to arise by the next morning. As Strider walked out, he heard the warden comment on his astonishment at the toughness and fiber of this little people. As Aragorn went back down towards the city gates, many had gathered at their doors, seeking him to heal their afflicted. And without rest, Aragorn, along with the sons of Elrond, went through the city, laboring into the night, healing all who were in need. And quickly the rumor spread that the king was indeed come again, and they called him Elfstone because of the green stone he wore, and so the name that had been prophesied for the returning king was given to him by his own people. When Aragorn had no more strength to serve, he went down to his camp and slept for a few hours. But when the dawn came and the people saw the swan banner of Dol Amroth flying in the city, they wondered if the king's return had been nothing but a dream. So you can guess that we're kind of winding down this story as we prepare to shift to the other storyline. This chapter in particular, it has two things worth mentioning. First off, we get another reunion between Gimli, Legolas, Merry, and Pippin like we did back in Two Towers. And once again, they have adventures to catch up on with each other. It starts with Gimli admiring the stonework of Minas Tirith, and of course the wood elf feeling like it's not green enough and they need more gardens. When they meet up with the hobbits, Pippin is quick to press them for info about their passage through the paths of the dead and what happened down south with the Corsairs. Gimli is not eager to relive those memories. The elf and the dwarf both confirm that it was only the will of Aragorn and his companions' love for him that gave any of them the courage to see the task through. And that after the dead had pledged to serve Aragorn, and they marched together until they came to where many of the ships of the Umbar Corsairs were docked. But no real battle needed to be fought, because merely the sight of the dead army sent the Corsairs fleeing. Some turned ships around, others abandoned their vessels, and they continued marching along the coast until they reached Pelargir, a large port city where 50 Corsair ships were docked. And the armies there laughed when they saw a paltry group of 30 men, 3 elves, and 1 dwarf come to confront them. But as Aragorn cried out, "Now come! By the black stone I call you!" the dead army emerged like a gray tide, sending all enemies fleeing before them. Those that did not drown fled in terror. Gimli said that pale swords were drawn, but he didn't know whether their blades would still bite, for the dead needed no longer any weapon but fear. None would withstand them. The ghosts were even able to pass over the water, making every ship either flee or become empty because all of the sailors jumped overboard. By the end of the day, no enemies remained, and Gimli comments on how strange he found it that the designs of Mordor should be overthrown by wraiths of fear and darkness. Legolas also comments on how he looked at Aragorn at that time and thought about how terrible a lord he might have made if he had taken the ring, and that Sauron had reason to be afraid of him. The Shadow Host came back to Aragorn after they'd driven off all of the enemies, and Strider released them, saying, "Hear now the words of the heir of Isildur. Your oath is fulfilled. Go back and trouble not the valleys ever again. Depart and be at rest." And the Grey Host turned and vanished into the mist. By the next morning, the Rangers had found plenty of men from surrounding port cities who joined them on the ships as they sailed north, a Dunedain ranger at the head of each vessel, and that is how they came to aid the Battle of the Pelennor. And the second thing from this chapter is that there is a council guided by Gandalf where they reason what to do next. He starts by sharing Denethor's last words. Quote, "You may triumph on the fields of Pelennor for a day, but against the power that has risen there is no victory." Saying that this was not the only great army of Sauron, it was just the first. Those in attendance included Aragorn, Éomer, Prince Imrahil, among others, but these are the big players. Gandalf walks them through their options. All of them are very grim. Basically, this is what he lays out. If they just sit back and wait for another attack, they will keep coming in larger forces until eventually they are overrun. But he also says they do not have the numbers to make an attack on Mordor and have any hope of winning, and yet they must try to buy the ring-bearer time. Their only real hope, which, remember, Gandalf acknowledged a few chapters ago was a fool's hope at best, but their only hope is to give Frodo a chance to reach Mount Doom, and to give him his best chance at doing that, they need to keep the Eye of Sauron busy. It is proposed that they stage an attack with what forces they can gather on the Black Gate for the sole purpose of keeping Sauron's attention to the northwest instead of to the southeast, where Mount Doom lies in relation to Barad-dûr. We must walk open-eyed into that trap, with courage but small hope for ourselves. For, my lords, it may well prove that we ourselves shall perish utterly in a black battle far from the living lands, so that even if Barad-dûr be thrown down, we shall not live to see a new age. But this, I deem, is our duty, and better so than to perish nonetheless, as we surely shall if we sit here, and know as we die that no new age shall be. There was a grim silence over the council, but Aragorn spoke finally, saying, quote, "As I have begun, so I will go on. We come now to the very brink where hope and despair are akin. To waver is to fall." Elro here spoke for himself and his brother when they said that they came from the north for this purpose, and it is from their father Elrond they brought this very same counsel, and they will not turn back. Éomer admits that he has little knowledge of these deep matters, but all he needs to know is that his friend Aragorn has helped his people in their time of need, and he will not deny him that same favor. Prince Imrahil says that even though Aragorn has not claimed the crown yet, he holds him as his liege lord and will go where he goes. They agree that they also can't leave Gondor unguarded, so between the wounded and those that they must leave behind, they determine that they will be able to set out and attack the Black Gate with 6,000 foot soldiers and 1,000 riders. On the morning that they set out to challenge Sauron on his home turf, the Prince of Dol Amroth began to laugh suddenly, crying out, "Surely this is the greatest jest in the history of Gondor, that we should ride with 7,000 to assail the impenetrable gate of the Black Land. It's like a child threatening a knight in full armor." Gandalf assured him that there are names of those among this group that are of enough concern to Sauron that the Dark Lord will not see this as a jest and simply wipe them out. He will want to trap the fly, the wizard said. Aragorn agreed, saying that if this is a jest, it is too bitter for laughter, but that it is the last move of great jeopardy that will bring the end game. Then, drawing Andúril and raising it up into the glittering sunlight, he said, "You shall not be sheathed again until the last battle is fought." Okay, I don't know if you've noticed, but this time I've really tried to cut back on the number of times I point out things that are different in the book versus the movie. I think they are very interesting, but I think in Two Towers I got a little too into it, to the point where it was basically just me trying to show how intelligent I was at catching all sorts of discrepancies, and that's not what I believe is the value in doing that. I only want to point out the changes that I think really impact the story and the characters. And now that we've been through these chapters, I want to point out one that maybe I don't need to say it's necessary to point out, but it just really bugs me. I already talked about how Denethor and the Palantir felt like a misstep because we don't get to see the influence that he was under. How in the movies we just look at him like he's some old fool who's just lost his mind, but in the book we realize he's just allowed his pride to take him down this path where he engaged with a very dangerous Palantir. It's a huge difference in how we judge him. Not that we can now look at him as a hero, but at least there's a bit of empathy, learning that he was being manipulated by Sauron, because movie Denethor, he just sucks straight up. The other change is how the army of the dead are used. Now, my best guess is that Jackson didn't think he had time to show the fighting of the Corsairs at Pelargir outside of the one shot that we get, but that they probably didn't want to lose out on how cool and spooky having an army of the dead was. But it's not even the fact that the dead fight at Pelennor in the movie that bugs me. It's that they are fighting. Remember when Gimli was describing the events and he said that they drew their swords, but he never saw any of them actually strike someone? That's because it was pure fear they inspired that drove off the enemy. Because they're ghosts. So to make them beings who can swing swords that kill, but mortal weapons can't touch them, apart for Andúril, if you remember that scene, it feels even more like a cheat code, man. It's just kind of a cop-out, in my opinion, to have an army of dead that can't be touched, but they are also able to physically kill enemies. But I will admit that shot of them bringing down an Oliphant does make me laugh every time. But it just makes more sense to me the way it plays out in the book, where Aragorn brings reinforcements needed to win the Battle of Pelennor, but they are men from the Southport cities. So, like I said, I'm trying to refrain from doing too many side-by-sides this book, because if you've seen the movies, you can pick them out for yourself. And if you haven't seen the movies, well, you don't know any better anyway. So I'm trying really hard to just stick to the ones that make a real difference to our perception of the story. And actually, while we're here kind of paused, I might as well just bring up a couple little lore nuggets that I just haven't been able to fit into the flow of the narrative like I try to do. So since we're already paused, let's squeeze them in real quick. First off, did you know that Sauron is not the Dark Lord's name for himself? Sauron is an elvish word meaning abhorred or the foul one, which was given to him by the elves after his corruption by Morgoth. Before that, his name among the Maiar was Mairon, meaning the admirable or the excellent. So Sauron is honestly just about the antonym of what his original name was. But it's just funny to realize the name he's known by most of the Third Age is basically a dirty nickname given to him by the elves. And the other fact is that if you weren't aware, and if you are a true Tolkien head, you probably do know this one, but Middle-earth and Arda as the planet is actually intended to be a mythologized version of Earth in the distant past. Yes, the intention of the author was to make this story be a reflection of our own world from a time long ago. And if you find a map of all of Middle-earth, not just the chunk used as the main map for the Lord of the Rings story, you'll see that Middle-earth very loosely looks the same as Afro-Eurasia. It's like if you asked your drunk uncle to draw Europe, Asia, and Africa, what he'd give you is the shape of Middle-earth, which does put most of the Middle-earth we know from these stories in the Western Europe section of the planet. Okay, those are just a couple quick nuggets for those who didn't know, but let's get back to the attack on the Black Gate. It takes them days to reach Morannon, which is the name of the Black Gate, but they made a show of it as they went. Heralds blew horns and announced the coming of the Lord of Gondor, basically doing the equivalent of any action movie where someone creates a diversion by saying, "Hey, look over here." The heralds kept announcing the approach of the Lord of Gondor until Imrahil told them to announce it as King Elisar, because even if he hasn't taken the crown, it is still true, and that title will give Sauron more to think about. The army has one or two small skirmishes with outlying orc forces that are easily subdued, but they marched almost completely unhindered. At one point, a dark presence was felt, even though they could see nothing. Only the three elves and their elven eyes knew that what they were feeling was the presence of ring wraiths flying high above them. And it's after 6 days of marching that they reach the edge of the Dying Lands, meaning they are pretty close to the Black Gate. The land was so desolate that there were some who could not bring themselves to go any further. Aragorn turned and addressed them because he could see in their eyes that some of them were just simple men who had spent their entire lives thinking that this evil place was nothing but a legend, and their minds were not prepared to see it made real. Aragorn told them to leave and keep what honor they could. He invited those who left that if they needed a way to reclaim some of their honor, that Caer Andros, a place that I kind of skipped over, had been taken over by orcs in the first siege of Minas Tirith and needed to be reclaimed. And any who took it back in the name of Gondor would be greatly honored. Some of these men were so ashamed to hear these consolation prizes listed that they found it in themselves to press forward. Others gratefully accepted this other task, which was still dangerous but much less evil. So once those who needed to leave had departed, the assaulting force was down another 1,000 men, leaving them with a total of 6,000. And they camped their final night before reaching the Black Gate. The morning dawned with a cold wind that chilled the soldiers. As they rounded the final bend that put the Black Gate of Morannon in view, a hush fell over the troops as they gazed at the imposing nature of the defensive structure with its 2 towers that jutted up like teeth on either side. The doors of the gate were closed as the small army stood in front, but out of reach of any projectiles. They knew the hillsides must be swarming with hiding orcs waiting to make their presence known. the Nazgul perched on the wall waiting like vultures. At every moment of their week-long march, they had hoped for some sign that Frodo's mission had succeeded, some token that they could call off this charade, but it had not come. And now they must play out their fool's errand to the end of all hope, buying every precious second that they could for the hope of Middle-earth. Their last hand to play involved having the captains of this company ride out to the gate to treat us with a representative from the forces of Mordor. Gandalf was the chief herald, and with him rode Aragorn, the sons of Elrond, Éomer, Imrahil, Legolas, Gimli, and Pippin, because Merry had been left behind, to his dismay, because he needed to recover. They called out, "Come forth! Let the Lord of the Black Hand come forth! Justice shall be done upon him, for he has wrongfully made war against Gondor, and the king commands him to atone for his evils." There was silence. Painful seconds passed with no sounds, and then, out of the silence, came the rolling of drums, and the black gate began to creep open ever so slightly, opening just enough for a small embassy to come forth. The character in the front of the group commanded all the attention. At its head there rode a tall and evil shape mounted on a black horse, if it was indeed a horse, because it was huge and hideous, and its face was a frightful mask, more like a skull. And in the sockets of its eyes and its nostrils there burned a flame. Quote, "The rider was robed all in black was his lofty helm. Yet this was no ring-wraith, but a living man. The lieutenant of the Tower of Barad-dûr he was, and his name is remembered in no tale, for he himself had forgotten it. And he said, 'I am the mouth of Sauron.'" It's noted that no real history is known of this mouth of Sauron, except many believe he is one of the Black Númenóreans. Now, real quick, we've talked plenty about the Númenóreans who fled Númenor before its downfall and became the founding race of Gondor, but of the Númenóreans who backed the wicked king in his fight against the Valar gods, the same king who had been tricked to do so by Sauron, any survivors of that war became known as Black Númenóreans. So this evil being shares a distant lineage with Aragorn, although you wouldn't know it looking at him. Now, halting a few paces in front of these captains of the West, the mouth of Sauron looked them up and down and laughed. "Is there anyone in this rout with authority to treat with me?" he asked. "Or indeed with wit to understand me? Not thou, at least," he mocked, turning to Aragorn with scorn. "It needs more to make a king than a piece of elvish glass or a rabble such as this. Why, any brigand of the hills can show as good a following." But Aragorn gave him no answer. He did not take the bait, he showed no emotion, and he said no words. He simply stared at the servant of Sauron until the mouth took the silence as a threat, saying that he is an ambassador and may not be assailed. Gandalf chimed in saying that this is true where such laws hold, but that it is also customary for ambassadors to not insult the faces of those they treat with. But he guarantees the mouth that none here will harm him, but that if his master does not come to new wisdom, he will fall like all of the servants of Sauron will fall. The mouth turned his attention to the wizard. "So thou art the spokesman, old greybeard." He grinned wickedly as he said that he had been given tokens to show the old man. One of the others in Sauron's embassy came forward and handed a bundle to the mouth, and he proceeded to hold up for all of them to see, first a short sword that looked like Sam's, next a gray cloak with the brooch of Lorien, and finally the mithril coat of mail that Frodo had been wearing. The mouth could see the despair in their eyes, and he reveled in it. Pippin could not contain his sorrow, and he cried out. "Silence!" Gandalf ordered him, but the messenger laughed. "So, you have another of these imps with you. Sending them into Mordor as spies is beyond even your normal level of foolishness." But he supposes he should thank the brat, as he calls Pippin, for confirming that these tokens are indeed meaningful to them. The mouth goes on, saying that Sauron has no love for spies and that the fate of them now depends on the choice laid before these men. No one responded because they were still absorbing the fact that Frodo and Sam had failed. And now they truly had ridden to their guaranteed doom. "I see he was dear to you, or at least his mission was, and now he shall endure the slow torment of years, as long and slow as our arts in the great tower can contrive." Gandalf asks what the terms of the Dark Lord are. Those near the wizard saw that for the first time in their knowing him, he looked weary and even crushed. The terms are very steep. First, all of the lands east of the Anduin belong completely to Sauron, and even the lands of Gondor and Rohan will be tributaries to him, where no man will be allowed to carry arms, and that they will help rebuild Isengard so that a servant, very specifically it is named that the servant will not be Saruman, may dwell there again. And it feels pretty evident that the mouth of Sauron is the servant in question. Gandalf says these are large demands for a spy that they don't even know is still alive. He asks to see the Hobbit first while they consider. The mouth of Sauron hesitated ever so briefly before his answer, as if he wasn't sure what to say, possibly because he could not produce the prisoner. But the mouth was quick to say that Sauron gives no surety, and they must first do his bidding if they hope for any clemency. Gandalf had had enough, and he uses his staff to create another light so bright that the embassy of darkness all covered their faces. Gandalf rode forward, grabbing the cloak, sword, and chainmail, saying that they will take these to remember their friend, and that the mouth should tell his master that they reject his terms entirely, saying they do not come here to waste words with Sauron, let alone one of his slaves. The mouth threw a little fit of rage that was only contained when he looked up and saw the Nazgul staring down at him. He then led his embassy back inside the gate. Gandalf and company began to ride back to their forces, but before the gate was even closed, horns blew out, and the trap that Sauron had set began to play out. Drums rolled and fires raged, and the gates of the Morannon opened wide. A massive force came out quickly like water down a rapid. Orcs poured out from the hills as well. Armies of the Easterlings came from the other side. It was a hopeless sight. And yet the forces of Gondor, Dol Amroth, and Rohan stood bravely as they waited to be set upon by this swarm of evil. Pippin, having overcome his fear of death, stood towards the front of the line next to Beregond, reasoning that it'd be better to die soon and leave the bitter story of his life. "I wish Merry were here," he found himself saying, muttering that he now understood Denethor better, that it seemed preferable to die with the ones you love if you are sure to die. The forces of Sauron only grew more fierce and more diverse. Now a company of hill trolls stormed towards them. Most of the forces were now engaged by some group of evil, whether it be men, orc, or troll. One troll clubbed Beregond to the ground and bent over to bite his throat. But with the neck so low to the ground, Pippin used his own Westerness blade to stab the troll in the neck. He succeeded in killing this troll, but as it fell, it toppled over, pinning Pippin to the ground, knocking him towards unconsciousness. But just before he passed out, he heard one cry that he had not expected. "The eagles are coming! The eagles are coming!" But Pippin did not stir at the call. Rather, he assumed he was just mixing up details from Bilbo's story with his own. His story that was now coming to a close, and with that, he faded to black. Sam woke on the ground. It took him a moment to reorient and realize where he was. Outside the tunnel entrance to the Orc Tower of Cirith Ungol. He had knocked himself out trying to break the door down. He had made no impact on the giant doors which mocked him now. His master was inside and he could not get to him through here. So Sam made his way back out of the tunnel where Shelob was still somewhere nursing her wounds. Sam wonders if the others ever think of him and Frodo, and what has happened to them. It has been a few weeks since he and Frodo left them behind at Amon Hen. Remember, the only news they have had since then is knowing that Boromir is now dead. But they know their mission is more crucial than any, and the narrator gives us another cross-timeline update saying that as Sam is making his way to the front entrance of Cirith Ungol, trying to get in, it is at this moment that Aragorn is leading the Black Fleet from Pelargir, and Merry and the Rohirrim are working their way to the Pelennor, while Pippin is watching Minas Tirith set ablaze. Like I said, I always appreciate these check-ins. The narrator also points out that no matter how dire the situations of any of their friends, They all constantly thought of Sam and Frodo. They had been anything but forgotten. Sam finds himself unsure of how to make an entrance once he can see the tower, and he ends up holding onto the ring again, and without any real specific reason, he finds himself putting it on. He felt the burden of its weight once more, but now even more strongly than before, he felt the eye searching desperately. It's noted that the only reason he could not be seen immediately was because of the very darkness that Sauron had set over Mordor. It served as a fog with which he could not even see clearly. Once again, Sam's hearing sharpened. He heard Shelob whimpering in her lair as before, but he quickly picked up a sound he had not been expecting. Fighting. Steel on steel, orc cries, squeals of death. At first he thought of Frodo, but he quickly realized there was far too much action for it to be directed at one hobbit. The orcs were fighting among themselves. He took off the ring before the great eye could locate him, and he darted for the front entrance. Just before rounding the corner, he caught a glimpse of the Valley of Mordor below him. There was Orodruin, aka Mount Doom, with its furnace of fire and ash spewing from the top. And further off, there was the more oppressive sight of Barad-dûr. The tower stood isolated from any other structure, and just thinking of the evil residing inside was enough to chill Sam's blood. But quickly, he dodged away from the edge of the cliffs towards the entrance of Cirith Ungol. On closer examination, Sam was struck to recognize the craftsmanship was not that of Morgul orcs, but of Gondorian stonemasons. This tower, much like Minas Morgul, had once been a defense of men, meant to keep orcs inside the borders of Mordor. Sam had never heard of this, and there was no way of telling how long it had been under orc rule. But in a dark and haunting way, the tower was still beautiful. But his thoughts turned to the inside of the tower. What could have made the orcs start fighting? He had the ring, so not that. Orcs wouldn't fight over a blade like the one Sam had left Frodo, because remember, he still had Sting. But then he remembered the Mithril. Of course, that little suit of mail was worth more than the Shire, according to Gandalf. Shagrat's duty was to send any items found to Barad-dûr, but Gorbag would most likely covet it for his own. Sam could hear faintly the sounds of battle still going on from inside, even without the ring on his finger. But he found himself motionless, fearing the odds of him walking right into his death. But then the thought of how at any moment Frodo could be killed finally psyched him up. "Come on, you miserable sluggard," he said to himself. "Now for it!" And with Sting in hand, he began to run for the front gate, which appeared to be unguarded, but only a few steps from the great archway, he found himself frozen in place. It was like he was stuck in one of Shelob's webs, yet there were no visible obstructions. As Sam looked around for any clues to his prison, he swallowed hard as his eyes fell on the Watchers. Dum dum dum. No, this is not like the Watcher in the water. Very different, actually. The Watchers are not called out in the films, but you can see them if you pay attention. The Watchers are described as giant statues, one on either side of the entrance to Cirith Ungol, and they are described as such. Quote, "They were like great figures seated upon thrones. Each had 3 joined bodies and 3 heads facing outward and inward and across the gateway. The heads had vulture faces, and on their great knees were laid claw-like hands. They seemed to be carved out of huge blocks of stone, immovable, and yet they were aware. Some dreadful spirit of evil vigilance abode in them. They knew an enemy. Visible or invisible, none could pass unheeded. They would forbid his entrance or his escape." So there are these statues with a psychic or supernatural power that both can freeze an enemy, but Sam would quickly find out they also had the ability to trigger an alarm. They only look like oppressive stone statues, but just looking at them closely, you know there's some devilry at work in them. Sam concentrated on breaking free with all the force he could muster. He got one foot to move in front of the other, but he felt the forces begin to work even harder against him as he continued to throw all his energy into moving his feet. His arms, which were not quite as constrained, reached for the vial of Galadriel, and once again, the overpowering bright light of the chief star in the sky pushed back the powers of darkness. As the light reflected the horrifying statues more fully, Sam saw the stone eyes gleam at him, which made him quiver a bit more. But their hold over him broke, and lunging forward, he shoved the vial back under his clothes so as not to be a beacon to his enemies. But even as he broke from their line of sight, a high, shrill alarm sounded from them like a banshee. Sam cursed himself, assuming that his cover was now blown. He yelled out, "Tell Captain Shagrat that the great elf warrior has called with his elf sword too." Because remember, Sam took a lot of pride in hearing the orcs discuss that anyone capable of injuring Shelob must be a great elf warrior. But there was no sound in reply. Sam moved forward through the open entrance, and what he saw was both horrifying and a relief. He saw bodies. Bodies everywhere. Bodies of orcs from both Shagrat and Gorbag's battalions. Some had been shot with arrows, others slashed to pieces, others still had knives sticking out of them. There was no one alive in the courtyard. The door to the tower sat half open and unattended. Sam darted inside, not sure if he was lucky or if he was doomed. He knew nothing more than that Shagrat had mentioned keeping Frodo in the highest part of the tower, so up was his required direction. More dead bodies. Dozens of orcs had ended each other's lives in the minutes before Sam had arrived. And yet he didn't know if there were any still alive, maybe even watching him. The uncertainty was almost worse than the idea of fighting an orc or two out in the open. Sam had made it to the bottom of a stone staircase that spiraled up into the tower. He had made it up a flight or two when the sounds of a desperate orc descending caught his attention. The footsteps were heavy and the breath was short. Sam had nowhere to hide, so he simply raised Sting ready to fight. But the orc stopped short as it came in view of Sam. Since the poorly lit stairwell had only a single torch positioned behind Sam, what the orc saw was not a little hobbit, but a cloaked figure of shadow holding up a blue glowing blade, which all orcs knew the significance of that. That was more than enough for the rumors of a great elven warrior lurking nearby to send the orc flying back up the stairs in terror. Referring to Sam, the narrator says, "Never was any dog more heartened when its enemy turned tail than Sam at this unexpected flight. With a shout, he gave chase. 'Yes, the elf warrior is loose,' he cried. 'I'm coming, just you show me the way up or I'll skin you.'" Even though the orc had cried out as it ran, Sam still heard no more sounds than the single creature. He was excited for a moment, until it hit him that this likely meant Frodo was dead too. Half sobbing, he cried out, "Frodo, master, if they've killed you, what shall I do? I'm coming at last right to the top to see what I must." As Sam climbed higher and higher into the tower, he began to hear voices. Not a large group, but definitely more than singular. And probably the easiest way to think of Cirith Ungol is like a 3-layered cake with a large tower on top of the third tier. So Sam now found himself in a courtyard on top of the highest tier, but there was still the watchtower sitting in the center of the yard. But before he exited into the courtyard, he noticed that the voices he was hearing were from outside, between him and where his master had been taken. He slowly peered out and saw the fight had been the fiercest up here. The whole place smelled like death. Bodies and severed limbs littered the ground. The voices began to speak again. There was the harsh voice that he recognized of Shagrat, captain of the tower. He was cursing out the other orc who had run from Sam. His name was Snaga, apparently. Shagrat himself was very injured, and Snaga had more courage against his injured captain than he had shown the elven shadow on the staircase. Because Shagrat was yelling at the smaller orc that he would have to go to Lugbert's, which, remember, that's the orc name for Barad-dûr, but that Snaga would have to go to Lugbert's himself and inform what had happened and get reinforcements, because Shagrat was too injured. But Snaga would not go back down the stairs, not while there was that elf on the loose. Shagrat reached for his knife, but Snaga knew his intention and said if he touched the blade, he would put an arrow in his own captain's guts. Snaga was blaming Shagrat for his quibbling with Gorbag having started this whole mess in the first place, and that he will not be going down the stairs until the intruder is gone. Shagrat got up and chased Snaga around for a little bit, but the orc fled out of reach from the injured captain and darted up the tower. Sam saw that Shagrat was carrying a bundle under his arm. Not very large, but he held it like it was very precious. Sam decided a 1v1 versus an injured orc was going to be his best chance, and he showed himself to Shagrat, who cowered at the sight of Sting. Shagrat didn't try to fight, but rather just moved aggressively to put Sam on his heels for just a moment so he could run down the stairs, disappearing out of sight. Sam was torn. Did he chase the orc who was going to find reinforcements, or did he go find his master who might still be in danger with Snaga going up the tower? He chose Frodo, and as he bolted to the watchtower door, he said, "Wrong again, I expect, but it's my job to go right up to the top first, whatever happens." The narrator mentions that if Sam knew what was in the bundle that Shagrat bore, and what grief it would bring to those he loved, he may have reconsidered. And if you haven't guessed it, just think of the artifacts that the mouth of Sauron presented to Gandalf. Sam ran through the tower until he came to a locked door. "A dead end," he muttered, "and after all my climb." He looked for other doors, trying each of them, but none of them opened. Seconds ticked, and Sam felt like his chance to save Frodo was vanishing like smoke. But with nowhere to go, he sat defeated on the steps below the locked door and bowed his head. In his sullen woe, he found himself feeling a desire to sing. His voice was thin and quavering at first. He sang old rhymes he'd learned from Bilbo long ago, but then his own words came to mind, and he began to sing more confidently and with hope. I won't include the whole song, but here's the last few stanzas. Quote, "Though here at journey's end I lie, in darkness buried deep, beyond all towers strong and high, beyond all mountains steep, above all shadows ride the sun, and stars forever dwell, I will not say the day is done, nor bid the stars farewell." But he stopped short of the next line because he heard a small squeak, telling him that one of the doors in the tower had opened up. Snaga had gotten curious. The orc called out and Sam answered with a threat. But Snaga seemed more confident because now he could tell from the voice that this was not an elf he was dealing with. Sam heard the crack of a whip as Snaga spoke to him about the fun the orc was about to have with him if he didn't back away. Sam then saw the orc emerge with a ladder in his hands. And now Sam realized how foolish he'd been. The utmost chamber of the tower was reached by a trap door in the ceiling. He watched as Snaga placed the ladder and climbed up, keeping his eyes on Sam the entire time. And then he disappeared above the hobbit with a verbal threat. But as soon as the orc disappeared, the fire blazed in Sam's heart, and he bolted up the ladder without a second thought to himself. His head popped up in the middle of the floor in the large round chamber. There was something lying on the floor, and Snaga was straddling it with his feet, his whip raising above his head, but the strike never fell. Sam lunged at the orc, cutting his whip arm with sting, making it drop from his hand. The orc lunged at Sam in pain, and Sam began to topple over. He grabbed at Snaga, pulling him with him as he fell to the ground. Sam hit the floor with a hard oomph. But before he could recover himself, he heard a sickening thud below him. When he looked around, Snaga was gone, and he realized that in his struggle to find balance, the orc had fallen through the trap door to his death. Sam didn't care how he met his end. All he cared about was the body on the floor. It was Frodo. He was lying naked on a heap of rags, his hands protecting his head, and on his body there were the marks of whip lashings. Sam cried out, "Frodo, my dear Frodo, I've come! It's Sam!" Frodo opened his eyes and very quietly asked if he was still dreaming. Sam told him this was all very real. "I can't believe it," Frodo said. "First there was an orc with a whip, and then it turns into Sam? So, did I really hear you singing below?" Sam smiled as the tears fell and said that it indeed had been him singing. He continued to hold his master and tried to nurse his wounds, but as Frodo came to consciousness, Sam knows they need to plan their escape quickly. Frodo recounted the terrors he'd lived in the past day that had felt like weeks to his mind, but as Sam helped him to his feet, Frodo was shocked by the realization that they'd taken everything. He reeled around to look at Sam as he repeated, "Everything." Frodo began to shake and cry. "The quest has failed, Sam. Even if we get out of here, we can't escape. And now he has everything." Sam, feeling a little smug in this moment, said, "It hasn't failed yet, Mr. Frodo. They haven't taken everything." And then, as he grabbed at the chain around his neck, he begged Frodo's pardon for having taken it, but explained that he thought his master was dead and he would have to continue on himself. And he offers his sympathy now that he understands the burden it feels to wear around your neck. "You've got it?" Frodo exclaimed. "Sam, you're a marvel!" But then his tone changed completely as he demanded, "Give it to me." His hand thrust out, demanding the one back. Sam cautiously pulled the chain from around his neck and said, "All right, here it is. But you'll see as soon as we leave that we're now in the Valley of Mordor, And in this land, the burden grows even greater. If it's too hard a job, I could share it with you, maybe. Sam's suggestion may have been innocent enough, but Frodo barked at him, "No, no," and he snatched the ring from Sam's hands. "No, you won't, you thief." Frodo was panting from the effort and excitement, but as soon as he had the ring in his hand, he realized he'd been fooled by his greed. But as the vision cleared from his mind, he pleaded with Sam for forgiveness. "What have I said?" he whimpered. "The ring is a horrible power. I wish it had never, never, never been found. But I must carry the burden to the end. You can't come between me and this doom." Sam, as always, was quick to forgive and understand his master's burden. But I did note that his offer to help with the ring maybe wasn't 100% altruistic. Keep in mind, Sam has worn the ring twice now, a detail the movies omit completely. And the power of the ring gets stronger the more it's worn. So even though they were very brief moments when Sam wore it, it may have been enough to make him feel the creeping desire to possess it for himself. But with the ring back in Frodo's possession, Sam is quick to figure out what they need. They need clothes. First of all, Frodo has none, but they will both need orc disguises to make it through Mordor. So he leaves his master for a minute and returns with a few pieces that will help them blend in. Frodo winces as he looks at the selection: hairy breeches, dirty leather tunics, and battered ringmail. But most importantly, they had found masked helmets that would obscure their fair faces from the fouler-looking orcs. As they descended the ladder, Frodo made a joke about how he is not in condition to run all the way, and he hopes Sam has made inquiries about inns along their path. They found Frodo's food bag discarded in the tower floor. Any remnants of food that Faramir had given them were gone, but there was still some lembas bread, because apparently orcs hated that stuff even more than Gollum. Frodo seemed slightly changed in a way. He seemed in good enough spirits, but he said things that sounded odd to Sam. Like when Sam tried to give Frodo the last of the water, saying he didn't need any, Frodo insisted that he have some as well, followed by, quote, "The whole thing is hopeless, so it's no good worrying about tomorrow. It probably won't come." They darted out the front door, still no sign of orc reinforcements, but they became trapped again by the same invisible force of the Watchers. Unlike Sam, Frodo didn't have the strength to resist them, so he sank to his knees. Sam told him to hold on, and he pulled out the vial one more time, but this time an elven incantation came out of his mouth. "Githoniel a Elbereth," just like it had when fighting Shelob. Sam didn't know where it had come from. Frodo cried out as well, "Aya Elenion Ankalima." And with that, the power of the Watchers was broken, for at least long enough for them to stumble forward outside of the external wall of the tower. As they ran away, the high and piercing wail of the alarm came one more time from the Watchers. But this time, there was an answer. The ghastly shriek of a winged shape, descending out of the fiery clouds onto the top of Cirith Ungol. Now, in this next chapter, there was a lot of geography that I honestly struggled to follow when I was reading it, and I don't think my writing skills can make it any better. And so I'm going to summarize a pretty lengthy chapter into a very few key moments that matter. First off, Frodo has given up hope, and yet he's still trying. He tells Sam that he can't bear the weight of this orc armor on top of the ring when he says, "Look here, Sam, dear lad. I am tired, weary. I haven't a hope left. But I have to go on trying to get to the mountain as long as I can move." Sam tells his master that if he needs to carry him on his back, he'll do it. Okay, the next point from this chapter, and let me be clear, I'm not skimming over the final stretch to Mount Doom. That's the next chapter. So don't worry, I'm going to build up to the moment with an honest effort. But they spend most of the chapter just dodging orc patrols and hunters, finding water where they can find it. Sam always puts Frodo first, even if it means he goes thirsty. But sounds of the Nazgul and the fell beasts constantly are sending shivers down their spines. But what killed any hope they had was the fact that as they looked over the Valley of Mordor and the plains of Gorgoroth, as they're called, all they saw were orcs. Camps of orcs. Many armies of orcs. Enough orcs to wipe out any army of men or elves. They littered the path between them and Mount Doom. When they get far enough that they can no longer hide in the hills, Frodo once again says that he has no hope left, and he is relying on Sam. "All right, Sam," said Frodo, "lead me. As long as you've any hope left, Mine is gone. But I can't dash, Sam. I'll just plod along after you. They continue their march, mile after mile. Something was happening in Mordor because the armies had mobilized. They saw fields of torchlights crawling in the distance, and nearby they also saw file after file of dark forces moving northward towards the Black Gate of Morannon. And we do get that scene in the movie where it gets to a point that a battalion of orcs is going to overcome them from behind, and so they try to just sit on the roadside looking inconspicuous, hoping they'll be passed by, because remember, they are in orc disguises. But one of the sergeants of this passing battalion sees them and, under the threat of whip, makes them march with his group. It was everything that Frodo had left to not just collapse on the ground where they would certainly be found out. Mile after mile after mile, they trudged, just trying to avoid the attention of any orc who might notice their fairer eyes under their masked helms. They marched until they came to a choke point in the northwest corner of Mordor, where multiple armies were trying to get through the same gate. Not the Black Gate, but a gate. A scuffle broke out as the tired and disgruntled orcs wanted to end their marches faster. And it was in this scrap between different orc regiments that Sam had the thought to use it as cover for them to escape. So down on their hands and knees, they moved unseen through the fighting orcs. "Come on, Mr. Frodo," he whispered. "One more crawl, and then you can lie still." Quote, with a last despairing effort, Frodo raised himself on his hands and struggled on for maybe 20 yards. Then he pitched down into a shallow pit that opened unexpectedly before them, and there he lay like a dead thing. Okay, some of you may have heard of this before, but others, this is going to be brand new info. But now, as we are approaching the foothills of Mount Doom, I want to address something about the ring, and that is this. Tolkien was not the first to create an epic saga based on the idea of a magic ring found in the roots of Nordo-Germanic mythology. Before Lord of the Rings, there was Richard Wagner's The Ring of the Nibelung, a 4-part opera series that told a tale as epic as any opera-goers had ever seen. It was a drama set to music that held a powerful sway over the hearts of any in attendance. Some people love to draw comparisons between Wagner's Ring Cycle and Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, and on paper, sure, it's kind of tempting. Both stories revolve around a powerful cursed ring, but Tolkien himself rolled his eyes at the idea, once writing, "Both rings were round, and there the resemblance ceased." And what's going on here isn't actual influence, it's common ancestry. Both men pulled from the Norse myths of the poetic Edda, which, as you know from other episodes, is Viking stories. But what they did with the material could not have been more different. Wagner went Germanic romantic, philosophical and operatic. Tolkien went Catholic, rural English, and mythopoetic. At the core of Tolkien's work is a question of how power should be used, if at all, and who has the right to wield it. His story isn't about rejecting power altogether, it's about rightful kingship, sacrificial friendship, and the dangers of industrialization. Wagner, meanwhile, doesn't care about legitimacy. He sees power itself as a corrupting force that must be renounced entirely. If Tolkien is about healing the world by restoring the right order, Wagner is about burning it all down and starting again from love alone. Characters like Samwise Gamgee and Brunhilde end up carrying the emotional and thematic weight in their respective stories. Sam does it through grit, loyalty, and quiet sacrifice by carrying Frodo, the ring, and arguably the entire moral arc of the story to its end. And Brunhilde does it through conscious, agonizing sacrifice, riding into the fire to undo the curse and redeem the world. So yes, both stories have a magic ring, but to say they're similar or inspired by each other is like saying that Gladiator and The Lion King are the same story because both involve a dethroned son. All right, we have arrived at our pinnacle, the final road to Mount Doom. And if you're looking at the episode thinking, there's still a lot of time left, well, it's because the book goes on for 6 more chapters after the encounter on Mount Doom. And we'll even get into why Tolkien said there needed to be so much after this chapter. But for now, sit back and get ready for the culmination of 56 chapters of Middle-earth to this point. Sam and Frodo are taking the ring to the only place it can be destroyed, the place where it first came to be. After they successfully escaped from the madness of the orcs fighting among themselves, they reoriented their path to Orodruin, which, as a reminder, is the Elvish name for Mount Doom, translating to Fiery Mountain or Blazing Mountain. Their march with the orcs had taken them away from the direction they wanted to be going, so they were now even further. It would be days of marching among the barren landscape of the Gorgoroth Plain. The only consolation is that it was now emptied from orc armies. Sam estimated it must be at least 50 miles, and that in Frodo's condition it might take a week to make it that far. He was beset by the heavy reality in front of him. He shook his head, and as he worked through things, slowly a new dark thought grew in his mind. Never for long had hope died in his staunch heart, and always until now he had taken some thought for their return. But the bitter truth came home to him at last. At best, their provision would take them to their goal, and when their task was done, there they would come to an end, alone, houseless, foodless, in the midst of a terrible desert. There could be no return. Sam thinks back to the time in Rivendell when Frodo had asked him if he would keep going or if he would head back now that he had seen elves, and he told him that he felt like he had something he had to do. And now he felt certain that that thing was to get Frodo to the fiery pit, and then, once their mission was accomplished, he would die with him. He was mostly at peace with the idea, but he did wish he could see the Shire one last time. His family, and of course, Rosie Cotton. He'd always intended to marry that sweet girl, but now he was left with only memories of her. But then we're told that he traded any hope he might have had for something grimmer, something that fueled him like hope might have, but it was a hard determination that he wasn't going to make it home, and his death must be worth something. It was as if he was turning into some creature of stone and steel that neither despair nor weariness nor endless barren miles could subdue. Sam looked out over the plain, and he saw that the entire land was pockmarked with holes as if it had been pummeled by stones over a long period of time. This was the one advantage they had. They could use the pits as places to hide and rest when they were too weary to continue. Sam turned back to Frodo. His master was fading fast. He had given most of what strength he had left, keeping up with the march of the orcs. Sam asked if he could manage to move at least a little bit so they can distance themselves from the area where the orcs were congregating. "I can manage it," Frodo said hoarsely. "I must." They went for a few miles cautiously, but soon it was obvious that Frodo didn't have the strength to go hopping pit from pit, and they decided that with their limited time and food supply, they would have to risk the open road. And we're told by the narrator at this point that the armies of the West under Aragorn are on their way from Gondor and are a few days out from the Black Gate. As the hobbits' strength left them, the land became more evil. It was not the patrols of orcs or the occasional pounding of horse hooves that they would hear as they crouched in a pit at night. It was the sheer menace and power of Sauron, which might as well have been the air they breathed. The closer they drew to Mount Doom, the stronger it got, even for Sam, and he didn't have the additional burden of the ring. By day, they trudged along the road, and at night, they flirted with sleep as they hid in pits. 4 days passed since they'd escaped the orcs, and at this point, Frodo wasn't capable of talking. He was hunched over, stumbling with almost every step, the ring like a millstone around his neck. And they were now at a point where the road would take them no closer. It turned away from the mountain, and the hobbits would have to pathfind on their own. Sam's tongue was thick and swollen with dehydration. The last few days they had survived by finding cisterns used to supply troops with water in this barren land. Often there was very little, and what they did find was muddied. But it had been a saving grace nonetheless. But now they could not rely on any renewal to their water supply. Frodo had been lying on his back when Sam asked if he was ready for the next leg. Frodo spoke as if in a dream. "I can't manage it, Sam. It's such a weight to carry. Such a weight." Sam, always trying to be helpful, offered to carry it one more time. But even as he spoke the words, he knew they would likely do more harm than good. There was a wild look in Frodo's eyes as he yelled at Sam to stay away. "It's mine, I say. Be off." Frodo's hand even strayed to his sword hilt. But as always, in a flash it passed, and Frodo once again begged Sam's forgiveness, but still resolute that there is no one else who can carry it now. I am almost in its power now. I could not give it up, and if you tried to take it, I should go mad. As they looked to embark on the next stretch, Sam did suggest that at this point, anything not necessary for their goal of destroying the ring was extra weight. They didn't need their disguises anymore. They tossed off their heavy orc cloaks and helms. Frodo even threw away his sword, saying he wouldn't have the ability to use it. Sam also got rid of his gear, other than the remaining lembas bread, sting, their water bag, what remained of his elvish rope, the vial of Galadriel, and the little box of earth he'd been given by the fair lady. The foodie in me sympathized with Sam when the thing that made him the most sad to give up were his pots that he'd packed all the way from the Shire. He thoughtfully asked Frodo if his master remembered the rabbit stew they'd had those weeks back, the same day they'd seen the Oliphant. Frodo's answer shows just how far gone he is. No, I'm afraid not, Sam. At least, I know that such things happen, but I cannot see them. No taste of food, no feel of water, no sound of wind, no memory of tree or grass or flower. No image of moon or star are left to me. I am naked in the dark, Sam, and there is no veil between me and the wheel of fire. I begin to see it even with my waking eyes, and all else fades. Sam stooped over Frodo, kissed his hand, and said, "The sooner we're rid of it, the sooner to rest." And Sam made sure to actually hide their objects, especially the sword. He had a gut feeling that the stinker golem was still on their tail, and Sam wouldn't dare give him a blade. Quote, "His hands are bad enough when empty," he muttered as he buried the gear. Even as exposed as they were, between their elven cloaks and the bleak landscape, the narrator notes that the only servants of Sauron who could have possibly spotted them anyway were the Nazgul, but that their attentions were elsewhere, monitoring the march of the captains of the West. The Great Eye had only been thinking of them as of late. Sam and Frodo marched through the rest of the day. One of the only things Frodo said that night was asking for water. There were only 2 mouthfuls left. One Sam gave to Frodo, the other he kept in the bag for the next time his master needed it. Night came and Frodo fell into a fitful sleep, but Sam's mind, whether sharp or delirious, began to have a mental debate within itself. Almost like the one Gollum had in the Two Towers, not in terms of wanting the ring, but just 2 distinct personalities. He could not sleep, and he held this debate within himself. "Well, come now, we've done better than we hoped," he said sturdily. "Began well, anyway. I reckon we crossed half the distance before we stopped. One more day will do it." And then he paused. "Don't be a fool, Samwise Gamgee," came the answer in his own voice. "He won't go another day like that if he moves at all. And you can't go on much longer giving him all the water and most of the food." "I can go on a good way, though, and I will." "Where to?" "The mountain, of course." "But what then, Sam Gamgee? What then? When you get there, what are you going to do? He won't be able to do anything for himself." To his dismay, Sam realized that he had no answer to this. All he had known this whole time is that they needed to take the ring to Mount Doom, but he had no idea what was involved in destroying the ring, or where in Mount Doom they needed to go in order to destroy it. The pessimist voice in him said, "It's all quite useless. You are the fool, going on hoping and toiling. You could have lain down and gone to sleep together days ago if you hadn't been so dogged, but you'll die just the same. Or worse, you might just as well lie down now and give it up. You'll never get to the top anyway." The unrelenting part of Sam's mind said, "I'll get there if I leave everything but my bones behind. And I'll carry Mr. Frodo up myself if it breaks my back and heart. So stop arguing." At that moment, the ground shook with a tremor, breaking Sam from his internal debate. After getting very little rest, they started on one more day that should lead them to the foot of the mountain. Sam was so parched that he couldn't eat either. Swallowing food was painful. The sky was darker than usual over Mordor, and the air was full of fumes as well. The hobbits struggled on. They reached the foot of the mountain before nightfall, and the next morning they began the ascent to the last step towards doom. "Now for it! Now for the last gasp," Sam said as he struggled to stand. Frodo groaned without words. He stared drunkenly up at the mountain and fell back down to his knees at the sight. Frodo could not bring himself to stand, but still unable to be dominated by the power of the ring, he began to crawl on his hands and knees. Sam, with no moisture left to spare, wept tearlessly at the sight of his friend and master, pitiful and broken, but still with the courage to do anything in his power to see the quest to the end. I said I'd carry him even if it broke my back, Sam thought to himself, and I will. Come on, Mr. Frodo, he said aloud. I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you and it as well. So up you get. Come on. Sam will give you a ride. Just tell him where to go and he'll go. With some effort, Frodo was on Sam's back, his arms clinging around the gardener's neck, his legs wrapped around his waist. Sam staggered to his feet, but to his amazement, the burden was less than he'd expected. He had thought the weight of the ring would be added to Frodo, but that was not the case. The path up the mountain was broken, but it was not sheer, and so Sam trudged up with the broken shell of his master on his back. Frodo did not speak, so Sam struggled on as best he could, having no guidance but the will to climb as high as he might before his strength gave out and his will broke. On he toiled, up and up, turning this way and that to lessen the slope, often stumbling forward and at last crawling like a snail with a heavy burden on its back. When his will could drive him no further and his limbs gave way, he stopped and laid his master gently down. By the time Sam's strength had given out, he had climbed high enough that the reek and smoke that had made it hard to breathe were largely below them. Frodo breathed more deeply and thanked Sam for his sacrifice. They examined where they were and were amazed to find that above them just a little ways, there was an actual road. They couldn't be sure where it led, but it obviously went up, and that gave them hope. The narrator points out that they could not have known that this road was expressly made as a direct path from Barad-dûr to the Samath Naur, or Chambers of Fire, deep inside Mount Doom. That the road was constantly being destroyed by fire and stones that spewed from the furnaces of the mountain, but they were always quickly repaired by large numbers of orcs. Sam and Frodo rested briefly, but as much as Sam's back begged for more relief, a sense of urgency came over him that made him bolt upright, as if a voice was saying, "Now, now, or it will be too late." Frodo also sat up, as if hearing the call. Sam couldn't carry Frodo any further, so the ring-bearer set off crawling again, determined not to be held up a moment longer. The road made switchbacks up the mountain, which meant at times Frodo was oppressed by a straight view of the dark tower of Barad-dûr in the distance. Blacker and crueler it seemed every time he glanced at it. But the only relief was that they did not feel the eye of Sauron on them. It was gazing in the opposite direction, towards the Black Gate, where the captains of the West were arriving. Frodo felt his hand calling for the ring, and instead of finding the will to pull it away, all he could do was hoarsely whisper to Sam, asking for help. Sam knelt by Frodo, grabbed both his hands, and held them tenderly. But then the dark and sickening feeling of the eye came over Sam. He spotted us, Sam thought. This is the end of ends. And he found a final burst of energy to bring Frodo onto his back once more. Sam held his master's hands together in front of his own chest as Frodo's legs dangled behind Sam. The gardener panted under the weight, and he kept working up the road when out of nowhere a rock hit him in the head, sending him crashing forwards. As Sam hit the ground, Frodo still on top of him, he heard the voice that he hated above all others.
Wicked master! Wicked master cheats us! Cheats Smeagol! He mustn't go that way! He mustn't hurt Precious! Give it to Smeagol! Yes, give it to us!
The creature descended from its perch and lunged for Frodo. Any dregs of adrenaline that Sam's system still had surged as he stood up, pointing sting at Gollum, but he couldn't swing. The tussle was so frantic that he might end up hitting Frodo. But Frodo's will also surged as he felt a threat to his Precious, and he fought back with a fury that shocked both Sam and Gollum. And since the wretched being had been just as starved as the hobbits over the past while, he did not have the strength to overpower the ring-bearer. Frodo ended up victorious. He stood up, his hand clutching the ring under his shirt, and he yelled orders to Gollum. "Down! Down, you creeping thing, and out of my path! Your time is at an end. You cannot betray me or slay me now." And once again, Sam was amazed as Frodo seemed to physically tower over Gollum, who had writhed on the ground under him just like it had happened at the base of the Emyn Mountains. Sam saw these two rivals with other vision, a crouching shape scarcely more than a shadow of a living thing, a creature now wholly ruined and defeated, yet filled with a hideous lust and rage, and before it stood stern, untouchable now by pity, a figure robed in white, but at its breast it held a wheel of fire. Out of the fire there spoke a commanding voice. "Begone, and trouble me no more. If you touch me ever again, you shall be cast yourself into the fire of doom." Sam stepped in, sting pointed at the defeated Gollum, encouraging Frodo to go on before it was too late. He would deal with this stinker. Frodo agreed and told Sam farewell. This is the end at last. On Mount Doom, doom shall fall. And he began stumbling up the path. Sam turned to Gollum, his lips curled into a snarl. "Now, at last, I can deal with you." He lunged and was surprised when Gollum didn't fight back. He didn't even try to defend himself.
Don't kill us. Don't kill us, he pleaded. Don't hurt us with nasty, cruel steel. Let us live. When the precious goes, we'll die into dust. Yes.
His bony fingers flung dirt and ash into the air as he cried, "Dust." Sam hesitated. Much like Frodo before him, in the very moment that he could have killed Gollum, he felt a compassion for one who had been corrupted and afflicted by the dark power for so long, and in the end, his hand was stayed. "Oh, curse you, you stinking thing," he said, and then he ordered Gollum to start marching down the mountain, away from them, and that if he doesn't leave, Sam will hurt him with the nasty, cruel steel. Gollum got on all fours and backed away, scampering down the path, even as Sam aimed a kick in his direction. As soon as Gollum was a distance away, Sam's thoughts turned to his master, and he began following him up the path. If only he'd looked back, though, he would have noticed that Gollum paused once his back had been turned, and that once again a fire entered his eyes, and he began to climb back up the mountain, slinking between the shadows. Pretty quickly, Sam's line of sight revealed something unexpected but hopeful. There was a large archway carved into the mountain, the door of the Samath Naur. Sam scurried into it and found a long passageway that was so dark even the Vial of Galadriel did little to improve visibility. When it did open up, he found himself inside a giant cavern, illuminated only by the pits of fire below. The red glare leapt up around him as he struggled to find his master, until finally his eyes locked onto an object, a shadow outlined by the glow of the flames, standing at the edge of a large chasm. "Master!" Sam yelled as he stumbled towards him. Frodo's back had been turned to him, but at the call, he faced Sam and spoke in a voice powerful and cruel, unlike Sam had ever heard him use before. "I have come," Frodo said, "but I do not choose now to do what I came to do. I will not do this deed. The ring is mine." And before Sam could react, he watched Frodo slip the ring on his finger and vanish from sight. Sam was knocked forward by an urgent force, and for a moment he was unconscious as his head struck the ground. At the very moment that Frodo claimed the ring as his own, a tremor went through the valley of Mordor and shook the foundation of Barad-dûr. The Eye of Sauron finally knew exactly where the ring was, and it was terrified. The wrath of the Dark Lord immediately shifted focus from the band of Western soldiers at his gate to the heart of Mount Doom. His armies quivered and froze in place. The only ones not paralyzed were the Nazgul who flew on evil wings in search of the ring-bearer. Sam woke, feeling dazed, and as he looked up, he saw the strangest sight. It was Gollum, floating on the edge of the abyss as if riding on the back of an invisible creature. He was tussling with an unseen force, swaying back and forth dangerously close to the edge of the chasm. The creature hissed, but said no words. The fires in Mount Doom bubbled higher and more fiercely. Heat waves obscured Sam's vision, and he struggled to notice Gollum's long hand slowly draw up to his mouth and with a clamp down of his rotten teeth, Frodo gave out a loud cry. Gollum's fangs clamped down several more times until the very finger Frodo wore the ring on was bitten through, and Frodo fell to his knees, crying out. Gollum pulled the ring from the severed finger and began to dance like a madman. Holding it up, he laughed gleefully, and with his eyes too transfixed on his long-lost treasure, he did not notice how close he stepped to the edge. And moments after reclaiming the ring, he toppled over the edge of the chasm, shrieking out as he fell. From the depths of the pit, the last the hobbits heard was one final wail of "Precious!" And he was gone. After a moment of silence, the mountain shook. Without hesitation, Sam ran to his master's side and helped him to his feet, practically carrying him outside the doors of the Samathnaur. As they came once again outside, the terror they saw made them marvel. Quote, a brief vision he had of swirling cloud, and in the midst of it towers and battlements, tall as hills, founded upon a mighty mountain throne above immeasurable pits. Great courts and dungeons, eyeless prisons, sheer as cliffs and gaping gates of the steel and adamant, and all had passed. Towers fell, mountains slid, walls crumbled and melted, crashing down. Vast spires of smoke and spouting steams went billowing up and up until they toppled like an overwhelming wave. And its wild crest curled and came foaming down upon the land. And then, at last, over the miles between them came a rumble, rising to a deafening crash and roar. The earth shook, and the plain heaved and cracked, and Orodruin reeled. Fire belched from its riven summit, the skies burst into thunder, seared with lightning. Down like lashing whips fell a torrent of black rain, and into the heart of the storm with a cry that pierced all other sounds, tearing the clouds asunder, the Nazgul came, shooting like flaming bolts, as caught in the fiery ruin of hill and sky, they crackled, withered, and went out. Sam was still gazing out in amazement when he heard a soft yet familiar voice at his side say, "Well, this is the end, Sam Gamgee." He looked down at Frodo, who was smiling peacefully up at him, standing at the end of the world, but without a trace of fear on his face. Sam began to cry with joy. Nothing else mattered, besides his master being okay. He was now free from the power of that horrid object. Sam's hands clasped Frodo's four-fingered hand, which was bleeding profusely, and he apologized that he had nothing to bind it with. He mutters that he would rather have had Gollum take his entire hand than a single finger from his master. But Frodo spoke again, calmly, saying, "Yes, but do you remember Gandalf's words? Even Gollum may have something yet to do. If it wasn't for him, Sam, I would not have destroyed the ring. The quest would have been in vain, even at the bitter end. So let us forgive him. The quest is achieved, and now all is over. I'm glad you're here with me, here at the end of all things, Sam." Now, before we continue on in the story, I just wanted to give you that quick interlude so you could take a deep breath. We've passed the most pivotal part in the story, and oh boy, did I need a breather. But before we pick up on the next chapter, I wanted to address something that people have debated, and even J.R.R. himself weighed in, which is Frodo failed, right? Like, he choked at the last second. That's what we just saw happen. Well, let's dive in. I'm just going to read a few paragraphs from his letter and then discuss. Quote, "From the point of view of the storyteller, the events on Mount Doom proceed simply from the logic of the tale up to that time. They were not deliberately worked up to nor foreseen until they occurred. But for one thing, it became at last quite clear that Frodo, after all that had happened, would be incapable of voluntarily destroying the ring. Reflecting on the solution after it was arrived at, as a mere event, I felt that it is central to the whole theory of true nobility and wisdom that is presented. Frodo indeed failed as a hero, as conceived by simple minds. He did not endure to the end, he gave in, ratted. I do not say simple minds with contempt, They often see with clarity the simple truth and the absolute ideal to which effort must be directed, even if it is unattainable. So basically, he's saying a simpler mind would see it as a failure, and that he's not judging those who do, because simple minds see things with clarity sometimes. I do not think that Frodo's was a moral failure. At the last moment, the pressure of the ring would reach its maximum. Impossible, I should have said, for anyone to resist, certainly after long possession. Months of increasing torment, and when starved and exhausted, Frodo had done what he could and spent himself completely as an instrument of providence, and had produced a situation in which the object of his quest could be achieved. His humility, with which he began, and his sufferings were justly rewarded by the highest honor, and his exercise of patience and mercy towards Gollum gained him mercy. His failure was redressed. We are finite creatures with absolute limitations upon the powers of our soul-body structure in either action or endurance. Moral failure can only be asserted, I think, when a man's effort or endurance falls short of his limits, and the blame decreases as that limit is closer approached. Frodo undertook his quest out of love, to save the world he knew from disaster at his own expense, if he could, and also in complete humility, acknowledging that he was wholly inadequate to the task. His real contract was only to do what he could, to try to find a way, and to go as far on the road as his strength of mind and body allowed. And he did that. I do not myself see that the breaking of his mind and will under demonic pressure after torment was any more a moral failure than the breaking of his body would have been, say, by being strangled by Gollum or being crushed by a falling rock. Okay, I know that's a lot of reading Tolkien's language, but I think this is a fascinating and important point since it's kind of the crux of the whole story in relation to Frodo. In simpler terms, this is how I interpret what he said. Yes, if we are just going to boil it down to the outward actions performed, Frodo failed. But he says that it is a simple mind that cannot look further than this, far enough to understand that the message is not that, oh, Frodo was too weak, but rather, Frodo never could have been so incorruptible of a vessel to withstand the ring forever, and that he was better suited than most to resist as long as he did because of his love for the world that he was trying to save, but that it was impossible to resist after so long when he was so deep in enemy territory, and that one way of looking at it would be saying, you can't be mad at a car for not being able to drive when it runs out of gas. He was physically spent as a vessel, and that true moral failure comes when someone falls short of their capabilities. He had maxed out his capabilities and should not be judged as a moral failure for having done everything in his power and that still not being enough. He pointed out kind of offhandedly that if it hadn't been for his mercy to Gollum, Gollum wouldn't have been alive to eventually destroy the ring, so even in his failure, Frodo's noble choices led to the success of the quest. Some of you may have never spent much time thinking about that question of if Frodo failed or not, but for those of you who have, there is the creator's thoughts on the situation. And we've now gotten past the greatest but not final point of drama in the book, but we've got 6 chapters left. Even in the extended movies, they only do about 30 minutes of film to cover it, which feels like a lot. But in the book, it's about 150 pages more. Luckily, Tolkien addressed that as well in the famous Tolkien Letter 131, where he wrote a summarized version of all of Middle-earth, including the Silmarillion. And so about the fact that the destroying of the ring wasn't the final peak, followed by a very brief denouement, which remember is the literary term for the wrap-up after the big drama has been resolved, he said this, quote, "But it is not the end of the 6th book or of The Lord of the Rings as a whole, for various reasons. The chief artistic one, that the music cannot be cut off short at its peak." I love that line. It's probably one of my top lines from his letters. The music cannot be cut off short at its peak. No song just ends abruptly the second the chorus closes or the breakdown ends. We can't fully enjoy the best part of it if we don't have sufficient time for it to resolve and wind down afterwards. He went on to say that he hates loose ends, and especially when other stories leave them. So part of why there's so much is Tolkien really tries to take the time to give every character their own kind of wrap-up. But then he also brings up one key point that plays into Joseph Campbell's traditional hero's journey model. This was a story about hobbits living peacefully in the Shire, and it must end there, back to common life. But the way that return happens, which I won't spoil because we'll get there, and it's probably the most significant piece of the story that was outright ignored by the movies, but the way that the return happens shows, in Tolkien's words, the cost of victory, to show that not victory, even on a world-shaking scale, is final. The war will go on, taking other modes. So even though I will summarize where I can, we're going the full distance because it would be robbing J.R.R. of the desire he had to show us how stories go on even after the villain is dead. So let's get started, shall we? At the beginning of the next chapter, it actually jumps back to the perspective of the captains of the West at the moment of doom, surrounded by hordes of orcs and uruks and trolls, right when we heard the cry that the eagles were coming. Yes, the eagles were coming. Leading them was Gwaihir, the Wind Lord, the same eagle who has saved Gandalf so many times, not only in this trilogy, but in The Hobbit as well. Gwaihir is basically Gandalf's personal Uber driver, but he came with many of his brothers and descendants this time. The eagles first began by dive-bombing the Nazgul on their fell beasts, but before the eagles could really get a chance to mess them up, they turned and fled just as a terrible sound came out of the Dark Tower. Immediately, all of the orc armies began to shake and tremble. The power that drove them on and filled them with hate and fury was wavering. And now, without that driving force, they became afraid. The armies of the West took courage and began to drive their foes back. Gandalf called out to them, "Stand, men of the West! Stand and wait! This is the hour of doom!" The earth began to shake and groan. The Black Gate crumbled into ruin, and sounds of destruction from inside the realm of Mordor filled the air. Gandalf yelled again, "The realm of Sauron is ended! The Ring-Bearer has fulfilled his quest!" The captains gazed south to the land of Mordor. It seemed to them that, black against the pall of cloud, there rose a huge shape of shadow, impenetrable. Lightning crowned, filling all the sky. Enormous, it reared above the world and stretched out towards them a vast, threatening hand. Terrible but impotent, for even as it leaned over them, a great wind took it, and it was all blown away and passed, and then a hush fell. The men watched as orcs scattered aimlessly in any direction. The men of the east who had been fighting for Sauron were not as terrified, however, and were gathering themselves for battle. They were vastly outnumbered, and many did flee, but some hated the West so much they would rather die than admit defeat. So while the armies of the Western men cleaned up the obstinate few of the men of the East, Gandalf hops on Gwaihir and has a couple other eagles go with them to see if they can find Frodo and Sam. And we jump back to the Hobbit's storyline, starting with the very line that ended the last chapter. Frodo saying, "I am glad that you are here with me, here at the end of all things, Sam." But this time we get Sam's response. "Yes, I am here with you, Master, and you're with me, and the journey's finished. But after coming all the way, I don't want to give up yet. It's not like me somehow, if you understand." Frodo smiles, but admits he feels like it's hopeless. Sam convinces him to at least come down a little from the crack of doom, as it was called. So they traversed down carefully among the rocky mountainside, avoiding the flows of lava and fire that were cascading down around them. And they kept going until eventually they found themselves on an island. The only speck of unlavaed ground in their midst, the end was close by. They laid down, too tired to keep standing. Besides, they had nowhere else they could go. Sam sighed, holding Frodo's hand, and said he wished he could hear their story told just once. The story of Nine-Fingered Frodo and the Ring of Doom. Sam's eyes drifted to the north. Looking up at the clearing sky was the best way to keep the fear from rising inside of him. But the winds were now clearing out that darkness, and that was the saving grace that allowed Gwaihir, Lord of the Eagles, to spot two little hobbits laying on an island of stone among a river of fire. When Sam felt himself being lifted off the ground, he thought it was a dream, a merciful act of unconsciousness that would prevent him from having to live out the torturous death of fire. But there was Frodo, also flying through the sky. Well, he couldn't have asked for much more beautiful of a dream than that. Sam woke up an unknown time later to find he was in a soft bed for the first time since he could even remember. The sun cast beautiful golden shadows and the air had a sweet scent. He immediately was taken back to the gorgeous setting of Ithilien where he had met Faramir. Sam spoke out loud, wondering how long he's been asleep, assuming he's just had the most horrendous dream. But when he looks next to him, Frodo was laying there, looking peaceful, his left hand behind his head, and his right hand laying on his chest. The third finger of the hand was missing. "So, it wasn't a dream?" Sam gasped. Gandalf came in, smiling, and asked Master Samwise how he was. The gardener didn't know what to do or think or say. He was alive. Frodo was alive. They had made it back to Gandalf somehow, and the ring was really destroyed? These were too many positive emotions to process at once. "A great shadow has departed," the wizard said with a smile. He finds out Frodo is conscious and seems well, and also that he has been out for 2 full weeks. "It is the 14th day of the new year," Gandalf said. He tells them a different date, which is what it would be in Shire reckoning, but says that in Gondor the new year will now forever start on the day that Sauron was defeated, which was the 25th of March, according to Shire reckoning. But that they should get dressed. The king was waiting for them. "The king?" Sam said. "What king?" "The king of Gondor and the lord of the western lands," Gandalf said coyly, knowing he was keeping Sam in the dark by not telling him it was Aragorn. They followed the wizard onto a green lawn. They were not in Minas Tirith yet. They were on the way back from Mordor. Specifically, they were in the field of Cormallen. Large trees and running water that rushed past flowering banks made it a paradise now that the shadow had lifted. The hobbits followed Gandalf and found themselves walking between lines of knights standing at attention. The guards bowed to the hobbits, and then trumpets began to blow. They kept walking and found a large host there. Not just the soldiers from the captains of the western armies, but ships had sailed down the river to be here for this moment. Swords were unsheathed, trumpets blared, spears shook, and men sang the praises of Sam and Frodo in many languages. "Praise them with great praise, the ring-bearers! Praise them! Long live the halflings!" Sam and Frodo blushed at all the attention, but they kept marching forward until they came to 3 high seats with different emblems. On either side of the center chair, one of them had the green and white horse of Rohan, the other the blue and silver swan of Dol Amroth. But the chair in the center, greater than the others, had the white flowering tree with the 7 stars and the crown, the symbol of a Gondor reborn. On the other 2 seats sat men that Sam and Frodo did not recognize, but on the center throne was a man they knew all too well, even if he did have a different air about him, a kingly look. Frodo and Sam ran to meet their friend Strider. "Am I still asleep?" Sam asked. "Yes, Sam," Aragorn said. "It is a long way, is it not, from Bree, where you did not like the look of me? A long way for us all, but yours has been the darkest road." And then, to Sam's confusion, Aragorn knelt on bowed knee before both of the hobbits. He took them by their hands and led them to his throne, where he set them on his high seat, turning to the host in attendance and crying out loudly for all to hear, "Praise them with great praise!" The crowd cheered, and to Sam's delight, a Gondorian minstrel came forward as the crowd hushed and announced he would sing them the tale of Frodo of the 9 Fingers and the Ring of Doom. Sam cheered out loudly, yelling, "Oh, great glory and splendor, now all my wishes have come true." And he began to cry big tears of joy. The crowd went from cheerful to silent with anticipation, and then, through a range of emotions, the minstrel told of the dark parts of Moria, the dead marshes, Cirith Ungol, and Mordor. And when he finished, they all cheered again. "Praise them with great praise!" Once the celebration wound down, Gandalf came in carrying the objects that the mouth of Sauron had tried to use as proof of Frodo's failure: his elven cloak, Sam's sword, and the mithril armor. Sam was also given a coat of gilded mail, and his elven cloak had been cleaned and mended, good as new. As Gandalf handed Sting and the other sword to the hobbits, Frodo said he did not wish to wear a sword anymore, but Gandalf suggested he should for tonight, at least. There was a great feast being held that night, and the hobbits sat at the king's table along with King Eomer of Rohan, Prince Imrahil of Dol Amroth, and many other captains along with Gimli and Legolas. At one point, 2 young squires came in, or at least at first glance, that is what Sam and Frodo took them for. One wore the silver and sable of the guards of Minas Tirith, and the other dressed in the rougher but equally stunning white and green of Rohan. Sam wondered what such young boys were doing out here with all the men, but as they walked closer, he began tapping Frodo on the shoulder as he called out, "Why, look, Mr. Frodo, it's Peregrine and Merry! How they have grown! Bless me, but I can see there's more tales to tell than ours." Pippin smiled, saying, "There are indeed, but says they will have to catch up later. They are knights of the city and of the mark, and they are busy with their duties." After the feast, Frodo and Sam found themselves sitting out under the night sky with Gandalf, Legolas, and Gimli, as well as Merry and Pippin. And they talked long into the night of all that had happened to each of them since their parting at Rauros Falls. Orcs, talking trees, towers and golden halls, black-sailed ships and wild men. Sam's head was spinning with how much had gone on in their absence, but Sam was most taken by how much taller the younger hobbits were. "You're 3 inches taller than you ought to be, or I'm a dwarf." Gimli harumphed, saying, "You most certainly are not." And then he said something about how drinking Ent drafts is a strange and dangerous practice. "There you go talking about Ents again," Sam said. "It'll take me weeks to get it all straight." Pippin chimed in, saying weeks indeed, and that Frodo would have to be locked up in a tower at Minas Tirith just to write it all down before they begin to forget the details. The armies stayed in Cormallen for weeks while the injured were healed and the weary rested, but when all was well, they sailed up the river until the green fields of the Pelennor came into view once more, and the white city shined in the sunlight. It was now time for Aragorn, son of Arathorn, to enter the gates as the King of Gondor. The next chapter, once again, jumps back a little bit in time, because now we are in the POV of the 2 stuck in the House of Healing in Minas Tirith, Faramir and Éowyn. They were first formally introduced when Faramir was in one of the gardens of the city that overlooked eastward, where he could watch the threatening shadow. Éowyn was brought out by the warden of the House of Healing, saying that she was not content and wished to speak to the steward of the city. "What would you have me do, my lady?" he asked as he took in the sad beauty of the Lady of the Mark. She radiated sunlight, and yet somehow there was sadness present in her. She says she cannot lie idle, feeling caged. She looked for death in battle, but failed to die. He expresses that he is also a prisoner of the healers, but that he can at least get her permission to walk in the garden as well, so she doesn't go quite as stir-crazy. But he assures her it is too late for her to try and catch up with the armies that have gone off to Mordor. He says that if she would consider walking with him in this garden from time to time, it would ease his own care. A bit of color came to her cheeks as she asked how it would ease his care. And here is where we see just how much of a Riz Lord Faramir is. "Would you have my plain answer?" he asks her. She looked up at him and said she would. "Then, Éowyn of Rohan," he said, "I say to you that you are beautiful. In the valleys of our hills there are flowers fair and bright, and maidens fairer still, but neither flower nor lady have I seen till now in Gondor so lovely and so sorrowful. It may be that only a few days are left ere darkness falls upon our world, and when it comes, I hope to face it steadily, but it would ease my heart if, while the sun yet shines, I could see you still. For you and I have both passed under the wings of the shadow, and the same hand drew us back." And despite that line being pretty smooth, Éowyn is not some simple maiden who can just be won over with a few charming words. She says that the shadow lies on her still, and that he should not look to her for healing, but she thanked him for the freedom to roam the garden. And with that, she walked back inside. Faramir's gaze followed her until she disappeared, and even after she had gone inside, he found himself looking to the east less and looking over his shoulder towards the House of Healing more. And then he does what any guy who's interested in a woman does. He asks her friend for some intel so he can learn more about her. Merry is sent to Faramir, and he's grilled on what he knows about Éowyn of Rohan. Merry doesn't have much to share with him, but it does enlighten him more about the grief that the Lady of the Mark carries in her heart. The next morning, Faramir found her in the garden again, all in white. The sun radiated off of her. They walked together and talked, sitting among the trees of the garden, sometimes sitting in silence. And as the days passed, this continued, the two of them talking as they looked to the east, waiting for any sign of either doom or redemption. 5 days after they first met, Faramir came to the garden to find Éowyn wearing a deep blue mantle to protect her from the wind that was blowing. He sent for his own robe to be brought to her, and she stood there, looking queenly. She was looking to the north, asking if that wasn't the direction of the Black Gate, saying it had been 7 days since he had ridden away. Was that not enough to know what has happened? Faramir, knowing that her heart was still set on Aragorn, was not deterred. He said, 7 days, but think not ill of me if I say to you that they have brought me both a joy and a pain that I never thought to know. Joy to see you, but pain, because now the fear and doubt of this evil time are grown dark again indeed. Éowyn, I would not have this world end now or lose so soon what I have found. Lose what you have found, Lord? She said, and then she hits him with the F word. Quote, I know not what in these days you have found that you could lose, but come, my friend, let us not speak of it. And now, having been cast into the friend zone, they stood in silence and stared out to the east. And to the north, where the Black Gate stands. But then something happened. No sounds from the city reached their ears. The whole world was silent, suddenly. They stood, and their hands grasped each other as they stood in fear of what this moment meant. Then presently it seemed to them that above the ridges of those distant mountains in the east, another vast mountain of darkness rose, towering up like a wave that should engulf the world, and about it lightnings flickered. And then a tremor ran through the earth, and they felt the walls of the city quiver. A sound like a sigh went up from all the lands about them, and their hearts beat suddenly again. Éowyn stood a little closer to Faramir, not knowing what this meant. He told her that although he couldn't know what had just happened, his mind is telling him that great evil has befallen, and that they stand at the end of days. But his heart says no. His heart tells him that there is to be hope and joy, and that in this hour he does not believe darkness will endure. And with that, he stooped down and kissed her on the forehead. And they stood in silence, watching over the city, their hair, his raven, hers gold, blue in the breeze, mingling in the air. And they filled with hope as the shadow over Mordor cleared and the world began to heal. The news of what had happened came later that evening via one of the great eagles. Sing now, ye people of the Tower of Anor, for the realm of Sauron is ended forever, and the dark tower is thrown down. Sing and rejoice, ye people of the Tower of Guard, for your watch hath not been in vain, and the Black Gate is broken, and your king hath passed through, and he is victorious. Soon many ships were sent down the river to the field of Cormallen, where the victors were resting and healing and celebrating. Merry went with them as quickly as possible. Faramir was now healed, but he didn't go because he now had to assume his duties as steward, even if only for a short time. He must prepare the city for the glorious return of the one who would rule. He noticed that Éowyn did not go either, despite messages from her brother begging her to come. She seemed healthy, but still pale and sad. Faramir found her one day and asked why she did not go. Do you not know? She asked. Here's where the smooth-talking Faramir strikes again. Quote, 2 reasons there may be, but which is true I do not know. She asks him to stop speaking in riddles, and he says, very well, either you don't go because only your brother Éomer has summoned you, and to travel on his invitation to now look upon Lord Aragorn in his triumph would bring you no joy, or you do not go because you desire still to be near me. And maybe for both these reasons. Éowyn, he asked her, do you not love me, or will you not? She looked grieved as she said, I wish to be loved by another, but I desire no man's pity. He expressed his understanding, saying that he knows how much she desires to be loved by Aragorn, and that when all she received from him was pity, she then desired only a brave death in battle. But look at me, Éowyn, he said resoundingly. She did look at him, half glaringly, half in anticipation. Do not scorn pity that is the gift of a gentle heart, Éowyn. But I do not offer you my pity, for you are a lady high and valiant, and have yourself one renown that shall not be forgotten. And you are a lady beautiful, I deem, beyond even the words of the elvish tongue to tell. and I love you. Once I pitied your sorrow, but now were you sorrowless, without fear or any lack. Were you the blissful queen of Gondor, still I would love you, Éowyn. Do you not love me? And then the heart of Éowyn changed, or else at least she understood it, and suddenly her winter passed and the sun shone on her. Quote, I stand in Minas Anor, the tower of the sun, she said, and behold, the shadow has departed. I will be a shield maiden no longer, nor vie with the great riders, nor take joy only in the songs of slaying. I will be a healer, and love all things that grow and are not barren. And again she looked at Faramir, saying, No longer do I desire to be a queen. Faramir grinned and said, That's good, because he will be no king. But he paints a picture of how they could marry and cross over the river into fair Ithilien and live out their days making a beautiful garden. Éowyn did a protest asking if he was okay with the fact that his people would talk about how their steward had foregone any woman of Númenor to settle for a wild shield maiden of the north. Let them talk, he said, and he took her in his arms and kissed her, not caring that many of the city would see them from where they stood. And Éowyn stayed with Faramir in the city, waiting for the return of the vanquishing army. Look, I went pretty detailed in this little subplot because it's the best frickin' romance we get in this entire trilogy. Have you noticed how Arwen has not been present in a scene since before the Council of Elrond? I know that Aragorn and Arwen are like the peak couple in the story, and that their love is patterned after the beautiful story of Beren and Luthien, but in terms of actual page time in these 3 books, it is so minimal. So I thought it would be nice to actually focus on this little bit that graces us with romance for a few pages. But now for the rest of this chapter, the conquerors do in fact return, and when the armies reached the fallen gate of Minas Tirith, there were many there to meet them, but most importantly, Faramir. The crowd fell to a hush as the soldiers stopped, and from among them came out a lordly man in silver and gray. The only color in contrast to these was the green jewel that he wore. Éomer and Imrahil stood on either side of him, and there was Gandalf and 4 halflings as well. Faramir walked to meet him halfway, followed by the master of the keys of the city, as well as men carrying a silver casket bound in silver. Faramir knelt in front of Aragorn and spoke, quote, The last steward of Gondor begs leave to surrender his office. Aragorn smiled and said that the office is not ended, and that Faramir and his line shall hold the title as long as Aragorn's own line lasts. Faramir turned to the crowd and spoke loudly, Men of Gondor, hear now the steward of this realm. Behold, one has come to claim the kingship at last. Here is Aragorn, son of Arathorn, chief of the Dunedain of Arnor, captain of the host of the west, bearer of the star of the north, wielder of the sword reforged, victorious in battle, whose hand brings healing, the Elfstone, Elisar of the line of Valandir, Isildur's son, Elendil's son of Númenor. Shall he be king and enter into the city and dwell here? And with one voice the entire city shouted, Yea! Faramir spoke again, saying that in days gone by, the king would have received the crown from his father before the older king passed. Or if the father had passed, the crown should be laid on the father's tomb, and the son would go alone to take it. As he spoke, the men carrying the silver cask set it open to reveal the crown of Eärnur, the last king. It was like the winged helms of the knights of Gondor, but it was grander and pure white, the crown of a king come from the sea. Aragorn took it in his hands, held it aloft, and spoke, Et earelo endorena utulien, sinome maruvan at Hildinyar ten ambarmeta, which he then translates, saying that these were the words Elendil spoke when he arrived in Middle-earth. Out of the great sea to Middle-earth I am come. In this place will I abide, and my heirs unto the ending of the world. He spoke again as he handed the crown back to Faramir, saying, By the labor and valor of many I have come into my inheritance. In token of this, I would have the ring-bearer bring the crown to me, and let Mithrandir set it upon my head, if he will. For he has been the mover of all that has been accomplished, and this is his victory. And so Frodo walked forward, taking the crown from Faramir. He bared it to Gandalf, who placed it on Aragorn's head, saying, Now come the days of the king, and may they be blessed while the thrones of the Valar endure. As Aragorn rose, the crowd stood breathless. The nobleness of Aragorn shone like a beacon. Gondor, once again, had a rightful ruler. Faramir yelled, "Behold the king!" And the crowd erupted as trumpets blew, and King Elessar entered the city for the first time as the king of Gondor. The narrator gives us a little glimpse into the future, saying that in the days of Elessar, the city was made more beautiful and glorious than ever before. The roads were paved with white marble, and the gates were made of mithril and steel. The dwarves labored to beautify the city, and the elves rejoiced to visit it. And all was healed and made good. But this is not the wrap-up, people. We got more loose ends to tie off. Many more loose ends. Briefly, we learn that in the days after the coronation, King Elessar got busy dealing with embassies from realms of the west, issuing pardons to the men of the east and the south. My favorite moment is the bromance moment between Aragorn and Éomer. The two men embraced, and Gondor's king told the king of Rohan that, quote, "Between us there can be no word of giving or taking, nor of reward, for we are brethren. In happy hour did Eorl ride from the north, and never has any league of peoples been more blessed, so that neither has ever failed the other, nor shall fail. Now, as you know, we have laid Theoden the Renowned in the tomb of the Hallows, and there he shall lie forever among the kings of Gondor, if you will. Or, if you desire it, we will come to Rohan and bring him back to rest with his own peoples." Éomer replies, saying, "Since the day you rose before me out of the green grass of the downs, I have loved you, and that love shall not fail. But now I must depart for a while to my own realm, where there is much to heal and set in order. But as for the fallen, when all is made ready, we will return for him, but let him sleep here a while." Nothing better than a couple of super macho dudes expressing their battle-forged love for each other, am I right? Éowyn tells Faramir that she must go back with her brother and the Rohirrim for a time, but that she will return. The hobbits, Gimli and Legolas, all hang out in Minas Tirith, happy to be there, but also feeling a little homesick. But the king begs them to stay a little while longer, saying that a day draws near that he has looked for all the years of his manhood, and he would have his friends beside him for that day. But he would say nothing more about it. The hobbits asked Gandalf if he knew what he was talking about, and the wizard spoke in riddles once again, saying, quote, "Many folk like to know beforehand what is to be set on the table, but those who have labored to prepare the feast like to keep their secret, for wonder makes the words of praise louder." Which is a very flowery way of saying, don't ask me to spoil the surprise. But one day, Gandalf and Aragorn went for a hike into the mountains above the city. They were high enough above the towers that they could even see the sun glinting off the falls of Rauros many leagues away. The whole valley was peaceful and clean and beautiful once again. Gandalf turned to his longtime friend, and he tells him that the new kingdom of Gondor will become the heart of the greatest realm in this new age, the Fourth Age, and that the time for the dominion of men has arrived, hinting that the time of wizards has found its natural conclusion. Aragorn says, "I know it well, dear friend, but I would still have your counsel." "Not for long now," said Gandalf. "The Third Age was my age. I was the enemy of Sauron, and my work is finished. I shall go soon. The burden must lie now with you and your kindred." Aragorn expresses his fear and doubt about the fact that he will one day die and the realm will need to be guided, and that even though much good has happened, things are not all as they were, citing that the white tree in the courtyard still shrivels in death. Very cryptically, the wizard invites Aragorn to look up further the mountain where they now stand, to an area that was stony and cold and without life. But as Aragorn surveyed it, he saw a small sign of life protruding from the stony ground. He climbs up and found a tree sapling no more than a few feet high. Aragorn is dumbstruck. It is clearly a sapling descended from the oldest of trees. Remember back when we talked about Telperion? Aragorn asks how it came here, and Gandalf, of course, doesn't give him a real answer, other than to say that the fruit of the tree seldom comes in ripeness and none can foretell the time in which it will awake. Aragorn carefully took the sapling and planted it in the courtyard after the dead tree had been removed. Reverently, the book notes, it was still a sacred tree, even if it was dead. Days later, a messenger arrived with the news that Aragorn had been waiting for. It was midsummer. All of the land of Gondor was beautiful, and the air was filled with the scent of life. and riders now came out of the north. First, there were my man-crushes, Elrohir and Eladan, bearing a silver banner. Then came Glorfindel. If you don't remember that name, because it's been a while, he is the elf that helped the wounded Frodo get to Rivendell in the Fellowship Book. Along with other royal members of the Elder race, Lady Galadriel and Celeborn came in on white horses, and as an entire elven embassy arrived, last among them was Elrond and the Evenstar, his daughter Arwen. Frodo was next to Gandalf when they arrived, and he spoke in wonder, saying, "At last I understand why he have waited. This is the ending." King Elessar welcomed his guests, and Elrond placed his daughter's hands in the hand of the king, and together, under the night sky of midsummer, Aragorn and Arwen Undomiel were wed in the City of Kings, the ending of a tale which had been long awaited. All right, now I'm going to give you whiplash for the next couple of chapters, the way I'll be summarizing from 30,000 feet and then zooming in on very key moments, because I can feel some of you slipping, and we haven't even gotten to the most interesting part of the wind down yet, so hold on. After the wedding, the non-Gondorians are finally feeling like it's time to head out. Frodo specifically wants to get to Rivendell as fast as possible because he wants to see Bilbo again. And he knows that with the ring destroyed, the power that was sustaining his uncle's life would be fading. But it's not just the hobbits taking off. Basically, everyone we know in the story is going to Rohan for the proper burial of King Theoden, whose body has been stored in Gondor while everything settled down. But while they waited to take off, Queen Arwen, who finally speaks in this chapter, by the way, tells Frodo that she can see that he grieves and his wounds are deeper than flesh, and she offers him an extraordinary gift. Since she has chosen the path of Luthien, to love a mortal and to not travel from the West Havens like all the other elves do, she says it is in her power to offer her spot to Frodo, if he desires, that he could pass into the West where his wounds and weariness would fully heal. And as a token of that offering, she gives him a white gem on a necklace that she was wearing, saying, "When the memory of the fear and darkness troubles you, this will bring you aid." A few days later, King Éomer and his best knights came riding from the Mark. He was astonished at all the elves here in the city, and especially the beauty of the women. He sidles up to Gimli and casually asks if he has his axe ready. Gimli, thinking something's wrong, says no, but he can grab it quickly. And then Éomer jokes, saying the dwarf will need to decide. Quote, "You shall judge," said Éomer, "for there are certain rash words concerning the lady in the golden wood that lie still between us, and now I have seen her with my eyes." "Well, lord," said Gimli, "and what say you now?" "Alas," said Éomer, "I will not say that she is the fairest lady that lives." "Then I will go for my axe," said Gimli. "But first I will plead this excuse," said Éomer. "Had I seen her in other company, I would have said all that you could wish, but now I will put Queen Arwen Evenstar first, and I am ready to do battle on my own part with any who deny me. Shall I call for my sword?" Then Gimli bowed low and laughed, saying, "Nay, you are excused for my part, lord," he said. "You have chosen the evening, but my love is given to the morning, and my heart forebodes that soon it will pass away forever." Gimli the Simp is still my favorite little subplot, and I'm so glad it got one more acknowledgement before the end of the book. But the day came to bear King Theoden to his homeland, where he could be buried with his forefathers. Merry rode next to Éomer as his esquire. The other hobbits rode with Aragorn, Gandalf, Legolas, and Gimli. Queen Arwen came too, as well as the other elves who wished to honor Theoden on their way to their own homes. Faramir and Imrahil, both now princes of Gondor, came. Like I said, literally everyone we know the name of goes to Rohan. And as they passed through the wildlands of Gan-Burigan, it was pronounced that King Elessar proclaimed that the wild men would be free and that no one henceforth should enter their domain without their leave. It took over 2 weeks for the procession to reach the green fields outside of Edoras and the Golden Hall. After the funeral, Merry stood at the entrance of the king's barrow and wept as songs were sung in his name. Theoden King," Merry cried. "Farewell. As a father you were to me, for a little while. Farewell." Faramir was stoked because he finally got to be reunited with his beloved Éowyn, who he had not seen in a while, and that night at the feast, King Éomer announced his blessing on the marriage between the Steward of Gondor and the Shield Maiden of Rohan. King Aragorn makes a joke to Éomer that he is most generous, giving the fairest of all of Rohan to the realm of Gondor. Éowyn looks into the king's eyes and asks him to wish her joy as her liege lord and healer. The king answered, saying, "I have wished thee joy ever since I first saw thee. It heals my heart to see thee now in bliss." That night Arwen walked with her father out of sight of all others into the hills of Rohan, saying their goodbyes. They spoke for a long time up in the hills as father and daughter, who were likely to never see each other again. And then Éowyn and Éomer take a moment with Merry, their loyal squire and a savior of the Pelennor fields, where they thank him for his service. And the king expresses his annoyance that Merry refuses to take the gifts and rights that are his as a hero in battle, but he begs him to accept this one gift from Éowyn. It's an ancient horn that was beautifully wrought from silver. She tells the hobbit it is an heirloom of their house, and that when it is blown, all enemies of the bearer will feel fear and allies of him will take heart. He accepted the gift and kissed his lady's hand. They then wished him well and begged him to come visit as soon as he was willing. Leaving Edoras, the group passed through Helm's Deep, and Legolas made good on his promise to visit the glittering caves with his dwarven friend. And they were indeed so beautiful that when Legolas came out, he could not speak. Gimli glowered over his friend until the elf reminded him that it was now his turn to go see Fangorn Forest with the elf. They stopped by Isengard, where they found Treebeard and other Ents tending to a land almost unrecognizable, even though it had only been a number of months since this place had been torn to pieces.
"Welcome to the Treegarth of Orthanc,"
Treebeard said. He caught up with Gandalf and his little hobbit friends and told a story of how they had had to rout another force of orcs who had been heading to Rohan, saying that if they hadn't intercepted them, either King Theoden's men never would have left for Gondor, or they would have come home to find Edoras in ashes. Aragorn says that they will never forget the service of the Ents to Gondor or Rohan.
"Never is too long a word,"
Treebeard said.
"Not while your kingdoms last, you mean. But they will have to last long indeed to seem long to the Ents."
But there is a little concern when Gandalf learns that Treebeard let Sauron leave the tower unhindered. Treebeard said he had agreed to keep Sauron prisoner until he could do no harm, and that once he was satisfied that the wizard was not a threat, he felt unjust caging a living thing. That goes against the code of the Ents. But Gandalf tells him he may be right, but that, quote, this snake had still one tooth left. Gandalf assumes that Treebeard, even thinking he had made the choice to let the wizard go, was a sign of the dark persuasion of Saruman. It was here that the group really split up into many different directions. Gimli and Legolas went to Fangorn, Aragorn and Arwen with their Gondorian host head back home to Minas Tirith, and the hobbits, Gandalf, Elrond, as well as Lady Galadriel and Celeborn, head north out of the Gap of Rohan toward their homes. There were emotional goodbyes between Treebeard, Merry, and Pippin. His parting words were a reminder for them to keep their eyes open for the Entwives. All of the hobbits were sorrowful to split paths with their Strider, who had been their guardian and protector ever since that night in Bree at the Prancing Pony. King Aragorn reminds Pippin he has not been released from service to Gondor and that he is on leave to go home, but the king reserves the right to call him back to service if he should need. Quote, with that they parted, and it was then the time of sunset. And when after a while they turned and looked back, they saw the King of the West sitting upon his horse with his knights about him, and the falling sun shone upon them and made all their harness to gleam like red gold, and the white mantle of Aragorn was turned to a flame. Then Aragorn took the green stone and held it up, and there came a green fire from his hand. Now following the hobbits, Gandalf, and the elves, we see them travel north along the misty mountains until one day they come across a beggar in rags of gray or maybe just dirty white. With him was another beggar who was whimpering. Gandalf spoke first.
"Well, Saruman, where are you going?"
"What is it to you?" the broken wizard asked.
"Will you still order my goings, and are you not content with my ruin?"
Gandalf asked if he will not accept their help, which they offer. But the former leader of the White Council scoffed, saying that he prefers their frowns to their smiles. Looking at Galadriel, he said, "The lady always hated me. I do not doubt that she has brought you this way to gloat over my poverty." The Lady of the Forest said that they have other errands more urgent than hunting him down, but that he should see it as a fortune, for now he has one final chance. He spat out a retort, "If it truly be the last, I am glad, for I shall be spared the trouble of refusing it again." He kicked his companion, who was, of course, Grima Wormtongue, and told him they were moving on, but if the company was moving in the same direction, they would go elsewhere. As he walked off, Saruman caught the eyes of the hobbits. "So, you have come to gloat too, have you, my urchins? You don't care what a beggar lacks, because you have all you want: food, clothes, and the best weed for your pipes. You wouldn't have a pipeful for a beggar, would you?" Merry took pity on the fallen wizard and reached into his bag, handing Saruman a leather pouch. "Take what you will," he said. "It came from the flotsam of Isengard." "Mine. Yes, mine," Saruman said, "and dearly bought. This is not repayment for what you took from me." And then he pronounces a curse, which is about the most targeted evil wish you could place on a hobbit, saying, "Long may your land be short of leaf." Merry shrugged off the insult and asked for his pouch back, but Saruman cried, "One thief deserves another," and with another kick to Grima, they took off. Sam asked what they thought he meant by the long-bottom leaf was dearly bought. He was troubled by that. And Gandalf watched the wizard go and reiterated what he'd said to Treebeard. He thinks the wizard has some mischief left in him. But they carried on, and soon they found themselves near the entrance to Moria, and this would be the last night with the elves of the Galadrim, because the next morning they would take the pass of Caradhras to their home of Lothlorien. And even though there isn't any plot that takes place that night, there's just this really cool visual that conveys so much depth to me, because it says how the hobbits went to bed late, but long after they had gone to sleep. Gandalf, Elrond, Galadriel, and Celeborn stayed up even later, talking about stories from ages past, and talking about the events of the days to come. They sat motionless. A passerby might think they were carved from stone because they didn't use words or their mouths to communicate, but they spoke mind to mind, only their eyes moving. And I just love this image of four beings who have been around for thousands of years, having a night finally unburdened from the minds of those who have only lived a few decades, where they can reminisce and connect with some of the only beings on the entire planet who actually share their experience. What a rare treat that must have been. But the next morning, the folks of Lorien departed, and it was a quick dash for Gandalf, the hobbits, Elrond, and his people to make it to Rivendell. And as soon as they got there, the hobbits rushed to find Bilbo. He was in his little room, papers and pens scattered all over the desk and the floor, but he was sitting in a chair by the fire, looking old, feeble, and sleepy. He started at the sound of people entering his room and acted casual as if he'd been expecting them. Without asking them about their travels, he comments that the next day will be his 129th birthday. One more year and he'll be the same age as the oldest hobbit to ever live, Old Took. The next day they celebrated with Bilbo, and at his request, they tried to tell all their stories since the time of the Great Council. And he pretended to take notes, but he often dozed off before they could even get to the good parts. They spent several weeks in Rivendell resting, talking with Bilbo, and enjoying the hospitality of the House of Elrond. But the nights were beginning to chill, and frost was setting in, and Frodo knew it was time to head home. Gandalf says he will go with them at least as far as Bree, and they have one last evening with Bilbo. The old hobbit is sad to see them go. He gives Frodo Sting and the mithril coat, forgetting that he had done so already, and then he gives him 3 books of lore that he had translated from the Elvish. To Sam, he gave a bag of gold, quote, "almost the last drop of the Smaug vintage," he said with a wink. He claimed to have no gifts for Merry and Pippin except for advice. Don't let your heads get too big for your hats, but if you don't finish growing up soon, you are going to find hats and clothes expensive. And then it turned out he did actually have a gift for each of them. Finely crafted silver pipes with pearl mouthpieces. "Think of me when you smoke them," he said. And then he came to Frodo. "I say, my lad, what's become of my ring that you took away?" Frodo, not knowing how to broach the topic easily, told him that he had lost it, that he had gotten rid of it. "Oh, how silly of me," the geriatric hobbit said. "That's what you went to do, wasn't it?" But then he expressed that he would have loved to see it one more time. He expressed a desire that he could have had as many varied adventures as these younger hobbits seem to have had, complaining that he thinks Gandalf brought him home by too straight of a road. But then he admits he is now quite cozy in Rivendell, and he breaks out into a soft little poem like a whispered song. "The road goes ever on and on, out from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone, let others follow it who can. Let them a journey new begin, but I at last with weary feet will turn towards the lighted inn, my evening rest and sleep to meet." He had dozed off as soon as the last words were sung, but he started awake again and made a final request of Frodo. He asked his nephew to gather up all his notes and papers and compile them all, saying that when he's done, he can bring it back to Rivendell for Bilbo to look over. Frodo accepts his uncle's request, saying he will be back very soon to visit, saying now that there is a king in Gondor, the roads will be quite safe to travel. So the next morning, the group that had started out so large was now down to 5 travelers. Elrond wished them a fair journey, and then, aside to Frodo, he said, "I think, Frodo, that maybe you need not come back unless you come very soon. For about this time of the year, when the leaves are gold before they fall, look for Bilbo in the woods of the Shire. I shall be with him." Frodo nodded and kept those words to himself. The next chapter will be my shortest one of this entire trilogy, outside of a foreboding statement from Frodo at the beginning of the chapter where he says that his wounds cannot be wholly cured and there's no real going back, because even if he comes to the Shire, it will not be the same. He will not be the same. He has been wounded by a Morgul blade, stung by a spider, and of course, he has the vicious bite of a tortured little creature that cleaved off his finger. Where could he find rest? And as they pass by Weathertop, the wound in his shoulder hurts more as he remembers the events of that night a year ago. But they make it to Bree quickly, and they notice that things are off. There are defenses in place, and people are less trusting. Once the villagers see Gandalf, they let him in easily enough, but at the Prancing Pony, there are no other patrons. Butterbur is glad to see them, and although they have a long conversation with him, the only real purpose of it narratively is to prepare us for the fact that something is off in this part of the world. Just because Sauron was gone didn't mean all evil had been extinguished, and the people of Bree had become very cautious and suspicious. They just want to be left alone. Sam is delighted to learn that Bill the pony, which he had to leave at the entrance to the mine of Moria, had turned up, and Butterbur had been taking care of him. But he turned him over to Sam, who was gleeful at the reunion. And the next morning as they depart, Butterbur says this very ominous thing. "Well, good luck on your road, and good luck to your homecoming. I should have warned you before that all's not well in the Shire neither, if what we hear is true. Funny goings on, they say, but one thing drives out another. Good luck to you, and the oftener you come back, the better I'll be pleased." The hobbits guess at what he could have meant by this, but they begin to ride out, and they assume that whatever is going on in the Shire has to do with Lotho. Now, since it's been a while since we've talked about Shire people, Lotho is the no-good son of the Sackville Bagginses that were so angsty about inheriting Bag End. And so they assume it must be Lotho at the bottom of this. Gandalf reminds them that Saruman is still in the picture as well, and that he took an interest in the Shire long before Mordor did. Merry cheerfully says, "Well, we've got you with us," but Gandalf tisks at that and informs the hobbits that he will not be going with them to the Shire. Quote, "My time is over. It is no longer my task to set things right, nor help folk to do so. And as for you, my dear friends, you need no help. You are grown up now. I have no longer any fear at all for any of you." He tells them that he will ride for a few miles before diverging from the road to set out to visit Tom Bombadil. Frodo says he would like to see the old man again and wonders how he's doing. Gandalf says, "As well as ever, you may be sure, and quite untroubled, I should guess," hinting at the way that Bombadil seemed to just not be caught up in the affairs of Middle-earth ever. Gandalf encourages the hobbits to hurry on so they get to Buckland before the gate closes. Merry says, There's no gate on the road." "There weren't any gates, you mean," the wizard said knowingly. "I think you'll find some now. Goodbye, dear friends. Not for the last time, however, just for now. Goodbye." Shadowfax took off as majestic as ever into the grassy fields below the road, moving like the wind, leaving the Shire folk alone. "Well, here we are, just the four of us that started out together," said Mary. "We have left all the rest behind, one after another. It seems almost like a dream that has slowly faded." "Not for me," said Frodo. "To me, it feels more like falling asleep again." Okay, for fans of the movies only at this point, I just want you to know right now that book fans are gleeful at this very moment. They're excited for you because you finally get to experience the missing piece to the puzzle, the chunk of story that was left out entirely that plays a huge part in what Tolkien said about the story going on to show that war never really ends. I won't spoil anything more before we get into it, except share the title, which alone should be a hint, because Chapter 18 is called The Scouring of the Shire. When they reached the border of Buckland, things were already different. Where just a year ago it had been open road, there was a spiked gate at the end of the bridge. They could also see new houses that had been constructed. They were large, gloomy, and altogether un-Shire-like. It was after dark when they arrived, so they had to bang on the gate and call out, and for a while no one answered. When someone did answer, it was a harsh voice yelling, "Who's that? Be off! You can't come in! Can't you read the sign?" There was indeed a sign that said, "No admittance between sundown and sunrise." Sam shouted back that of course they couldn't read the sign in the dark, but he said if he found it, he'd tear it down, asking what it means to keep hobbits out of the Shire and in the cold. At all this noise, hobbits began pouring out of their houses with lanterns to see what was going on. These hobbits recognized Merry, at least, and were happy to see him, and yet they acted like they indeed could do nothing about letting the hobbits in. "The chief's orders," they said, "from up at Bag End." "The chief?" Frodo asked. "Do you mean Lotho?" They seemed reluctant to even call him by name, saying that he was just to be called the chief these days. As the returning heroes got louder and more angry, the other hobbits warned them that if they were too loud, the chief's big man would wake up and cause a lot of trouble. Merry hopped off his pony, and in the light of the lanterns, he now could see the notice. He tore it down, chucking it over the gate, and said that maybe they should wake him up. Merry motioned for Pippin, his longtime partner in mischief, to join him as they climbed the gate. As Merry and Pippin entered, a gruff voice was heard. "What's all this?" The shadow of a human came into view. "Bill Ferny," Merry said. "If you don't open the gate in 10 seconds, you'll regret it. I'll set steel to you, and when the gate is opened, you'll go through it and never return. You are a ruffian and a highway robber." Since it's also been a while, just a reminder that Bill Ferny was the shady character in the Prancing Pony during the Fellowship that snuck out to report the hobbits' whereabouts to the Ringwraiths. Bill was stunned. He wasn't used to little ones being so defiant. Merry stepped forward, demanding the key after Bill had opened the gate. But instead, Bill threw it at his head and ran off into the darkness. Even with the big person gone, the local hobbits were still not willing to aid or abet the four travelers, who appeared out of nowhere. They weren't willing to share any food or even pipeweed. Apparently smoking was against the law, except for the chief's men now. "What's the matter with this place?" Merry asked. Keep in mind, the Shire was big enough that Sam and Frodo and even Pippin could have seemed as somewhat strangers to these hobbits, but this was Merry's hometown and the people he'd known his whole life. And so now they were acting like he was a danger to them. They end up having to bed down in the guardhouse, which was very uncomfortable, but it wasn't the worst place any of them had slept since they'd left the Shire. The next day they continued their journey towards Bag End. It was a good 40 miles between Brandywine Bridge and Hobbiton, and towards the evening of that next day, they were in the vicinity of the Floating Log, an inn that had a good reputation in the Shire. But as they came to the road that led to the inn, they found it barricaded with a sign saying, "No road." And it was being monitored by a large band of sheriffs, which in the history of hobbits during the prologue of the first book, we learned that historically the sheriffs had been nothing but a ceremonial position because there wasn't any need to enforce laws. But here they were, a dozen or more, all with staves in their hands, looking both important and rather scared. The sheriffs very timidly, and it is sheriffs, S-H-I-R-R-I-F. So if you think I'm pronouncing it weird, I'm saying it like it's written. The sheriffs very timidly told Frodo that the four of them were arrested for gate breaking, tearing up of the rules, assaulting gatekeepers and trespassing, as well as sleeping in Shire buildings without permission and bribing guards with food. Frodo, not intimidated in the least by this ridiculous scene, asked, "What else?" "Well, that's all for now," the leader of the law enforcement said. Sam mocked the man, saying, "I'll add some more if you like, calling your chief names, wanting to punch his pimply face, and thinking you sheriffs look like Tom fools." The lead sheriff awkwardly told them that if they didn't want their stay in the lockholes to be extended even longer, they should just come along quietly. To his displeasure, the four hobbits laughed. Frodo said he would be going where he pleased and in his own time, but that it just so happens they are going to Bag End on business. So if the sheriffs want to come along, that's their choice. "Very well, Mr. Baggins," the leader said, "but don't forget, I've arrested you." As they begin to ride with the squad of nervous cops, Sam recognizes one of them and asks him what's going on. Why is everything closed? Why are they being arrested? And furthermore, he shames the hobbit, whose name is Robin Smallborough, for being involved in such a dumb scheme. Robin is very hesitant to speak against the chief, but he confides in Sam that he didn't choose this. He just got caught up in it because he'd been a sheriff for 7 years, long before any of this had happened. Sam tells him he should just stop sheriffing then, but Robin lowers his voice even more before saying that the chief has a bunch of the big men who will throw them in the lockholes if they don't follow orders. The first one to go had been Will Whitfoot, the mayor, and now anyone who went against the chief was thrown in prison and beaten, from what the stories they'd heard said. When they left the village together the next morning, it was quite the scene. The sheriffs were made to walk in front by Merry, all of them looking skittish and uncomfortable, while Sam, Pippin, and Merry took pleasure in looking at ease and in control, riding behind, laughing and acting cheerful. But Frodo, on the other hand, was quiet and looked kind of sad. They went most of the day at a decent pace until the sheriffs couldn't keep up any longer. But the four travelers didn't stop. "Well, come along in your own time," Merry joked. "We are going on." Sam yelled to his friend Robin that one day they could reunite at the Green Dragon, if he hasn't forgotten where it was. And the leader of the sheriffs yelled after them, "You're breaking arrest! I can't be answerable for what happens to you." Pippin yelled back with a smile, "We shall break a good many things yet and not ask you to answer. Good luck to you." That evening, they reached the Bywater, the edge of the land that Sam and Frodo called home. But it looked very different. Many houses they had known were gone, some burned down, the gardens were overrun with weeds, the trees had been cut down, and newer, uglier houses had been built. And further up the road, there was a factory of some sort, a brick building with a smoke chimney pumping foulness into the air. When they found the Green Dragon Inn they loved so much, it was shut down just like all the other inns they'd passed. But outside it were lounging a half-dozen gruff-looking humans like Bill Ferny. When they spotted the four of them, they growled that they knew the sheriffs couldn't be trusted with a job like this and that Sharky, whoever that is, would not be happy. Merry tells the men that it didn't matter if they'd sent humans or sheriffs, that they know how to deal with thugs. "Thugs, is it?" one of the men said. "You little rat folk are getting too uppish. Sharky will teach you a thing or two." When Frodo says they are headed to see the boss Lotho, the men laugh, saying that Lotho isn't the boss, and he only does what Sharky says. Frodo says that these men have yet to learn about the changes in the world. There is a king in Gondor, and Isengard has fallen. Saruman is but a beggar in the wilderness. And that soon the only people traversing these roads would be messengers of the king, not ruffians. The men chuckled darkly, saying, "Oh, is that what he is? A beggar in the wilderness?" They go on to say that they'll deal with any king's messengers if they ever make it this far. And at this point, Pippin had seen enough. He cast his cloak back to reveal his squire robes from Gondor, and he held his sword up, saying, "I am a messenger of the king, and you are speaking to the king's friend, one of the most renowned in all the lands. On your knees and beg for forgiveness, or I'll set this troll's bane on you." Merry and Sam also drew their swords. Frodo sat unmoving. The ruffians were taken aback. They had not dealt with any resistance before, let alone hobbits who had finely crafted swords who spoke threateningly. Merry told them to be off and never come to this village again. The men ran, but they blew a horn as they left, meaning there would definitely be more trouble. In the stillness left in the wake of the ruffians leaving, the hobbits agreed that they came back just in the nick of time. When Frodo expresses sympathy for Lotho, the others scoff, saying they'd just as soon end him. But Frodo says that they don't get it. Lotho was a troublemaker, sure, but he had never intended for this to happen. He had gotten caught up in a scheme much more wicked than he had ever dreamed, and Frodo says that they should try to rescue him. Pippin says that fighting ruffians in order to save Lotho Sackville Baggins was the last way he would have guessed this journey would have ended. And Frodo says he would prefer to settle it without fighting, but Merry pushes back, saying they won't win the Shire back or save Lotho without some violence, when the land is crawling with wicked men like these. Pippin agrees, saying they need to rally more hobbits to their side, and quickly, because that horn surely will call more than a half a dozen ruffians to the Green Dragon. Sam suggests they lie low while they figure out who their allies are, but Merry squashes that idea. "No," he yelled. "It's no good getting under cover. That's just what the people of the Shire have been doing. We've got to do something at once before they can back us into a corner." "Do something?" Pippin asked. "Like what?" "Raise the Shire," Merry said. His eyes blazed with excitement. "Wake all our people. They hate this as much as we do, but they have been so comfortable for so long that they don't know what to do. They just need a match and they'll go up into a fire. The chief's men know that, and that's why they'll try to subdue us as quickly as possible." They rode to the center of the village, but Sam took off for Farmer Cotton's to get him and his sons, who were a very sturdy bunch. But if that name doesn't sound familiar, he's also the father of Rosie Cotton, the hobbit maiden that Sam was partial to. As he rode towards the Cotton farm, he heard a horn call go up in the night. It was such a rousing sound that even with his purpose, Sam felt compelled to turn and rally to its call. He heard Merry crying out from behind him, "Awake! Awake! Fear! Fire! Foes! Awake!" The call came from the village, but Sam was already close to Farmer Cotton's. The jolly old man came running out of his house at the commotion, yelling threats at whoever was charging his house. But he was relieved to see it was old Gaffer Gamgee's boy. When Sam told him why he was there, to take back the Shire, Farmer Cotton didn't even hesitate. He only said, "So it's begun at last." As the farmer rallied his sons, Sam made a point of saying hello to Mrs. Cotton and to Rosie. She mentioned how she'd been waiting for him since spring, but all Sam could tell her was he was back now, but he had some ruffians to deal with. She told him to come straight back once they were dealt with. When he got back to the center of the village with the Cotton men, the whole village was roused. Axes, hammers, knives, staves, and a few hunting bows. There was a large fire in the middle of the village, which in itself was law-breaking. But now surrounded by hobbits unafraid to speak, they learned the details of the oppression. There are an estimated 300 human ruffians all throughout the Shire. None of them are trained warriors, but all are carrying whips or knives or clubs, and a few have bows. Anyone who speaks out gets thrown in jail. They have a decent number of hobbits ready to fight back right now, but depending on how many ruffians are organized, it may not be enough. So Pippin takes off with a half dozen riders to Tuckborough, where he could rally a number of his folk, the Tooks, to join the fray. After he had gone, a dozen ruffians showed up, including the same ones that had been in front of the Green Dragon, and they tried to scare the scores of hobbits back into their holes, threatening them with imprisonment. But Merry stood in front of the hobbits, warning the ruffian leader that if they move to take a single one of them, that man will drop dead. The ruffian leader was incensed to have a hobbit so defiant to his orders, and he moved forward, taking a swing at Merry with his club. But the man fell dead, with 4 arrows in him before the blow landed. The others flee, and it's reasoned that it will take many hours for them to rally enough humans for them to come back in a force large enough to try and take on the hobbits. In the meantime, Farmer Cotton takes Frodo and Merry to his farm for some food and where they can talk more about how bad things have gotten. Sam could not be swayed to go anywhere but to go find his old gaffer. It all began with Pimple, the farmer stated. Apparently, Pimple was the nickname all hobbits had for Lotho Baggins. First, he started buying up all sorts of land and buildings in the Shire. No one knew where the money came from. But then, once he'd bought enough land, the ruffians started rolling in with wagons. And before the rest of the Shire knew what was happening, he had overthrown the mayor. Merry asks who this Sharky is, and no one seems to know other than that he is the real boss, that even Lotho is scared of him. They said that things are so bad that even Lotho's old mother, Lobelia Sackville Baggins, is in prison because she defied the orders of this Sharky once. Sam returned with his old gaffer, who said he was pleased to see Mr. Baggins returned. He adds that he hopes his Sam has behaved himself on their journeys. Frodo smiles and says that he has behaved perfectly well, and that, indeed, if you will believe it, Sam is now one of the most famous people in all the land, and they are making songs about his deeds, from here to the sea and beyond the great river. Sam blushed as he looked gratefully at Frodo, both of them aware that Rosie's eyes were shining as she smiled at Sam. Now, as tiny as this moment was, I grinned so big when I read it to see that, yes, Sam and Frodo are bonded in a very solemn way that few could understand because of the sorrows and tortures they bore together. But they're still bros, and if Frodo has a chance to play wingman for his buddy, he's going to take it. Such a candid moment of friendship, and I was so glad that it was included. But by the time the sun came up, Pippin was back with 100 or more Tookland hobbits, giving their force a total of about 300. Reports had come that there were a group of about 100 ruffians less than 4 miles away. So the great hobbit resistance prepared, and when the ruffians tramped into the village, they quickly found themselves surrounded on all sides by the hobbit army. Merry, still taking the lead in this rebellion, greeted the ruffians threateningly. "Well, you have walked into a trap," he said. "Your fellows from Hobbiton did the same, and one is dead and the rest prisoners. Lay down your weapons and go back 20 paces and sit down. Anyone who disobeys will be shot." The ruffians were not quick to comply. Some bolted for the hills, but most of them charged at the nearest hobbits. And some of the hobbits, though stout-hearted, were not much for bravery in a fight, and they wavered. But wherever there was weakness, there was Merry or Pippin charging at the brutes, bringing courage to those nearby. Merry himself killed the ruffian leader. When all was said and done, about 70 of the men were dead, and another dozen of them were prisoners. Only 20 hobbits had been slain, and another 30 wounded. This day would be known in Hobbit history books as the Battle of the Bywater of 1419. It had been the first battle in the Shire for 250 years, and several names earned their mark in Hobbit history from this battle, but none more than Meriadoc Brandybuck and Peregrine Took. Frodo had been present at the battle but did not even draw a sword. In fact, most of the work he did was to prevent the wrathful hobbits from killing the humans who had surrendered as prisoners. But once the bodies had been collected from the battle, Frodo, Sam, Merry, Pippin, Farmer Cotton, and a couple dozen of the sturdiest fighters from the Hobbit army set off for Bag End, ready to confront Lotho and this Sharky. As they approached, their hearts grew heavy. Most of the houses, including the Gamgee house, had been torn up or leveled to make way for sheds and mills and brick buildings of industry that spat out foul air and water. All of the trees had been cut down. Sam had even seen this before. When he had looked into Lady Galadriel's mirror back in Lothlorien, this is what he had seen. This is what had made him want to come back that very night. Even the giant party tree that had lay over the field where Bilbo's birthday party had been was gone. When they got to the door of Bag End, they knocked, but there was no answer. They pushed and the door opened. The place was filthy and it stank. It appeared to have not been used for some time. "This is worse than Mordor," Sam said. "Much worse in a way. It comes to you, as they say." "Yes," Frodo agreed, "this is Mordor. Just one of its works." Merry became very angry and said if he'd known all the mischief that Saruman had caused, he would have stuffed that tobacco pouch down his throat. A deep and smooth voice from behind them at the door said, no doubt, but you did not, and so I am able to welcome you home." The hobbits wheeled around to find Saruman standing there, looking healthier than he had on the road those weeks ago. His eyes gleamed with malice once again. Frodo stared for only a moment before the word fell from his lips. Sharky. The disgraced wizard laughed. "So you have heard the name, have you? Gandalf warned me you were still capable of mischief." "Quite capable," Saruman said. He then taunted them, saying how much it made him laugh to see the hobbits acting so proud and confident while they were in the presence of such high people as Gandalf and Elrond, thinking how they could just stroll back to their homes and have a nice time of it. That Saruman's home could be wrecked, but not possibly their own. He mocks them further, claiming that when Gandalf has no more use for his tools, he drops them. He said it was after that day on the road that he decided to teach the hobbits a lesson, and he made his way to claim power over Lotho in the Shire. He regrets that he didn't have time enough to do as much as he had planned, but he takes pleasure knowing he has already done much that will be difficult to undo. Frodo tells the wizard that he pities him if this is what he finds pleasure in, but that it will only be in his memories, that he has to go at once and never return. Many hobbits had gathered outside of the house, and when they heard Frodo order him to leave, many called for instead the wizard to be killed. Saruman laughed, mocking their calls, "Kill him! Kill him!" But then his eyes went black as he drew himself up to full height, saying that he has not lost all his power and that anyone who strikes him will be cursed, and that if his blood stains the Shire, it will wither and never be healed. Many of the hobbits recoiled at this, but Frodo jumped in, claiming that he has lost all of his power except for his voice, that magical voice which has a way of convincing people to his way of thinking. But Frodo affirms that he would not have him killed. Meeting revenge with revenge will heal nothing. Saruman stood still with a sneer on his face, but even as he eyed Frodo with hatred, he began to call, "Worm! Worm!" And out of one of the sheds nearby, Wormtail came crawling like a dog to his abusive master. He told Wormtail they were leaving, but his calm demeanor did not portray the evil in his heart, and as he walked past Frodo, a knife flashed in his hand and slashed at the hobbit's chest. If it hadn't been for the mithril coat, Frodo would have been killed. Sam and a dozen other hobbits knocked Saruman to the ground, ready to kill him, but Frodo protested that even now he did not wish the wizard death. That even if he will not accept their cure, hopefully he will find it one day and become great like he once was. Saruman pushed the hobbits off him and shot a glance at Frodo, saying, "You have grown, halfling. You are wise and cruel. You have robbed my revenge of its sweetness, and now I go in bitterness, indebted to your mercy. I hate it, and you." He took off down the road. Frodo noticed Wormtongue hesitating to follow his master, and he called to the wretched man, saying that he does not need to follow him, that the hobbits would give him rest and food until he was strong enough to go on his way. Wormtongue paused, but Saruman laughed, hinting that Wormtongue is not blameless. In fact, why doesn't Wormtongue tell them what happened to Lotho? Going on to explain that it was Wormtongue who killed him in his sleep. "But you told me to," he hissed at Saruman. "You made me do it." Saruman just laughed. "You do what Sharky says, always, don't you, Worm? Now he says, follow." And he kicked Wormtongue in the face and began to walk down the road. The hobbits held their breath as they saw something snap in Wormtongue. He changed from beaten to rabid, and with the snarl, he produced a hidden blade, jumping on Saruman's back and pulling his hair, making a clean cut across the throat. He then ran down the road yelling, but before he had made it anywhere, 3 hobbit arrows brought him down. "And that's the end of that," Sam said. "It's a good riddance." "And the very last end of the war, I hope," Merry said. Frodo sighed, saying, "I hope so. The very last stroke. But to think it ever should fall here, at the very door of Bag End, among all my hopes and fears at least, I never expected that." Sam put his arm around Frodo's shoulder and said, "It's not the end until they clean this mess up. And by the looks of it, they have a lot of work to do." Okay, there's a lot we could say about this chapter, especially if you've never read the books before. It's an unexpected additional conflict after the ring is destroyed. But as we already said, Tolkien believed it was important to show that the story doesn't end with the big climax. There is fallout, and you cannot come home from a quest expecting your life to be the exact same as it was before. But I want to hone in on one thing in particular that gives credit to a character who has not had much credit given in this entire story. Did you notice how Merry didn't even hesitate to step up to the plate and basically lead the Hobbit forces to victory? How when Sam suggested they lay low, he shut that down, saying they needed to make a stand before they could be squashed? Remember near the beginning of this episode where I talked about how Merry wanting so badly to go to war was a short-sighted wish because it was basically him saying that he deserved the right to fight just because he wanted to, even though he wasn't much of an asset to Theoden's army? Well, for many, they may look at him stabbing the Witch King as his redemption moment, but honestly for me, this chapter was his truly heroic moment. In that earlier call-out, I mentioned how if your desires outweigh your usefulness, all you can do is serve at the level you can, get better, and then you become more capable and more trustworthy. And because he took what opportunities had been given to him and did the things that increased his courage, when the Shire was in need of scouring, he was the first to step up to the plate without hesitation, and he served as the greatest military leader the Shire had ever seen. I don't know how many people would even really pay attention to that detail, but it was one of my favorite growth moments in the entire trilogy. From an unskilled fighter whining that he should be able to fight just because he feels left out, that everyone else is off fighting, to stepping into a natural position of leadership when it was needed. It was just chef's kiss. And in the final chapter of this epic fantasy series, the first half is just recounting how they put the Shire back together. They freed the prisoners, they tore down all the brick buildings that Sharky's men had made and used them to rebuild the hobbit homes that had been lost. The trees were, of course, the greatest loss. They would take decades to regrow, and the ruffians had cut down almost all of the trees in the region. Sam had been so busy helping every day that it took him weeks to remember his gift from the Lady Galadriel. He opened up the little box to find a collection of fine gray dust, and in the middle was a small silver nut. His friends told him that the dust must have some great growing power and that he should use it sparingly. Elven magic is strong and probably wouldn't need much. And sure enough, everything he planted, even with just a single grain of the dust, sprouted beautifully and grew much faster than normal. He went around to all the houses and villages in the area and shared the bounty of the magic elven dust. But the nut he had a special use for. He took it to the party field and planted it where the old party tree had been. By the next spring, it had grown as if it had been there for 20 years already. But even more special than the speed with which it grew, it was a tree of silver bark and golden flowers. It was one of the very trees from Lorien that was so fabled that even Legolas had been awestruck by them. Within a year's time, the entire Shire was back and better than ever before. Crops flourished and the beer and pipeweed flowed. Sam traveled to other parts of the Shire often, working on the restoration, and it was while on one of these trips that he returned to the frightening story that Farmer Cotton had been looking in on Frodo, who had been ill, and he found the ring-bearer on the ground, clutching at the white gem that Arwen had given him. The farmer claimed that Frodo had said, "It is gone forever, and now all is dark and empty." Frodo recovered, but Sam was aware that Frodo did have moments of sad darkness from time to time, as if his wounds weren't fully healing. Frodo invited Sam to move in with him at Bag End, and when Sam hesitated at the offer, Frodo could guess that it was because Sam wanted to get married to Rosie Cotton. And he teased him and then said the Bag End was big enough for all three of them. And I don't care how nice and big the house is, can you imagine proposing to the person you love, and then your best friend is like, "You guys should move in with me"? Maybe hobbits were just different like that. Merry and Pippin became roommates back in Buckland, but they came to visit often, and they would not miss the opportunity to be seen on the roads of the Shire in their fine squire liveries from Rohan and Gondor. They laughed and sang songs and quickly became some of the Shire's most favorite characters. After they were married, Sam and Rosie did move in, and for a time things were heavenly. But one evening, Sam came in and found Frodo looking very pale, gasping for air, his eyes glazed and staring off into a distant world. "What's the matter, Mr. Frodo?" he asked. Also, can we just note how Sam started out as an employee of the Bagginses, but after all this time, he still calls him Mr. Frodo? But he asks Frodo what's wrong, and all he gets in response is, "I am wounded. It will never really heal." By the next morning, Frodo seemed fine. It was much later that Sam finally realized that day had been the 2-year anniversary of the day that Frodo had been stabbed by the Morgul blade at Weathertop. The next spring arrived, and Sam and Rosie welcomed their first little one into the world. They named her Eleanor after the golden flowers that strewed the grass in Lothlorien. the most beautiful of blossoms. And when fall came, Frodo tells Sam that Bilbo's birthday is coming up, and with this one he will pass Old Took for the title of oldest hobbit to ever live. He says he's going to visit and asks Sam if he thinks he can get away to join him. They'll be gone for only a couple weeks. Sam says it sounds fun, but to be honest, he really doesn't want to leave the Shire, even for a short period. But Frodo at least convinces him to ride to the edge of the Shire with him. Over the next few days before leaving, Frodo reveals what he's been working on ever since they took Bag End back. It was a big red leather book. He had compiled not only Bilbo's stories, but their own, including Merry and Pippin. The title page had several names on it, all in Bilbo's hand. One after the other they had been crossed out. My Diary, An Unexpected Journey. There and Back Again, and What Happened After. Below that was Adventures of 5 Hobbits, the tale of the Great Ring compiled by Bilbo Baggins from his own observations and the accounts of his friends. What We Did in the War of the Ring. And then under that, printed neatly in Frodo's hand, was The Downfall of the Lord of the Rings and the Return of the King. And then in parentheses below, As Seen by the Little People, being the memoirs of Bilbo and Frodo of the Shire, supplemented by the accounts of their friends and the learning of the wise, together with extracts from the books of lore translated by Bilbo in Rivendell. You've nearly finished it, Sam said with a big grin. Frodo said he is quite finished, and that the final pages are for Sam to fill in. Finally, late in September, Frodo and Sam set off on their ponies. It was a golden morning. Sam didn't bother asking where they were going. He was pretty certain. They rode openly on the roads, now that the evil had all been driven out, and they found themselves commenting at the places they passed where events had happened on their original journey a few years back. As they passed where they had first hidden from a ringwraith, Sam commented how it all seemed to be a dream now. And as they rested that evening, Sam heard Frodo singing a walking song softly. But as his verse faded, Sam was startled to hear another song, one more haunting and more beautiful. It was Elven. A Elbereth Gilthoniel, Silivren Pena Miriel, O Menel Aglar Elenath Gilthoniel, A Elbereth. We still remember, we who dwell in this far land beneath the trees, the starlight of the western seas. They sat silently as a caravan of elves came into view. Near the front was Gildor, the very elf they had first encountered on this road years ago. But even more familiar faces appeared. Elrond and Galadriel were among them. But even more dear to them, riding on a small gray pony, half asleep, was Bilbo. Galadriel smiled at Sam, saying she had heard he'd used her gift wisely, and that now the Shire will be even more loved and blessed. Sam bowed, but said nothing. He'd forgotten how beautiful the lady was. Bilbo stirred in his saddle and cheered up. Oh, hello, Frodo. I have passed the Old Took today, and now I think I am quite ready for another adventure. Are you coming? Frodo stared at the ground for a moment, but then looked up resolutely and said, Yes, I am coming. The ring-bearers should go together. Sam was stunned. Where are you going, master? He cried. But even as he asked the question, he knew the answer. To the Havens, Sam, Frodo told him. And I can't come? He begged. No, Sam, not yet anyway. Your time may come. You were a ring-bearer yourself, if only for a little while. But do not be too sad, Sam. You cannot always be torn in two. You will have to be one and whole for many years. Sam's mind went to Rosie and his beautiful daughter Eleanor. But, he said through tears, I thought you were going to enjoy the Shire too for years and years, after all you have done for it. Frodo smiled sadly at Sam and said, so did he, but that he has been too deeply hurt, and that he may have saved the Shire, but it was not for himself that he saved it. It must often be so, Sam. When things are in danger, someone has to give them up, lose them, so that others may keep them. Frodo tells him he has left all to the Gamgee family, not only for Rosie and Eleanor, but for the children to come, Frodo, Rosie, Merry, Goldilocks, and Pippin, and perhaps others he cannot see, and that the Shire will need him to be the mayor, and that he will read things from the Red Book to keep the memory of the Third Age alive, so that people will remember the great danger, and so love their beloved land all the more. And that will keep you as busy and as happy as anyone can be as long as your part of the story goes on. Frodo said. He then invites him to ride as far as the Grey Havens with the party, and Sam did so, still sobbing silently as he rode. And I have not set this up very well, so I'll explain it very quickly because I wasn't even really sure what it meant by the elves sailing west. I knew it meant they basically left mortality and Middle-earth, but before I really dove into this world, I thought it was a metaphor for leaving the planet and heading off into the eternities like angels. And that's not quite right. So when elves and select guests like Frodo and Bilbo sail west, they are leaving the continent of Middle-earth, but they don't technically leave the planet Arda. They sail to a place known as the Undying Lands. It's basically a paradise on Earth. And before the fall of Numenor, this place was somewhere you could physically sail to via a path called the Straight Road. Aman, which is the actual name for the Undying Lands, is where the Valar gods dwell. So it is essentially the heaven of this mythology. But after the rebellion of Numenor, Aman was removed from the physical plane and is no longer reachable by any except for the elves. So it's not technically off-planet, but it might as well mean the same thing as leaving mortal life and going to heaven or paradise. And all of the elves set off for Aman from the harbor at the Grey Havens. Okay, I hope that gives you a little more clarity on what's going on here. As they arrived at the harbor of the Grey Havens, Círdan, the shipwright, greeted them all. He is the only elf that is documented as having a beard, which I know is a random fact, but he plays a very large role in stories outside of the War of the Ring, as proven by the fact that he once wore one of the 3 elven rings, now possessed by Elrond, Galadriel, and the third had secretly been worn all this time by the same old man dressed in white that was waiting at the docks. Yes, Gandalf the Istari, White Wizard and Maiar, had not only been entrusted with one of the elven rings that he had secretly worn, but that Gandalf's labors to guide mankind from the destruction of Sauron were finally over, and it was time for him to rest. There was much excitement in the air, but Sam's heart was heavy. The pain to see those he loved sail away would only be outmatched by the sorrow of returning home alone. The elves were already boarding the ship when Merry and Pippin rode up on their ponies. Pippin was crying, but he managed to laugh. "You tried to give us a slip once before and failed, Frodo. This time you nearly succeeded, but Gandalf gave you away." The wizard smiled and said it would be better for 3 of them to ride back together. And then to the whole group he said, "Well, here at last, dear friends, on the shores of the sea, comes the end of our fellowship in Middle-earth. Go in peace. I will not say do not weep, for not all tears are evil." Frodo kissed his friends goodbye. First Merry, then Pippin, then his dear Sam. And then he walked aboard. The winds picked up and the 3 hobbits watched from the dock as the ship slipped away into the night, out of the grasp of Middle-earth forever. Sam stood on the dock, weeping uncontrollably. He was happy for Frodo to be free of the pain, but he could not think of life without him. Merry and Pippin stood on either side of him in silence. Long after the ship had left their view, they turned back and slowly rowed home. No words were spoken until they made it back to the Shire, and when they came to the fork between Buckland and Hobbiton, they said goodbye. It was already the next evening when Sam arrived home. He walked inside Bag End and found the fire roaring and Rosie setting up the table for the evening meal. She hugged him and then sat him down and placed their darling, bubbly little Eleanor on his lap. He drew a deep breath. "Well, I'm back," he said. I have to admit that when I finished reading the book, I just sat there for at least 10 minutes, processing everything. This has been a journey both in the narrative, but in our experience as the reader. But having read a few other fantasy or sci-fi series that go on for another 5 to 10 books, I can't help but feel like there's something really special in the idea of a trilogy. It allows you to expand the ideas and plots far beyond one book, but things are still tight enough that at the end it can really feel like a conclusion that brings home a sense of purpose. And I have many thoughts to share, so I'm going to give my final takeaway first, And I'm going to try to keep the takeaway kind of tight because I want to transition to what I'm just going to call the conclusion, which is more my takeaways from the overall experience with the story of the War for the Ring in its entirety. And then, of course, the protagonist edition, I've got another half a dozen ideas, nuggets, thoughts, etc. So when it comes to the lesson that stood out to me in Return of the King, we do have to zoom out to kind of look at the whole trilogy, because I felt like there was this evolving theme throughout. Each book took the heart of a similar lesson but gave it a different viewpoint. Do you remember the main takeaways from the other two episodes? Fellowship was about not giving up when you're afraid, how to find ways to move forward even when you're terrified. Two Towers was about not giving up when everything is going wrong, what to do when the Fellowship is divided and you get sucked into another nation's wars in the opposite direction of your objective, or how to keep going even when your master, the Ringbearer, is supposedly killed by a giant spider. And if you read the books for yourself, you'll see how repetitive this idea is coming from the stoic leadership characters like Aragorn and Gandalf, how often they are seen telling other characters, mainly the hobbits, to either not be afraid or to not lose hope. Honestly, it took me back to the Grapes of Wrath, the role that Tom and Ma played with the rest of the family, just convincing them to keep moving forward. And I especially remembered that Napoleon quote I used in that episode about how, quote, leaders are dealers in hope. It truly is the largest overarching theme of the trilogy, but every book gave its own flavor to the general idea. And the flavor it took in Return of the King is how to keep going even when you have no hope left. The idea was present in several storylines. Gandalf leading the defense of the Siege of Gondor when they didn't think Rohan was coming, Aragorn leading the vastly outnumbered armies of the West to the Black Gate, but we get the most detail and experience in the idea following Frodo and Sam to Mount Doom. Do you remember how Frodo explicitly said that as they were marching through Mordor? Quote, "Look here, Sam, dear lad," said Frodo. "I am tired, weary. I haven't a hope left. But I have to go on trying to get to the mountain as long as I can move." And when he spoke this, it struck me because I think in modern context, when we hear someone saying they have no hope, that is a sentiment tied very closely to the idea of giving up. Oh, you've lost all hope? Well, you gave it a nice try. But in this book, having no hope is not the same thing as giving up. Not a single character, other than Denethor, who was a great foil to this very lesson, gave up despite the impossible odds. So we go from don't give up when you're afraid to don't give up when everything goes wrong to don't give up even when you have no hope left. But why not? Why not quit the game when you realize the rules are designed to make you fail? Why not try to get mine while the world around me burns to the ground? Why should I try when people around me will just point and laugh because what I'm attempting to do is futile? Why should I sacrifice my ego to attempt something with a 99.99% failure probability? Well, for one, that's the villainous choice, and the victim's choice wrapped into one. First, it's the victim's choice because it's surrendering to your circumstances and saying, well, unless another hero comes along and saves me, I have no chance. But how it becomes the villain's choice is more interesting to think about. Remember, the definition of a villain is someone who feels pain and decides that others need to feel their pain as well. So let me set this up with this amazing quote from Gandalf during that final debate as the Lords of the West accept that they have to go on a suicide mission to the Black Gate. Quote, "Yet it is not our part to master all the tides of the world, but to do what is in us for the succor of those years wherein we are set, uprooting the evil in the fields that we know, so that those who live after may have clean earth to till. What weather they shall have is not ours to rule." He says it's not our job to fix all that is wrong, but to do what we can to uproot evil in the fields that we know personally. And why? So that those who live after may have clean earth to till. Because remember, a hero fights insurmountable odds because they are not focused on justice for themselves, And they're not worried about if it's fair or not that they are the ones who have to put up with all of this crap. They recognize that the human story goes beyond them. They see outside of their own existence and understand that their actions are just a small part in the greater effort. And they refuse the temptation of the villain who says, the world is doomed, so I'm just going to see how much I can get for myself. That is Saruman. That is Denethor. Because they were looking inward instead of outward. Those who make the heroic choice are thinking about their friends, their neighbors, their kids, their grandkids, their great-great-great-grandkids. This idea has slowly crept out of Western society in some ways as we've focused on building individual worth and achievement. But there are still those examples of people who have used their individual achievement to benefit others. They use the wealth and influence they attain to improve the world outside of their little world. They, quote, uprooted evil in the fields they knew so that those who come after may have clean earth to till. And if we say, well, that's not worth it, or it's not fair to me that I have to be the one to fight evil, and then we go on to choose selfishly to give into the impossible odds, by making that choice, we are choosing to say that future generations should have to suffer like we have, passing on our pain to them, which is the villain's choice. Where a villain finds futility in self-sacrifice for the benefit of future generations, the hero finds a meaning deeper than a victim or a villain will ever know. The ability to care beyond your personal gain or comfort about improving your little patch of earth for the benefit of others, it's not only noble, it's necessary for the existence of the human species. Take any nation's history or religion or any other type of large tribe that once started out small and has a thriving community now. You'll find stories of heroic sacrifice where people put aside the question of what's in it for me and instead asked, how can I provide a better world for those who come after? And I think it's increasingly more difficult to not fall for the temptation because most of the world seems to be choosing self over future these days. The idea of true heroism is being perverted by images of people focusing on choosing themselves over the greater good. But why do you think stories of heroism have been an essential part of every culture and people through time? Is it not because the survival of our species depends on people looking outside of themselves? Maybe looking beyond yourself is as simple as providing a better life for your kids, or being the most helpful person in your neighborhood. Or maybe, if you actually have a lot of resources at your disposal, looking beyond yourself involves nonprofits and mass donations to provide better opportunities for countless people. The scale isn't what matters because we're all in different situations. What does matter is accepting that if you can't evaluate a situation beyond what's in it for me, you're not walking down the path of a true hero. Oh, and the second reason, since I started this monologue saying there were two, what else are you going to do? If you zoomed out and looked at your life situation right now and saw the choices before you as a third-party perspective, you'd probably be screaming at yourself to do the more heroic thing because any other choice just doesn't seem worth it. Or, to use the idea repeated through this trilogy, anything else is not a story worthy of being immortalized in song. You want to look back and feel satisfaction with your life? That doesn't come from me. That just leads to an unquenchable void that your best hope would be to lie to yourself, saying it makes you happy. A story like that isn't shared because it has no value or appeal to future generations. But a story of sacrifice that contributed to why the future generations are alive and free, now that is a story that will be told and retold as the tale of a hero. The tale of Frodo, of the Nine Fingers and the Ring of Doom, was not the most immortal tale in Middle-earth because Frodo was just the most brave and heroic figure. It's the most immortal tale because all who dwell in Middle-earth owe him a debt for their very lives. And that is why each of the heroes in Return of the King kept going despite the impossible odds. They weren't seeking justice or fairness for their own lives. They were seeking to provide it for those who would go on after them. True heroism looks beyond the self. I believe that is an instinct hardwired into us. Whether you believe that comes from God or evolution, I don't really care, as long as you accept that man's greatest purpose on this earth is not to carve out the most peace and the most comfort for himself, if it comes at the cost of those who follow. Man's greatest purpose is to uproot the evil in the fields he knows, so that those who follow have clean earth to till. And now I have a few brief thoughts as a conclusion to this trilogy. Now we have a handful of character analysis episodes coming, including free ones, but I do still see this largely as the conclusion to this project, which has enveloped my life for the past few months. And I just want to give a couple parting thoughts. First, here are a few pieces of lore about what happened to the other members of the Fellowship after the events of the book. Because we always love that in movies, right? When the ending credits have this character went on to do such and such. So here's a quick rundown. Gimli became Lord of the Glittering Caves behind Helm's Deep with a colony of dwarves, but only after he rebuilt the gates of Minas Tirith, making them out of mithril. 120 years after the destruction of the ring, he was invited by his dear friend Legolas to sail west from the Grey Havens. This was a very rare gift for a dwarf, and it's rumored that he may have obtained the grace from none other than the Lady Galadriel, and that he accepted partially out of desire to see her again. Legolas has less known about what he did during the time before sailing west, but that prophecy that Lady Galadriel had said during Two Towers did come true, and that ever since he saw the shore and heard the gulls, he would never be satisfied with the woodland realms again, until the day that he and his dwarven BFF sailed for the Undying Lands. Merry became the master of Buckland, and after learning Sindarin, which is the common Elvish tongue, he wrote histories of Rohan and Gondor and, of course, the history of Pipeweed. Pippin became the Thane of the Shire and remained a loyal servant to Gondor. Both Merry and Pippin traveled to Gondor in their old age and were given the highest honor of being buried next to the king, their old friend, who they still preferred to call Strider. And speaking of Aragorn, he ruled for many scores of years, restoring peace and prosperity to Middle-earth. He and Arwen had many children, and after reaching an age of over 200 years, he followed in the Númenórean tradition of laying down his life in voluntary death before natural decay could take him. And finally, Sam. Sam ended up having 13 children with Rosie, and he served as the mayor of the Shire 7 times, while still maintaining the title of the best gardener. It was after Rosie's death, around the 61st year after the ring's destruction, that Sam left the Shire for good. The belief is that as a ring bearer himself, he was also granted the privilege of sailing west from the Grey Havens. But what I think is even more beautiful to consider about not only how Tolkien wrote these 3 books, but the larger idea around how he created a history that would never be completed across multiple ages, is that it reinforces that idea that the story does not end. As Frodo and Sam discussed on the stairs of Cirith Ungol, your part in it will come to a conclusion, but the story goes on without you. The destruction of the ring and the scouring of the Shire feels like a conclusion, but they are just the beginning of the 4th age. And that is true not only of our lives in the bigger picture of history, but in each stage of our lives. Graduating college doesn't mean you've won, it means you've moved on to the next stage. Getting your heart broken doesn't mean you'll never find love, it just means it's time for the next chapter. One dramatic climax only leads to the exposition stage at the start of another story. Most novels have to be very tidy and complete within themselves, but when we look at the lifelong labor that J.R.R. gave to expanding the history of Middle-earth, the more we see how, as fantastical as it may be, in a way it's one of the most true depictions of reality in fiction. Heroes from old ages will be forgotten as new ones rise up. People who on the outside look very unassuming will turn out to be some of the most important figures in history. The world is simply too big of a place to be contained by one story. And although we can look to make sure our part in the story is noble and songworthy, The Lord of the Rings feels like an invitation to remember the world does not revolve around you. So enjoy it while it lasts. Spread joy and love and uproot evil where you can. And if you're lucky, you may be a story that inspires future generations to also live well during their very brief time on this planet. Guys, it's been an emotional ride for me to cover this trilogy. I knew at the beginning that it would change me in a way, and I do think it has, and in more ways than just being a Tolkien trivia nut now. I really hope that if you've never read the books before, you will find the time. I don't have to invite those who have read them to read it again because they already do. In fact, my final piece to this episode and this trilogy, unless you're a protagonist listener, is that I polled friends and listeners of the show on why Lord of the Rings is special to them. What makes it stand out among all the other series that are beautiful and epic? Why has this one cemented its place in Western canon as unforgettable? There were many different answers, but I think you'll see a few resounding themes. Ryan said it preserves the idea of what a hero is, not only ones who seek glory or power, but ones who help to do the right thing because it's the right thing. Danny said that not only is it a story about overcoming anything in your way, but it is a tie to family because it's a love that they share together. Olivia says that she can't watch the scene where Frodo is standing on the riverbank knowing he has to continue on his own without feeling very deeply that need to do hard things even when you don't want to. Jaren says it's the perfect tale because it's told with so much love and in such a detailed way that most stories can never attempt to match. Boston says that the storyline is so exquisite that it is set apart from any other book series he's ever read. And I can tell you, Boston has read a lot of book series. Mikey says it's hard to find another story where the characters are so heroic, brave, and masculine, while also being unashamedly fond of each other. They love each other, and they fight for one another. Krista loved that it was one topic that she could talk for hours about with a relative who had difficulty socializing. And David said that it allows all of us to believe that no matter how insignificant we all are, we can have impact on the world. And there were many more that I wish I could share all of them without this just rambling on, but I hope you get the idea. I found 3 themes that I think were the most important about why this series is universally loved. First, the storytelling itself is peak. It was created by a master, and it's rare to find this quality. Secondly, the characters bring us hope of the ability to be human and still accomplish great things without having to be some stoic statue that is neither godlike or incapable of feeling. And 3, honestly, the number of people who talked about it being a shared love with their family and friends was a delightful surprise. The story is beautiful because it's a gathering point for us, a way to connect and feel close to others who share our love. And I would argue that this is the power of all great storytelling in general, but that the Lord of the Rings trilogy is one of the hallmark examples that highlights the beauty and power that can come from a made-up story. And that, my friends, as much as it pains me to say it, is a wrap for J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. Protagonists, of course, stick around, but for the rest of you, thank you for tuning in. If you've made it this far, you have spent the better part of a full day listening to my voice try to recreate the magic of Middle-earth, and I am grateful to be worthy of that commitment. And if you've made it this far and aren't subscribed to the show, come on, who are we kidding? You want more. Subscribe, give the show 5 stars, like, comment, whatever things you can do on the platform you're listening to that can help grow the show, please do it. And as I said, we've got a bunch of character episodes coming. But after that, I'm going to take a bit of a break before diving back in. And if you have only arrived at this show because of these Lord of the Rings episodes, I encourage you to check out the back catalog of the other classic novels that have been given this same treatment. And please, even if you don't love them as much as you love Lord of the Rings, come back for future stories, because we're just getting started. I'm Jameson Olson. This has been a very special time in becoming the main character, and I'm sad to see it wrapping up. But thank you for tuning in all the way to there and back again. We'll catch you on the next one.